3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. And for some ungodly reasons, to have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to the 16th episode of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Viktor Krajnik.
Jó napot kívánok!
Alrighty. So, first of all, we remind you that this show exists solely because you support it. So please give shekelim and support the Moldova tour. Now, departure is roughly in a month from now. We're about at a third of the financial goal, so keep shekelim. If you want exclusive reporting from the poorest country in Europe, well, it may be the poorest country in Europe, which makes the tour relatively cheap. I mean, for $1,700 for 2 weeks and a bit, that's not bad at all. Of course, it's the poorest country in Europe.
And there are plenty of honks, so we're definitely going to deliver.
Yeah, but it's still not free. So there's that. If you want to curse at us or send us news or, God forgive, to praise us, topics@freedomalternative.com. We're also on BitChute. Don't forget to subscribe there, because sometimes YouTube decides to be stupid in public, which means there is just, at the very least, some backup over there with a lower amount of censorship, essentially. If you're a regular donor, get Telegram, write to me to get you into the donor circle, where you get some early access to the shows, you get to vote on projects before I even announce them in public, yada yada yada. It's fun. It's really fun, and we also discuss controversial stuff over there, stuff that I would never discuss on the sofa, so that vice.com gets to see them. Alrighty. So, the news, starting of course with the Americas. Fox News. New group aims to fight cancel culture by giving the woke left a dose of their own medicine. A new right-leaning group plans to fight cancel culture by giving the woke left a dose of their own medicine. The group is called Unsilenced Majority, founded by Mike Davis, a former staffer for the Senate Judiciary Committee under Senator Chuck Grassley, the Republican from Iowa. Davis also runs a different group called Article 3 Project, which punches back on radical assaults on judicial independence, and began with the mission of supporting Trump-appointed judges. Davis told the Fox News that Unsilenced Majority will use a similar approach in fighting against cancel culture. These corporations go woke because they have pressure from shareholders, they have pressure from the liberal media, they have pressure internally from within, Davis said. What we want to do at Unsilenced Majority is to provide a counterbalance, and so these corporations understand that if they go woke, there's going to be consequences from everyday Americans. Davis said that among Unsilenced Majority's tactics will be getting Americans to contact elected officials, corporations and others who engage in cancel culture and pressure them not to go that route. Unsilenced Majority's website says it will focus on free expression without fear of retribution, worker firings, cancel culture in education, and corporate wokeism. They want to censor people for exercising their constitutional right. That's un-American. That's unacceptable in this country to do that, Davis said. Also involved in Unsilenced Majority are Will Chamberlain as a senior counsel, Ian Pryor as a spokesman, and Andy Sarabian as a senior advisor. All three activists have been involved in the public debate on cancel culture. Pryor specifically has been highly involved in recent months in fighting critical race theory in schools. Many on the left say what the right calls cancel culture is actually just people being held accountable for their words and actions. Ha ha, get to the wall.
That sounds very constitutional.
Washington Post columnist Margaret Sullivan, well, Washington Post, what do you expect? For example, said Senator Josh Hawley losing a book contract over his objections to two states' electoral college slates, and former President Trump losing his Twitter account after the attack on the Capitol were not necessarily bad things. You can call that cancel culture if you want. I call it responsibility, Sullivan wrote. Well, you'll be the next one to be fired by our mob. But Davis noted to Fox News that cancel culture doesn't just come from public figures, but sometimes everyday Americans. And he said his group's goal is to ensure people aren't afraid to speak their minds because others may object to their opinions. We want to be able to go after the root of the problem, which is the left is canceling people with whom they disagree, Davis said. So part of it is to use our platform to provide them with a voice. I guess it was meant. Fox News get an editor. Alrighty. That's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, finally first they read Salvini and they started using the tactics against the woke and the long march to the institutions.
Indeed, this will be only the first one from a series of positive news in conservative activism lately. It is a good start. Now I'll be waiting to see how they implement the first and the second cases, because those two, usually the first three attempts they get to define the character of the organization. So I'll be looking forward for these first cases, see how it goes. Because if you don't, what you do in the first three cases and what you learn from the feedback of these three cases and then correct it, that usually defines the organization, well, not forever, but definitely for a few years. So that's why one shouldn't be in a hurry when starting these kinds of efforts, but at the same time one shouldn't be procrastinating too much. So as I say, it's a good start. Now the thing is that if you only focus on everyday people, which is what the founder seems to be suggesting in his Fox News interview, is that you need to work harder at picking your targets, essentially, because even if you target everyday people, you should still be aiming at using as at least as primary targets, as first targets, use low-tier activists, right, who are everyday people but also have extremist haram opinions, right? But you have to still have to be able to frame it as well, look, we're still fighting an activist, even though if it's a low-tier activist, yada, yada, yada. Because if you don't, unfortunately, and I'm not saying this with joy, but unfortunately, the American psyche is very weird in this fashion. If you just target a random Karen that is not necessarily an activist, just interested in politics, maybe, unfortunately, a lot of American conservatives and general American people will condemn you for going after the Karen, even if they acknowledge that the Karen is full of it. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I think it's one of the unsavory aspects of the American psyche, in the sense that Americans tend to sympathize with perceived little guys, even though those people are not little guys and they're not good people. They still do sympathize with them. So that's why one should be very careful when targeting, civilians, as it were. At the very least, make sure you can frame it the right way, because if you can't, then you're gonna have a PR mess on it. Again, you don't want to provoke a propaganda machinery like the Washington Post over someone not relevant even in the slightest. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, best thing that could be done is to fight an institution with an institution that you already got to.
Yeah, but again, if you target low-tier activists, make sure you vet the cases really well. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So, for instance, in states where you had those Karens, blocking the view of observers at the elections and whatnot, those are relatively regular people, but they engaged in, possibly election fraud, but even if not election fraud, definitely election interference, right? Those people should be targeted for sure. You try to cancel the elections in my state. Screw you, you're fair game. Right? That's what I'm saying. All right, this one is juicier. The New York Times, a former newspaper. Supreme Court case throws abortion into 2022 election picture. This will be glorious. Within hours of the Supreme Court accepting a case that could lead it to overturn or scale back a landmark abortion rights ruling, Senator Michael Bennet, a Colorado Democrat facing re-election next year, issued a dire warning to his supporters. The fate of Roe v. Wade is on the line. We cannot move backwards, Mr. Bennet said in a campaign statement. Colorado was a leader in legalizing abortion 6 years before Roe v. Wade. I will always fight for reproductive justice and to ensure everyone has safe and legal access to the healthcare they need. Access to murder. I know, that's terrible. That's healthcare these days. His declaration was among the first in a quickly intensifying clash over abortion, long a defining issue to many voters, but one likely to gain additional prominence as the court weighs the possibility of rolling back the constitutional protections it provided to abortion rights in Roe 48 years ago. Motivated in part by a belief that the Supreme Court will give them new latitude to restrict access, Republican-dominated states continue to adopt strict new legislation, with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas signing into law on Wednesday a prohibition on abortion after as early as 6 weeks. The law, sure to face legal challenges, is one of more than 60 new state-level restrictions enacted this year, with many more pending. With the Supreme Court ruling likely to come next year, less than 6 months before midterm elections, that will determine control of Congress and the future of President Biden's agenda, the court's expanded conservative majority has injected new volatility into an already turbulent political atmosphere, leaving both parties to game out the potential consequences. Republicans had already shown that they intended to take aim at Democrats over social issues, and abortion will only amplify the culture wars. Nearly all agree that the latest fight over Roe, which has been building for years, is certain to have significant political repercussions. Conservative voters are traditionally more energized than liberals about the abortion debate, and for many of them it has been the single issue spurring voter turnout. But Democrats, likely to be on the defensive given their current hold on the White House and Congress, say a ruling broadly restricting abortion rights by a court whose ideological makeup has been altered by 3 Trump-era appointees could backfire on Republicans and galvanize women. Those on the right, already anticipating a favoring ruling given the conservative tilt of the 6-3 court, say they expect liberals to seize on the issue to try to scare voters, but they believe they can make a case for reasonable abortion limits. What happened on Monday is evidence that elections have consequences, Ms. Quigley said, referring to the Supreme Court's decision to take a case about the Mississippi law that seeks to ban most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, about 2 months earlier than Roe and subsequent decisions allow. The Supreme Court action may have political ramifications before next year. The case is likely to be argued weeks before Virginia voters head to the polls in November to elect a new governor in a race that are often seen as a midterm bellwether. Terry McAuliffe, a former governor and most likely the Democratic nominee, is eager for another political battle over abortion rights, rattling off his record protecting clinics in the state and vetoing legislation that would impose restrictions. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a long one.
Yeah. So, first of all, most of Europe, Europe, the socialist hellhole and, deeply feminist continent and yada, yada, yada. In most of Europe, abortion is restricted entirely after between 12 and 14 weeks. The exceptions to the rule are basically Poland, Malta, which have a limit to 0. Abortion is haram in Poland and Malta.
The UK is a bit more tolerant. It allows you to 24 weeks.
And Sweden 16. That's it. That's it. These are the only 4 exceptions. Everyone else between 12 and 14. I believe Denmark is at 10. There are a few slightly below 12, but basically between 12 and 14. Romania is at 14, Hungary is at 14, Germany at 12. For the most part, that's the rule. So, in the US, 15 weeks from Mississippi is a conservative position.
It's a 15 weeks conservative position in Mississippi, but in Texas 6 weeks is already full Hitler mode.
Yeah, right. 6 weeks in Texas is far right. Okay.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, really, that's madness. It is madness. The thing is that abortion is way too. The abortion laws are not just too permissive, but the premise on which the whole debate is built on the so-called pro-choice side is bonkers, right? I think I made a video about this about 4 years ago called either 5 reasons or 10 reasons why pro-choicers suck. And I anticipated then that eventually they will lose this debate, and they will, for sure. Maybe not next year, but soon enough, and much sooner than many of these so-called pro-choicers expect. And the reason being that there is such thing called demographic inertia, and the newer generations, starting with younger millennials and Zoomers and whatnot, and even some of the older millennials too. And it's true not just in the US, it's true in Europe as well. And portions of Japan and portions of South Korea, and it's getting pretty global. This sub-cohort of young people, they're more to the left on issues such as gay marriage, which is why I expect that our side will probably lose the gay marriage debate, at least in most countries, maybe not everywhere, but in most countries that debate will be lost, at least for a generation. Then of course it's going to be again resetted, because that's how things work. But on the abortion issue, most of this sub-cohort of young people are to the right of even many mainstream conservatives in Europe, right? Mainstream conservatives in Europe generally, are conservative, namely that regulations in Europe are fine as they are. And most of the younger people actually, they say no, they're not fine, they should be even more restrictive, right? Let's not forget when in Poland there was that scandal with the Supreme Court, where the Constitutional Court ruling that additional restrictions could be imposed on the already the most restrictive abortion legislation in Europe. Most of the protesters who said the Constitutional Tribunal was wrong, the protesters were not American-style pro-choicers. No, they were saying our legislation as it is now in Poland is good enough. Right? The same is true in the US. A lot of young people, a lot more than I expected, quite frankly. I mean, when I'm looking at the various polling and demographic studies, it's a much bigger share than I expected. I expected to be maybe 20%, but it's actually more like 55. They're to the right of even the Mississippi law. I mean, a significant chunk, and in some states a majority. They're like, why can't we do it like Denmark? 10, 12 weeks, that would be pretty much enough.
Yeah, right. and make sure that the millennials and the Zoomers they're still way too young in order to look into how Roe v. Wade was judged, and in the context of that era, and understand that it was a fundamentally flawed ruling, and
yes.
Because Roe v. Wade wasn't even from the beginning about specifically abortion. It was about that woman's divorce.
Yes, Roe from Roe v. Wade actually did give an interview about 10 years ago, explaining all of the details about her case. And yeah, the lady wanted a divorce, and the ruling was on Fourth Amendment grounds, right, and on privacy. And the rules surrounding divorce in her state at the time were so restrictive that they were basically breaching Fourth Amendment rights. And basically she asked the court to acknowledge her Fourth Amendment rights on that. But the court took that and expanded it on everything else, right? So, Roe v. Wade is decided on Fourth Amendment grounds, right? You have a Fourth Amendment right to abortion, which is kind of madness. I mean, I think that if we could teleport the founding fathers today, they'll probably ask for extra whiskey before listening to the reasoning. I somehow don't think that the founding fathers, when they were writing the Fourth Amendment, were thinking about, baby murder. I just don't think that is the case. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. The thing is that, judicially speaking, right, from a jurisprudence perspective, Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided. And at some point it will be partially or entirely overturned, because it has to. One of the reasons many of the younger generations are, more pro-life than their parents is because of technology. Right, in 1973, when Roe v. Wade was decided, a lot of the technology allowing even laymen, right, non-doctors, to observe and understand how pregnancy works was just not available. It had not been invented yet, right? Most of that technology was invented about 10 years after Roe v. Wade. And got perfected in 1990, 91, 92, whatever, and it became available to the masses after the turn of the century. right? And in many rural areas of the United States and Europe, it only became available like 5 years ago, right? It's a very new phenomenon, but it's a phenomenon to which younger people obviously, as always, catch on faster than old farts.
Yeah, and not just that, but there's not only the information aspect that the new generation is far more informed of how pregnancy functions, how contraceptives function, what sort of contraceptives, but even compared to the 1973 ruling, there are way more options for contraception.
Yeah, family planning is definitely a bigger issue now.
Yeah, exactly. So when you got really solid contraceptive measures currently available right now and for very cheap, so it's not exactly expensive or complicated, and a lot of them don't even need a doctor. There's an argument to be made. Okay, why again do we have in Europe 12 to 14 weeks on average? When
6 would be more appropriate, right? It is true. Now, on the other hand, there is another issue that is specific to the US, and it did not happen in Europe. In Europe, for the most part, abortion was decided via referendums, referenda, I guess would be the correct plural, or via parliamentary debates that expanded over 1 or 2 or even 3 election cycles. And it's open to amendment every time. So, if you want to change the abortion rules in any country of Europe, really, I guess with the exception of Ireland, you just, vote a different party into power, and they'll start the parliamentary elections and they'll change it. There is no such thing as, but it's a precedent. No one cares. It can be subjected to annulment or amendment anytime a political majority wants it. In Ireland, it was decided via referendum, yes. But in the US, it wasn't. In the US, it was decided via 9 wise men from Washington came down and hit the hammer with he hit the table with the hammer and said, "No, actually, we found abortion somewhere beneath the Constitution, and therefore," and that sure, it solved the problem on the short term, but it created a long-term struggle. That here we are almost 50 years later, it's still raging on, and it will continue to rage on until until the electorate gets to vote on it. Right? Because it's easier both for the right and for the left to say, look, we had a referendum, we lost. Tough. It is what it is. For a generation at the very least, we're going to have to build a different majority and maybe try again later. But when when the conclusion of the debate is forced on you, it's forced down your throat via a Supreme Court majority that already in 1973 was not necessarily representative of the country as a whole, because again, the Supreme Court has its own demographic inertia, right? So now it's not the case, right? Today, the Supreme Court majority kind of represents the country. But the Supreme Court in 2000, for instance, was not exactly representative of the country. Every 30 years or so, you get a Supreme Court that actually doesn't represent it represents the majority from 20 years before. Right? The same was true in 1973. The Supreme Court then was representative of the 1950s America, which was more democratic leaning and more interventionist, more prone to interventionism. So there's that. So as a result, that's why maybe our friends from Europe can sometimes they do wonder, why are American pro-lifers so fucking harsh? Right? They're much more passionate about the issue. They're significantly harsher. They're significantly more interested in direct activism in ways that European pro-lifers are just simply not. Well, the reason is that they didn't get their chance at making their case.
Yeah, the best option, as I would have seen it, would have been leave the
issue to the states.
Leave the abortion rules up to every state.
Well, that was the case before Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, which is how it was exactly the case before Roe v. Wade. Even as this article says, the the state of Colorado already had abortion. I don't exactly remember if it was
in '67, I think
I don't remember if it was via referendum, but I pretty sure I reckon it was via referendum 6 years before Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, California legalized it via ballot initiative for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about Colorado. But what I'm saying is that, and in Wyoming, for instance, it was never illegal to begin with, right? It was legal right from 1791. So there's that. But the thing is that if the issue is continuously being held hostage, and make no mistake, many Republican politicians love it this way. All right, they do. And the reason being, of course, because it's easier to, well, as this article says, galvanize turnout, or basically convince the NPCs to come out and vote.
Yeah,
Right.
it's definitely a debate where you can win political points.
Yes, and for the purposes of galvanizing the turnout of your own party, Republican Party in this case, and Democrat for that matter, but it's more advantageous for Republicans. The status quo, believe it or not, politically privileges the Republicans on this issue. Precisely because most Republican politicians know full well that overturning Roe v. Wade is going to take forever. And here we are 25 years later since Newt Gingrich made it a populist issue for Republicans. And it still hasn't been overturned. And it's probably going to take another 10 until it will. It will. Eventually it will, for sure. But it's going to take another, 10 years from now. That's 2 presidential election cycles and 4 midterms. Midterm cycles, not bad, right? I mean, you can still farm a lot of NPC votes because, yes, there are a lot of NPCs on the pro-life side as well. You can farm a lot of votes on this issue. So that's why it's very important to have, these kinds of trials, court actions, because at least those are not reliant on politicians that much. And yes, private initiatives, ballot initiatives in your state, like the people in Mississippi did, like the Republican majority in Texas did, because those rely slightly less on politicians and a lot more on what you as an activist can do. And at the very least, what you as an activist can do, if you fail, at least you know who the failure is. Whereas with politicians, the politicians are very capable at dispersing guilt. At obfuscating who's guilty of it. And oftentimes they themselves, the politicians, are. But they'll never say that, of course, and they'll never admit that in public.
And again, another interest group that's part of the abortion debate that definitely does not want to and will fight, which is why it will take a decade.
Planned Parenthood.
It's not just Planned Parenthood, but it's also the pharma interest, because you'll be naive to think that all the aborted fetuses end up in the trash. Oh no, they don't.
No, they don't.
And there's a huge business, particularly looking to stem cell therapy, because the ethical grounds in US are still more lax than even compared to Panama, where this has been cancelled for already 20-ish years. Stem cell therapy is again a very major and also very expensive industry, which relies on aborted fetuses in order to farm those stem cells. And not just that, but specifically this one is the easiest one to understand for the population.
Yes, and having a consistent stream of aborted fetuses is a guarantee that particularly expensive industry, and by expensive I mean it's worth around 2 trillions. 2 trillions. That's the extended business of US-based corporations in US, Canada, Mexico, and Europe. Right? And the primary material is farmed from the US. Right, sure, some of the research is not conducted in the US because other regulations related to this kind of research, some of those are very stringent in the US, but they're not as stringent in Mexico or in some countries of Europe and whatnot. But the primary material is in the US. So as a result, when you're worth 2 trillion, that will be, half of US GDP. You can definitely afford a couple of $100 million in propaganda and agitation to fight this issue. So it's an uphill battle. But the primary driver in enthusiasm for the pro-life cause was and is and will continue to be for a while technology. Right? Social media made people more tolerant on the issue of gay marriage, but they made them significantly less tolerant on the issue of abortion. Because, again, now every pleb can look. And they'll say, no, sorry, that's not a clump of cells. It's just not. And there's nothing you can do about it. What are you going to do? Censor all of the medical images that, many clinics, private clinics, post them on their website as a demo. Look, these are the services that we can offer.
And not to mention the leave videos post-abortion, which I'm pretty sure a bunch of you have seen them.
Yes.
They're not exactly the most pleasant.
Yes, and not to mention that here's another way of attacking this, and I have seen very few attempts at this, but it should be tried out more often. Don't try to attack abortion per se, but attack the clinics in court on procedural grounds. Do they impeccably inform the patients about the side effects of the procedure? The answer is oftentimes they don't. And because they don't, that makes them legally liable for any consequences. And as a result, they can be, dragged through the courts to, pay reparations, maybe get a fine, maybe get their license suspended, things of that nature, right? I mean, that's lawfare. Basically, what I'm suggesting here is lawfare. Just file lawsuits, don't necessarily expect to win any of them, but the trial is the punishment, right? Because that's exactly what they do to us. I mean, seriously, that's exactly how the left has been keeping the right in check up until about 10 years ago, when the right finally became wiser on this issue. But until about 10 years ago, that's how the left would keep the right in check. Just keep on filing frivolous lawsuits and depleting their slush funds on defense costs. Until finally the right became wiser and started doing the same, and now suddenly on most topics there is a mutually assured destruction truce, and frivolous lawsuits no longer occur. But on abortion, such armistice doesn't exist and cannot exist as long as the debate is unfree.
Yeah, and there are plenty of ways to attack it, even so. On strictly speaking, on procedural grounds, I am very sure, particularly in those black neighborhoods, the dudes or dudettes from Planned Parenthood will never explain to a black woman that if you get, say, an abortion in the 12th week, that's generally done by using an injected solution into the fetus, which will kill it, and then the body will aborted several hours later. But what they don't tell you is that not only you'll have internal uterine lesions, and those lesions will
scars,
scars exactly, will lead to either, in the best case, an increased chance of infertility, and at worst a possibility for uterine and cervical cancer to appear.
Cancer winning, no.
and treating cancer is a much more expensive ordeal.
Yes. I haven't checked, but you look it up and see if I'm wrong about this. Maybe I am. I don't know. I haven't checked. But there are certain states in the U.S., like California, that have these kinds of rules in place and laws, such as the Unruh Act of 1955 in California. Basically civil rights era laws that were meant essentially to combat segregation, but whose wording is incredibly wide. For instance, in California, there was a chap, unfortunately he was assassinated by the feminist lobby, by the way, an attorney who used to sue companies for having women-only workshops under the Unruh Act of 1950. He won almost all of them because it also includes discrimination based on sex. That particular piece of legislation that is, there we go, 60, 75 years old. Same is true with Planned Parenthood. A lot of them are intentionally placed in black neighborhoods. I don't have to explain that to this audience. I'm sure you're all aware of it. But maybe that in itself can be used to hold them legally accountable. Look it up. Maybe your state has this kind of regulation, and if it does, use it.
Especially since the trend, or not exactly the tradition on writing law in the U.S. is intentionally vague, not intentionally clear, as it is in some countries in Europe. Then there's a lot of space to play around with that, just as you mentioned with the UNRWA Act.
And again, if you lose, that's fine. But the process, the trial is the punishment, right? Get Planned Parenthood to argue in open court that it's just a pure coincidence that all of their clinics in a particular state are in black neighborhoods. It's just what happens, mate. I mean, pure coincidence.
And that's even easy to start. You can start with Chicago. You can start with Baltimore.
I'm just saying, man. Atlanta, DC. I'm just saying, I mean, it could be a coincidence, but get them to argue that, and get them to explain how come it's a coincidence. Because at the honk that can be farmed from those depositions, and always insist on being in open court, right? And in having all of the court documents published, because that's the fun part of it. Because oftentimes big lobbies, whether it's big pharma, whether it's big civil society, whereas we call it the society dressed in civilian clothes, which is an Eastern European joke at basically implying that those people are part of the deep state. So whether it's big pharma, whether it's big civil society, whether it's big abortion, in the case of the US, big abortion is a thing. They're not necessarily unwilling to admit stuff. They're very unwilling to admit them in open court. That's the aspect that that really scares them. They'll rather pay $20 million in settlement to someone not worth that much than admitting even a slight misfortune or a slight mishap in a court document that is due to be published.
Exactly, because it takes only one case like this to be used as a standard in every other state in the U.S.
There you go.
Because the rationale will be exactly the same. They're not going. There aren't exactly any other procedural differences or legislative differences in order to change the script depending on in which state you are.
Yes,
that's very nasty.
And to make it even worse, unlike Europe and generally civil law, in common law, if you as a company admitted in one court to something, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If you admitted it, that's considered a priori true forever. So the court document where you admit something, even if you did it in order to get something better out of the trial, it doesn't matter. Because you admitted it in a court document that is made public, it's a priori true forever in any other court in the same country. The same country, not county. So it's a very dangerous business for them. That's why they pay such huge amounts of money in settlements when they're cornered. You usually corner them with these kinds of procedural stuff.
Best practice would be to start a few lawsuits, get some shekels in order to fund again the operation against them. And when you decided that you had enough money, pretty much stand out of Planned Parenthood is a time to nail them to the cross.
Unfortunately, this kind of activism, judicial activism from pro-life groups, is still very small, which surprises me because pro-life groups aren't particularly poor. Pro-life groups tend to get quite decent funding, usually from churches, but they haven't been using the shekels in the most efficient way. I mean, yeah, sure, lobbying politicians is useful, but trying to pass these kinds of local ballot initiatives and all of that is great. But at the very least, try some judicial activism. Okay, maybe you'll be unsuccessful, but if you don't try it, you don't even know.
Yeah, especially in the case of churches, because I know that they're guilty of this aspect. You cannot exactly, arguing on moral religious grounds the case against abortion is okay, but it's very limited in scope. It's not something that yes, it will have some effect in terms of local communities, or probably statewide at best, but at a national scale, no, it won't.
Yeah, well, that's another aspect that is scaring the left, scaring the living bejesus out of the left, is the fact that the younger pro-life activists, they rarely engage in religious religious style of arguing against abortion, which is good. But and it's very efficient, which is why it scares, very effective. That's why it scares the left quite a lot, because the left got accustomed to saying, "Oh yes, sure, your imaginary sky daddy tells you that abortion ain't bad," and then they stumble upon someone like me, and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm an atheist." No, okay, now can we get back to the science, please? And that scares them a lot, because the secular argument against abortion is very strong. And again, the fact that technology enables even the most illiterate pleb to form an opinion, and almost, well, it's not universally, but it's like 7 out of 10, it's ruthlessly pro-life. That scares the left, and they know it. And as a result, even the New York Times, a former newspaper, has to admit that the left now is on the defensive on this issue. Now they're the reactionaries. Well, you know, wheels of justice turn slowly, but they always do.
Yes, and the wheels tend to have metal teeth around them.
Yeah, they don't get worn out, for sure, for sure. But the thing is that eventually, and by that I mean at the very least 10 years from now, maybe even slightly more than that, but eventually we'll have to force a situation, a cultural situation, where Roe v. Wade is looked at the way we look now at Buck versus Bell decision from 1927. For those not familiar, Buck versus Bell is the decision that legalized forced sterilization in the United States. Yeah, that's haram, I know. But you know, in 1927, the Supreme Court was haram as well. Sometimes shit happens. So yeah, and you'll be very hard pressed to find anyone in the current year +6 arguing that Buck versus Bell was not wrongly decided. The same will have to be true again 10 to 15 years from now. You know, by 2030 something, we'll be saying, yeah, you know, there are a few honks in the Supreme Court history, like Buck versus Bell or Roe v. Wade, and that should not be a controversial statement to say. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Expect a lot of hysterical propaganda for sure, just as we get into the what do you call it, pre-campaign season. So you know, immediately after January the 20th 2022, soon enough the hysterical propaganda machine will turn into full gear, both on the left and on the right. It will be fun, and hopefully we'll be here to comment on it. Alrighty, Daily Caller. New PAC will support school board candidates that aim to rid public schools of critical race theory. A PAC that launched on Monday, called the 1776 Project, will aid school board candidates across the country who reject the introduction of critical race theory at public schools, making it the first of its kind, Axios reported. The PAC, started by political consultant Ryan Girdusky, aims to reform our public education system by promoting patriotism and pride in American history, by abolishing critical race theory and the 1619 Project from public school curriculum, the website says. According to their website, the 1619 Project is being taught in 3,500 classrooms in the US. The PAC was officially formed in December, but was open for donations on Monday, Axios says. Girdusky said he plans to focus on school board elections in North Carolina and Florida. Numerous states across the country have made moves toward banning the teaching of critical race theory in public institutions like schools and universities, whilst others have already passed legislation that effectively bans such instruction. Idaho became the first state to prevent teachers or critical race theory facilitators from forcing students or other school staff to adopt the ideas of it. We commented on that in a previous episode. Multiple other states followed Idaho's lead. In May, Oklahoma passed a bill similar to Idaho's. The legislation drew condemnation from the Oklahoma City Board of Education, no one cares, which denounced the law. Well, tough. One member said the law was intended to protect white fragility, and another member called it racist. Who cares? Exactly that. Wah. School districts and school boards across the nation have implemented critical race theory instruction for teachers and students, which is often the backbone of so-called anti-racist or so-called equity initiatives schools have undertaken. In early May, Virginia's largest public school system asked parents and other community members about their thoughts on how the school should approach teaching anti-racism as part of its new anti-racism, anti-bias education curriculum policy. At Seattle Public Schools, teachers were told to explain how they would promulgate racial justice. These people are completely illiterate. Promulgation is a legislative process in which a law comes into force, and it's a judicial term from civil law from Europe. How teachers would promulgate racial just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, how they would promulgate, I guess, racial justice in the classroom, and white teachers were told to bankrupt their privilege, a report shows. At North Carolina's largest school district, administrators reportedly told teachers at a conference to disrupt whiteness and not let parents stand in the way of social justice instruction in the classroom. That's outright illegal. Parents in many districts have fought back after learning of school efforts to introduce critical race theory into the curriculum. The school district of Palm Beach County said it would reconsider its equity statement, which calls for dismantling structures rooted in white advantage, after parents criticized it in May as divisive and racist. Parents opposed to critical race theory instruction in Virginia's Loudoun County public schools launched an advertisement supporting a recall campaign that targeted 6 members of the school board. Slow clap. That's exactly how it's done. That's exactly how it's done. Yeah, critical race theory in schools, that's stupid. Of course it's stupid. I mean, the thing is that what I don't understand is why do Democrats invest so much in this? Considering that it is disadvantageous for them. I mean, this is a fast way of farming new conservative voters. I mean, it really is. Again, we should not interrupt the enemy when he's committing a mistake.
Exactly.
So, I'm not giving free advice to the Democrats, but I'm still wondering. I mean, I know a few Democrat operatives. They're not stupid people. I'm like, are the Democrat operatives that I know the minority in the Democrat Party? Maybe that is the case. I don't know.
Yeah, but even then, the leftist trend is when they make a mistake, they
double down
instead of simply dropping it and never speak of it again. No, they double down on their stupidity, which is why the wheels are turning against them.
Yeah, that's true, because the right had the American right has had its own moments of honks, like when they opposed rock and roll. That was stupid. But nobody speaks about that now in public. Oh, okay, that was stupid, and then shut up about it. And if you're pressed on it, you'll say, well, yeah, that was kind of stupid. Sorry, happens. But no, you're right. The Democrats, on the other hand, when they're caught doing something really supremely stupid, like the 1619 Project, which was criticized even by leftists, they double down on it. Instead of saying, okay, well, that was dumb, sorry, yeah, at least we tried.
It's probably that they still believe that this way they're going to pander to the 13% minority of a certain color in the States. Yeah, that doesn't exactly work. It's much more simpler than that.
The 13% minority doesn't care about these things.
Exactly, but
that's what they don't understand.
But they believe they care about it.
I mean, really, the blacks, right? The black minority just doesn't care about these things. Again, as a statistical rule. Yeah, sure, they overwhelmingly vote Democrat, but they don't overwhelmingly vote Democrat because of the 1619 Project. Because if that were the case, then why have they been voting Democrat since...
Lyndon Johnson?
Yeah, since LBJ. LBJ wasn't into the 1619 Project, by the way. LBJ was a segregationist. Okay? I'm just saying. Right? The famous quote from LBJ, right? I'll have those 13%ers vote Democrat for the next 15 years or 50 years, right? Well, he was right about the 50 years, but definitely the rationale behind it was not related to the 1619 Project or anything related. Critical race theory? Are you kidding me? If LBJ had heard that, they would have kicked you out from the Democrat Party.
Yeah, but then they don't make them like they used to be.
Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. But what I'm trying to get at is the consistent drop in IQ on the Democrat side. That's what I'm saying. Now, admittedly, all developed nations are seeing a slight drop in IQ, in national IQ. That's true. For whatever reason. Some blame it on immigration, some blame it on the quality of the public education, whatever. It could be all of them together and then some more. I don't know. The thing is that all developed countries are seeing this phenomenon. Some of them slightly faster, some of them slightly slower. But in terms of politics, the decline seems to be much faster and in an accelerated trend on the Democrat side. I mean, this is basic politics 101. If something like the 1619 project happens and you get it, helicoptered out of the public square, even by some of the smarter members of your own club, the correct approach is to shut up about it and never speak about it again in public, because, thou shalt not be stupid in public is part of the Bible of any political operative. But instead, let's use our subcommittees in places that maybe the national media doesn't notice, and just push it anyway, because...
Yeah, it could also be a case, one of the reasons I can see that the Democrats keep insisting on critical race theory and the 1619 project will be because there's a lot of money, particularly from the federal state, which goes into that, and they need their cash cow. But then you will have to take into consideration when is the point of not only diminishing returns, but when is the point that you're actually gaining money from the federal state because you're pushing this kind of bollocks, but then you will lose on the propaganda front. It's not exactly a reasonable translation, a reasonable transaction.
Yeah, admittedly that the liberals, the Democrats, whatever, they've been quite resilient on losses on the propaganda front. However, this one is not one of those issues. I was looking a few days ago. Even CNN was like, well, actually, this whole crime thingy and this whole anti-racism, uber alles everywhere, actually it's starting to lose us political points. Maybe it's a blind, Van Jones was saying, maybe it's a blind spot for Democrats. Really? No, not Van Jones, sorry, that guy is smart. The other leftist, the other black leftist on CNN. Don Lemon, who's an NPC, right? That guy is stupid, incredibly stupid. Van Jones is a very smart guy, by the way. It is. That guy should never be underestimated. He's a very smart guy, very smart political operative, and he's a political operative. Don Lemon is an NPC. And Don Lemon was saying, look, maybe it's a blind spot for Democrats. Maybe we should be doing this. You know what, maybe it's a bit complicated and whatnot.
If he realizes that, then you're screwed.
That same individual, right, was very busy on calling anyone a racist who dared to say, you know what, maybe that 1619 project is dumb. Maybe. It could be dumb. I'm just saying, maybe it could be dumb. Oh, you're a racist! And just 1.5 years later, Don Lemon will be like, I don't know. You know what? Maybe it's not that racist to say that the 1619 project is insane. Because that's the thing. It's insane. It's not just that it. How this particular Democrat says here. Oh, it protects white fragility. No. The problem with the 1619 project and the critical race theory thingy is not that it harms white fragility, assuming white fragility is a thing. It's not, but let's assume it is. The issue is not that it harms the fifis of white people. The problem is that it's false.
And even then, in order to come up with such a completely bullshit statement of protecting white fragility, let me remind you, in history, where did the white Americans came from? They came from Europe, the continent which was built on fire and blood for centuries. Let's remember the last war that the Americans specifically, okay, let's not say the white people went against another minority, that being the Japanese. They nuked them. so this white fragility argument does not work if you piss off the whites.
Yes, but they nuked them because they were afraid of hand-to-hand combat, right? Because they felt fragile, so they built bombs with big dicks, right? I'm serious. I've heard this argument in an academic setting, and That was my reaction too. I just started laughing and just left the room. I said, no, sorry, you're all insane. Sorry, no. And I'm not even willing to entertain such an argument. But it's true. I mean, there are a lot of left-wingers, especially in the academe, who seriously do believe these kinds of things. As we said, I believe either last episode or 2 episodes ago, the dumbest people in college, when they graduate, well, they're not going to go work at McDonald's, even though that would be very appropriate for their level of wisdom and knowledge. But they're going to work in school administration boards, right? In these kinds of administrative roles. And because they're NPCs, they have accumulated the entirety of the propaganda that was fed to them.
Pretty much straight food tube into the brain.
yes. And they're gonna try to replicate that and regurgitate it everywhere, and try to put it in policy and administrative documents and public policy proposals and so on and so forth, because that's the best that they can do. I mean, they have no skills, right?
No marketable skills except being fucking bureaucrats.
Yes. That's why I'm saying that this kind of effort, because again, they were talking about the news that a new political action committee, right, a new PAC, will try to support candidates that aim to rid public schools of critical race theory. Great. It's a very good thing to do. Finally, I mean, 10 years ago, I got a lot of flack from a few Republican friends. Many of them are still friends to me today. But, 10 years ago, they used to hate me quite a lot when I was saying, look, guys, you can't beat Obama. You can't. How about, invest where you can win? And I was suggesting these kinds of local school elections and things like that because, Obama cannot enforce his agenda without a lot of foot soldiers stuck in every single local bureaucracy. And in most local bureaucracies, Democrats don't exist if you just show up and fight them. Right? And many of them are not even, they have no idea what an election campaign is. Right? In many of, especially smaller school districts in the US, because again, I've been there, I've seen it myself firsthand, I've spoken with a lot of them. They're scared shitless of the very idea of a political operative setting foot into their town. I mean, it was a certain town in Virginia. I'm not going to say which one. I know I don't have footage from there, so it's very difficult to figure out. Well, unless you ask Langley, they might know. But a certain town in Virginia where I went to speak with the what do you call it, principal, I guess, of a bigger high school. In the same office with the individual that I was going to have a conversation with was the head of the school district. And when that individual learned that I'm a political operative, I'm like, who do you work for? And I said, look, I'm coming from Europe, and I mean, exchange of information and things like that. Yeah, but with whom? Well, basically with Republicans. And that individual became very blue on his face. Not because the individual was necessarily a Democrat, he was a Democrat, but not because of that, but because, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to be here for the school election board, you'll be fine, basically what I was trying to say. And they're like, well, if anyone decides to come here and campaign, well, most of us will be out of the job. Because most of them have never campaigned. Most of them, they were not necessarily appointed, but they ran more or less unopposed.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can get people, that's the most difficult challenge for non-leftists who try to stop critical race theory and the 1619 project and the transgenderist education and all sorts of little pet projects that the left has for American schools. The biggest challenge is to find people willing to run in those elections. If you can find them in many of these districts, it's not complicated to win. You just have to show up for the fight. And yes, don't be afraid to campaign. Because many of them have no answer, and by the time they figure it out that they have to campaign if they want to be re-elected, again, the Democrat Party has a huge inertia until they call for help, and until someone may or may not be dispatched because the party, the headquarters, usually the state HQ of the Democrat Party, may figure it out that they can politically afford to lose that school district, in which case, tough. All right. But even if they say that it's worth fighting until they dispatch some operative to help in the field, that may be weeks Time which you can use to gain such an insurmountable advantage that it won't matter.
Especially because the opposition is generally weak and lacking even basic argumentation skills.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying that they would have to call the HQ and send someone more experienced, which sometimes it can work, of course, but oftentimes, especially in smaller communities in the US, it may be perceived as an insult, basically. Well, look, you've been the head of the school board for the last 3 consecutive terms. Why can't you argue your case now that someone is actually opposing you? Why do you have to call the headquarters and send someone foreign to our community to explain to us why you should still continue to be for another term the head of the school board? Yes, that means you on the right have to adopt some nativist and populist positions, and yeah. Don't be afraid what CNN will talk about you. Who cares what CNN thinks? At the end of the day, the people at CNN do not run your schools. The people you elect run your schools. Which is, by the way, a kind of system that we need in Europe as well. This kind of where the community votes for the sheriff, community votes for the head of the schools. That would be awesome. Imagine that in Romania.
Oh boy.
I already have a huge list of people who will be out of job the next day. And as a sample, I would run the campaigns for a few of those seats for free, just to make a point of what.
Yeah, the closest thing that we had in Romania to a sheriff, which wasn't even, it was still an appointed position, but at least that officer had more contact with the community than any other officer from the police precinct, was sectorist in the 2000s.
In the communist era.
Not even the communist era, even in the early 2000s until
after the 2000s it was called the proximity police.
Proximity police.
Right. That still exists, by the way, but its attributions are
they are completely different.
Different from what it was 20 years ago. Although, to be fair, in most cities in Romania today, the head of police is appointed by the mayor. So you have some electoral leverage, albeit indirectly, kind of like Chicago, really. But the thing is that most people don't know about it and don't know how to use it, and I've learned this last year in 2020, when I went to pressure a certain mayor to do something for me, and I was like, look, I know that your friend is the head of the police, but if you lose elections, well, your friend will not gonna be the head of the police. And that particular mayor was very surprised at me using that card to play, because he wasn't prepared for that. Anyway, he outright admitted after the elections, that he did not see that coming, because nobody plays that card here. And in most of Europe, really, that's the police is not one of those institutions where we use as bargaining chips and negotiations in politics. In the US, it's very open, right?
Yeah,
in the US, this is very out in the open. But again, non-leftists should be using these kinds of institutional tools, because if you don't use them, well, inertia.
Someone else will use them, and against you.
Inertia will almost always, although not always, but almost always will put in Democrats there, who then will pull hogs like these, like critical race theory and all of that crap. So there's that. Breitbart: 5 Oregon counties vote to secede and join Idaho.
Portlandia is getting left alone.
So one step closer to the People's Republic of Portlandia. 5 rural Oregon counties voted on Tuesday to secede from the state of Oregon and join the state of Idaho. The Idaho Statesman reports thousands of people in eastern Oregon voted Tuesday for their elected officials to consider ditching their state and becoming part of Idaho. Voters in Sherman, Lake, Grant, Baker, and Malheur counties all voted for ballot measures that would lead to them becoming Idahans. People in Union and Jefferson counties had already voted in favor during the November election. The vote is only the first step of the Greater Idaho Project, which would allow some Oregon counties to join a state that advocates say more closely aligns with their political preferences. Breitbart News reported in April that the Political Action Committee and the new 501c 64 non-profit group are driving efforts that will allow rural counties in Oregon to join Idaho. Move Oregon's border founder and president of Citizens of Greater Idaho, Mike McCarter, said in a statement released on the group website on Wednesday that this election proves that rural Oregon wants out of Oregon. If Oregon really believes in liberal values such as self-determination, the legislature won't hold our counties captive against our will. If we're allowed to vote for which government officials we want, we should be allowed to vote for which government we want as well. The statement added that the election results this week were much stronger than the results in November. We got on the ballot too early in those counties, before voters had heard of the idea and before we could educate them on the benefits of joining Idaho and before we had money for ads. The results this week prove that we were right to spend a little money on educating the voters in these counties. We only spent a tenth of the spending per voter that a typical state senator campaign spends, but it was enough. Now we need to raise funds for the next counties. Greater Idaho will be on the ballot in Douglas, Harney, and probably several other counties where citizens are still collecting signatures or asking county commissioners to put it on the ballot. Crook County commissioners invited us to a meeting next week to discuss putting it on the ballot. In Oregon, several state legislatures have been quoted in the press in support of the border relocation. Reasons the Oregon legislature should want to let rural Oregon join Idaho were given by McCarter. In 2019, the average northwestern Oregonian wage earner subsidized eastern and southern Oregon counties by $367 per year. Are they willing to keep paying that just so that Oregon looks big on the map? Letting these counties go would mean that the Oregon legislature would avoid gridlock when Republican legislatures walk out to try to deny a quorum. We list more reasons at greateridaho.org. The signature gathering effort to gain political refuge from blue states was hampered last year due to the coronavirus pandemic, but it's now picking up some momentum. Several prominent elected officials in Idaho, including Governor Brad Little, have expressed support for the movement, the Oregon Live reported on Wednesday.
It's awfully suspicious that that from the people that are from Portlandia, the governor said nothing and nobody else said anything about this move.
Well, again, the governor actually expressed support.
Yeah, but this is the Idaho governor. I was talking about the Oregon governors keeping quiet on this topic.
Right. Well, the thing is that this is the kind of political trolling that I love, because it puts the opposition in that very nice position that I like to put my opponents all the time. Heads I win, tails you lose. Because there's nothing the Democrats in Portland can say that looks good on them. Nothing. Mm-hmm. If they disagree, then that means they continue to support the idea of urbanite hipsters subsidizing the hillbillies in the rural areas, right? So that's kind of haram. Not to mention that they look, tyrannical and whatnot. You breach their self-determination because, again, they will have the ballot initiative say, look, we actually want that. Right? So if they disagree, that's kind of terrible. If they agree, that's also terrible. Because, yes, the new state of Oregon, which would be smaller, would be, of course, even more blue than it is already. Sure.
Yeah.
But it would have fewer people, which means fewer electoral votes. That's one aspect. Second aspect, as part of the Greater Idaho, the newly seceded counties would make Idaho redder than it is already. Yeah. And more important, perhaps the most important, being rural counties, Idaho has lighter regulations on a lot of activities preferred by the inhabitants of those particular counties. Some of them I've been able to see them myself, some of those are mentioned in the article, some others I don't, but I presume they're pretty much similar to the ones that I have seen. So, for instance, agricultural regulations, they're much more lax in Idaho than they are in Oregon, which means there would be also an increase of wealth longer term or midterm for those counties and overall for the state of Idaho. That's another aspect. So it's a further loss of future revenue for Oregon. So it doesn't matter what the Portland Democrats say. I don't know. Heads I win, tails you lose.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember the way the map looked after these counties seceded, but Idaho is getting closer and closer to the Pacific,
Yes.
which will be a serious honk. Idaho being a landlocked state to have access to the Pacific and probably
That would be glorious.
probably put a port there.
The free port of Idaho, the free port of Greater Idaho.
Yeah, and even then, I know at least one of the Western Oregon states that seceded is also close to Northern California, which is also another region that's pretty pissed off at the Democrats from Southern California, and yeah, it's going to be more difficult to move them, but they're going to have even easier measures, and they won't need to do that much more convincing, because California is an insane state in terms of agriculture.
Yes.
You got to contend with California Water Board and the constant hogs that come from PG&E with electricity.
Yes.
Water rationing in shit. Which
the police cutting off your electricity because you don't have a license for the party mate.
Exactly. So make Idaho great again, or make Idaho greater.
Yeah, the whole issue is very interesting, because on one hand, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't studied this as profoundly as I probably should have, and I will eventually, especially if it gets closer to actually happening. There is precedent in creating two states out of one.
Yeah,
Virginia and West Virginia.
Yeah, and also the Mason-Dixie line.
That's true. That's true. Well, yeah, but that one created a separate country, right? But what I'm saying is creating a new state out of an existent one within the United States. Virginia and West Virginia, I think it's the most recent one. So there's that. So, Northern California could, in theory, secede and become, I don't know, Jefferson State or whatever, right? But removing portions of a state and joining it to a neighboring state, I'm not sure there is precedent for that. And I'm not sure how this can be done on a procedural ground. Yeah, sure, morally and democratically, whatever, it kind of makes sense, right? And those people say, look, we don't want to leave the country or whatever, but we want to be under the governorship of Idaho rather than the governorship of People's Republic of Portlandia, which is a very legitimate thing to ask.
Or the Californian Soviet Socialist Republic.
Right. Kind of like, I don't know, maybe Northern Texas wanted to join a separate neighbor or whatever. These things, they definitely are legitimate from a moral standpoint. What I don't know is how is the procedural, what does the god of legislation have to say about this? On the Romanian language podcast, we always say that the procedure is God in these kinds of things, because oftentimes the procedure is what decides things, and not the political campaigning. So I don't know if there is a precedent on this one, but it would be glorious if it were to happen.
Yeah,
it would. Sure.
Yeah, if I was to argue based on constitutional grounds, it is definitely a possibility. But in terms of procedure, yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch how the entire thing goes with the county, not exactly secession, but change,
transfer of land.
Land transfer, exactly.
It is a transfer of land within the same country, but between different states. Because, well, the US is a federal republic, but the states have a lot of autonomy. So it would, of course, imply that both legislatures of the state would agree, right? So the Idaho legislature will have to vote to welcome the new counties, and the current Oregon legislature, the bigger Oregon, temporarily still big Oregon legislature, would also have to vote that it agrees to leave those counties to go. But then what? I mean, that's the question. Then what?
But even then, the governorship in Portlandia is stuck in the fact that this unification with Idaho was decided on electoral grounds. They voted in referendums in order to unite. So if you disagree with them, then that's a pretty major constitutional kerfuffle you'll get into, because you're denying the right to self-determination.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that what I'm imagining now, and again, please correct me if you think I'm wrong, the governor in Portland could say, well, no, right? The legislature would say, yes, let them go. Idaho legislature would say, yeah, welcome to Idaho. And the governor would just veto the legislation. I'd say, no, screw you. Then I guess there are two ways, right? The legislature in Oregon votes again 2/3 to overrule the veto of the governor. I think Oregon has that rule, don't they? There are 5 states in the US that don't have this rule. The other ones do. I think Oregon is not on that short list. I hope I'm not wrong with this one. So either the legislature said, no, Mr. Governor, you will, because we say so, in which case the governor will have to say, well, tough luck, I tried. Or someone appeals it, starts using the court system, which would be quite fun to have. Even what part are they? I think they are the Ninth Circuit, right? To have some subsidiary of the Supreme Court essentially coming in and say, well, actually, yeah, it is constitutional.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that whoever did the mobilizing, because it is significant mobilizing because Oregon is pretty big and those countries are especially the biggest.
Yes, surface-wide, they're very big.
Yeah, pretty sure they've taken these things into account if it goes into jokes at the district court and potential vetoes. I'm pretty sure they got these covered.
I mean, surface-wise, the counties mentioned in this official statement are about the size of Hungary and Slovakia combined, and then some, ish, right? Give or take. Population-wise, they're not that big, but surface-wise, they're huge places. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right, moving further. Again, as I said, the first segment is only with good news, these kinds of things. CNBC conservative group launches ad campaign against woke capitalism, targeting CEOs by name. That's awesome. A conservative group is launching an advertising campaign on Tuesday designed to push back against what it sees as woke capitalism, spending more than $1 million on ads targeting the CEOs of Coca-Cola, American Airlines, and Nike. The ads are sharply critical of the CEOs on a range of issues ranging from childhood obesity to allegations of forced labor in China. Organizers say the campaign, which is being mounted by the conservative group Consumers Research, is designed to change the thinking in corporate boards around the economic and political costs of getting involved in flashpoint issues such as voting rights. Increasingly, we're seeing companies taking their eye off the ball, said William Hild, executive director of the Consumers Research. Our focus is always on the consumer, and that's what it should be for these companies as well, but increasingly we're seeing them work to curry favor with woke politicians rather than focusing on, well, serving their consumers. The Dark Money Group says it will not disclose who is financing the campaign, saying it respects the donor's privacy. Consumers Research says it will run the ads on CNBC, Fox Business, and the local stations in the cities where the companies are headquartered. There will also be an online component to the campaign, replete with the ominous video of the CEOs and casting them very much like opposition candidates in a political campaign. The ads target the companies by the company CEOs by name. The ads criticize American Airlines CEO Doug Parker for his high pay at time of layoffs and taxpayer bailouts for the industry. They target Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy over obesity in America, and they criticize Nike CEO John Donahoe over allegations of forced labor in China. Asked for comment on the new campaign, American Airlines referred CNBC to its statement in April on its involvement in the Texas voting rights dispute. Quote, "As a Texas-based business, we must stand up for the rights of our team members and customers who call Texas home and honor the sacrifices made by generations of Americans to protect and expand the right to vote." Coca-Cola and Nike did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Yeah, sure, Nike will for sure defend its forced labor in China, of course. The decision to weigh in on political issues is a fraught one for American CEOs who generally prefer to avoid fights that could alienate many customers. In a CEO survey out Tuesday, Fortune magazine's Alan Murray reports that chief executives are split right down the middle on the issue. 50% of those surveyed agreed that CEOs have a responsibility to speak out on important social and political issues and should continue to do so, but another 50% agreed with the statement that CEOs have recently gotten too involved in commenting on social and political issues and need to pull back. Writes Moray, quote, more than 80% agree that everything possible should be done to make it easy for every citizen to vote, but countering that belief is a strong desire to stay out of the partisan crossfire and perhaps not be called woke by the editors of the Wall Street Journal.
Ouch.
Yeah. So, consumers research.
Yeah, that's a very nice name.
A very, very apt name. Consumers research, as in research made by the consumers, so, with an apostrophe at the end. Yeah, rule number 13, pick the target, freeze it, and personalize it. Right? Cut off the support network and isolate the target from sympathy. Go after people and not institutions, because people hurt faster than institutions. Yep.
And to give them an extra idea, there are several companies, particularly in tech, that also have Chinese financial involvement.
Apple.
Not Apple is the biggest target, but there are also other companies which have financing from Tencent, which is also another company that's much more friendlier with China than people think. And not just that, you can also take a job at Microsoft for that stunt with trying to buy that cancerous social media, which I can't remember right now because I don't use it. TikTok, yeah, exactly. Yeah. See how much I know about technology. I forget about the biggest trend right now. That could also be used, say with the new guy that he's literally China's man. Yeah. Ideas are coming if you focus long enough, particularly that the anti-Chinese sentiment is getting more and more traction. And as you know, the anti-China the train has no brakes.
I will take the time to write a policy proposal email to consumers research, particularly suggesting them that they should not be so busy with this kind of childhood obesity. Okay, boomer, no one cares about that. Yeah, sure, childhood obesity is terrible, but that's the business of parents, not the business of CEOs or pressure groups, campaign groups, whatever. But the China one, yeah, that's a very good topic. That's a very good topic. And this kind of phrasing and framing and directing of videos of basically casting the CEOs as the opposition. That's a very, very nice way. I'm looking forward to see the first one. I've seen some shorter clips of the short clips. It's not good enough to get the answer that I need, namely that if they manage to create the clips in such a way that it doesn't explicitly sound conservative, because that's the point. You don't, right? It's kind of like the Center for Social Research, right? 100 years ago. You don't call it the Center for Marxism, you call it the Center for Social Research. Same here, right? You don't say conservatives concerned about CEOs being idiots in public. No, you call it the consumers research, right? That's the same thing. The video clips will have to also not be obviously conservative, because in such a way, if you do it the way I suggest, it brings on even a lot of far leftists, because again, in circles of leftists that aren't routinely stupid in public, they are also aware that wokeism is the corporation's way of keeping the left busy with irrelevant nonsense, and thus keeping the left's attention away of issues such as forced labor and anti-unionization policies and intentional devaluing of salaries, tax evasion, which is a very big issue for leftists. For me, it's not taxation, it's theft, but you get the point, right? And if you can get the support of some of those people, not the financial support, you will never get that, But you may get them to write letters to become part of the pressure group. Yeah, use them as useful idiots. I know. That's immoral, but it's effective.
You use them pretty much as bishops on a chessboard.
There you go. There you go. Right. Because that's the part that they don't expect, right? I mean, especially for the marketing departments of these companies, if they see 1 or 2 or 3 or even 10 conservative groups opposing them, they may have already factored that in when they made a particular marketing decision. But if they see 20 conservative groups and 6 or 7 left-wing ones, that can create trouble for them. Also, another aspect that should be applied more often, I've only seen it applied once or twice against big corporations. It always works when it is applied, but it's very rarely applied. Get one of your own inside of that corporation, somewhere very close to the marketing department. It doesn't have to be in the market. It would be great if it is inside the but if it's not, that's okay. But it has to be somewhere around there. And just keep track on these kinds of activism initiatives. And whenever they show up, your guy will file a complaint against the marketing department with the HR or to the CEO personally, and basically get those people isolated within their company and cut them off from the support network and from sympathy. And then the CEO will embrace the opportunity, because the CEO will say, well, I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault. There were some idiots at the marketing department. We just fired them all. Now it will be fine. And that's how you get the end of wokeism from that company, at least for a while. And the CEO is also happy for having kept his or her job, and even appear in front of the board of directors or the shareholders meeting saying, look, I even solved the chronic problem of this company, yada, yada, yada. Because again, even inside the corporations, there is such thing as an election campaign where you have to present results. And oftentimes it's not just about economics, unfortunately. A very financially performing CEO could still end up being voted out of the company if the shareholders or the board of directors, depends on the company and the governance rules that it has,
receives too much flack from the public.
I mean, since we mentioned Apple earlier, Steve Jobs had this happening to him a few times, not just once. There's that famous incident when he was kicked out of his own company, but it happened more recently as well, precisely because of that. The company was performing very well economically under his ideas, but I think it was the Foxconn scandal that created a lot of internal kerfuffle out of it. Even though, economically speaking, it sounded like and it appeared to be a good idea at the time, and it was at the time. That was still not enough to convince the board of directors or the shareholders. So there's that. And of course, vote with your wallet. I mean, one of the best ways to have something, to have a say in these companies is become a shareholder. Unlike the governor and the government in general, companies have a first responsibility to their shareholders, not to the citizens in general. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, I'm glad to see that conservatives have finally moved beyond the slacktivist period. Every young political movement has a slacktivist period. And I'm glad to see them finally moving beyond that, because, all of those big boycotts, they rarely work. Now, it did work with Gillette, fair point. But then again, Gillette was really stupid in public, so it also was the kind of honk that was just beyond the pale. But generally, these kinds of mass boycotts don't work, but these things do. Right? Attacking the CEO personally, infiltrating one of your own into their institution, becoming a shareholder and becoming a voice there, these things work, because unlike general boycotts and social media trends, which some companies are stupid enough to care about, most companies don't, because they don't have a duty to care about. But they do have a duty to care about what their shareholders think.
Yeah, and try not to mess it up, just like in the Coca-Cola scenario of blaming the CEO for childhood obesity. No,
Yeah,
there were much better arguments to be used against him rather than childhood obesity.
Yeah,
For example, that the marketing stunt with the rainbow flag on Coke bottles, that was a much better one, which would have much more reach than simply
I disagree.
obesity.
The better argument would be the one with try to be less white.
And that one as well.
Because unlike the rainbow one, which again is yes, it is a controversial issue, but as we were saying at the beginning of this episode, a lot more people are for that kind of crap than against it. So yes, it would create controversy, but it's not necessarily a winning issue. But try to be less white. That's the kind of honk that is not really, I mean, yeah, sure, the furthest fringes of the Democrat Party will try to phrase it as a partisan issue, but down in the public is not a partisan issue. Right? I mean, a lot of Democrat voters would not identify opposition to try being less white as a distinctly Republican talking point, because it's not. Right, it's not. If anything, it's an anti-racist talking point. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. So yeah, again, it is a stretch. I'm not saying it's wrong factually. Yeah, sure, the consumption of Coca-Cola has contributed and does contribute to childhood obesity. Yada yada. That's true. But blaming the CEO personally for that, that's already a stretch, and also most importantly, it denies the agency of parents. I mean, at the end of the day, who is at fault for 10-year-olds consuming too much Coke? Well, it's the parents. It's that easy. Just because a product exists doesn't mean you have to consume it. And if you do, well, it's your fault. And in the case of 10-year-olds, their parents' fault. Easy. Alrighty, moving very to the south, France 24. Thousands rally at motorbike parade for Brazil's Bolsonaro despite the pandemic. Brazil President Jair Bolsonaro led a motorbike rally through Rio de Janeiro on Sunday as throngs gathered amid the coronavirus pandemic to cheer him on. The far-right leader was accompanied by a substantial security detail at the head of several thousand motorbikes that was screened live on the president's official Facebook page. Yeah, I've seen it live.
Glorious.
Glorious. The parade comes as Bolsonaro has tried to galvanize his support base. Maybe I should nationalize the footage from Bolsonaro's page and put it here so people get to watch it. The parade comes as Bolsonaro has tried to galvanize his support base at a time when his popularity has sunk to its lowest since he took over the presidency in January 19, with the latest opinion polls putting him behind ex-President Lula ahead of next year's election. We'll see about that. A Senate commission is investigating his pandemic management, with 450,000 people having died of COVID-19. Sunday's rally started at the 2016 Rio Olympic Park and lasted an hour and a half while heading along with the city's most iconic beaches, Ipanema and Copacabana. Supporters lining the route cheered on the president and waved Brazilian flags. About half an hour into the parade, the motorbike stopped for a few minutes while Bolsonaro, wearing a helmet but no face mask, oh my goodness, stood on his machine and waved to the crowds who chanted "Legend" back at him as engines were revved. Vroom, vroom. On Friday, Bolsonaro was fined by the northeastern state government for the promotion in Maranhão of gatherings with no sanitary safeguards. Yeah, I'm sure Bolsonaro will have trouble sleeping over that. Bolsonaro has handed out rural property titles in front of throngs of maskless people at an event in a town in Maranhão state where gatherings of more than 100 people are banned. I'm sure Bolsonaro cared deeply about this. Bolsonaro's office has 2 weeks to appeal, after which the amount of the fine will be set. Yeah, I'm sure he's very troubled by it. At the end of April, Bolsonaro said that he was waiting for a sign from the people to put an end to the pandemic restrictions taken locally by mayors and governors to try to slow the virus spread, insinuating that he could even deploy the army. Since then, pro-Bolsonaro demonstrations have taken place every weekend with no hint of social distancing. The president has been milking the attention, even appearing on horseback at the demonstration by farmers in the capital, Brasilia. Yes, orden e progreso. I'll leave the footage to run. Hopefully I'll be able to nationalize it from Bolsonaro's Facebook page. Yeah, what I'm saying is that this is not new from Bolsonaro. I mean, that's how Bolsonaro treated the whole pandemic since the onset of it in Brazil, which was, I think, in April 2020, slightly delayed from the northern hemisphere. And look, the guy has had it himself, has had this fluffy cough, and he coughed a little bit, got over it, and that would be pretty much it. So the whole idea that, oh my God, also considering that in almost every country in the world that has measured this cough efficiently, in almost all of them, the 6% rule that first confirmed by the CDC got confirmed in country after country after country. The 6% rule being that roughly 6% of the people that the official stats say they died of this cough, because of this cough, actually just 6% of them died because of this cough. So, 6% of
450,000.
Of the 450,000, yeah, sure, that's still a lot of people, but it's 23,000. That may sound terrible until you realize that Brazil has 230 million people, right? So 23,000, 0.001.
Yeah, Brazil in the recent history had a much more scary encounter with the virus, and that was with Zika, because that would have caused much more longer term issues at the societal level than
mass infertility.
Than the cough ever would have, because those 23,000 people would have been back in a few months.
Even less than that.
Less than that. Let's just be very conservative.
Try a few days. But no, seriously. I mean, yeah, sure. The death of 23,000 people is terrible, but it's a cough. Still, it's a cough. And even if we are, but this is the point that Bovidiu made in the Romanian language podcast. Even if we are to say that, okay, fine, the numbers are correct. Okay, fair enough. So what? That still doesn't justify the amount of economic destruction wrought and brought by cough measures. And Bolsonaro is right in saying, look, Brazil cannot afford them. Even if we are willing to get into debt and whatnot, let's say we are, they're not, but let's say we are, that we still can't afford them. And Bolsonaro is not wrong. As president of the Federal Republic, at the very least, he has access to the accurate financial data of Brazil. And, it's still mostly a relatively poor country. They still can't afford it. Not to mention that even if you can afford it, you still shouldn't be implementing them. But especially if you can't afford them, maybe you shouldn't be implementing them.
Yeah, particularly because there are still a lot of people in Brazil that live at the poverty line, and forcing them to stay in the house because of, oh my God, they're going to cough, means that you're essentially condemning them to starvation. And that's one which has a 99% chance of death.
Yeah, the case fatality rate in terms when it comes to starvation tends to be significantly higher than this little guy. This little guy is just fluff, but starvation is not fluff at all. It's not a fun thing. So there's that. But the thing is that what surprised me pleasantly is that Bolsonaro was willing to follow through with the whole thing, because 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whatever, we read the news that said, well, look, I'm going to send the army if you disagree. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still the head of the armed forces, and if you keep imposing these kinds of measures that make no sense, I'm going to force you to stop, because the constitutional right to free assembly is more important than the imaginary right not to cough. And even some of the people that voted for Bolsonaro were a bit skeptical, say, well, yeah, that's a bit of posturing. But then he followed through with the statement that, look, if the people give me a sign, I'm going to start actually going down the field and insist upon my point of view. And then he did. So, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, it is. It is awesome. And yes, I'm an ardent follower of Jair Bolsonaro's Facebook page because it's so much fun. I mean, it's so much fun. Even last year, I'm at the peak of the panic, because again, the peak of the pandemic in Brazil was hit in January 2021. That was the peak of the pandemic. But the peak of the panic was in June or July last year. And the guy still called upon the crowds and held speeches, and that's where actually he got the virus himself on one of his own rallies, right? And he roughly more or less stayed at home for a few days. Actually, not a few weeks, a few days.
Yeah, exactly. It was like for 5 days that he stood at home, and he just got back.
Yeah, and of those 5 days, like 2 of them did not, because he usually posts at least once a day on his Facebook page, and for 2 days in a row he did not post on the Facebook page, and the third day he wrote a small text that said, look, I'm still coughing, just be patient for a little while. And then the fourth day he posted a video of himself from home coordinating a government meeting. Saying, well, look, it's a cough, bro. But yeah, today, however, 14 months into this madness, he's in a better position politically. That don't listen to the whole way. Yeah, but the polls. Yeah, but my polls.
Yeah,
now.
Pollsters have been eating shit uniformly in the West, including South America, for already a few years.
Yeah, but he's now in a better position because now you see some of the. What was conspiracy theory 3 months ago is now mainstream news. Like, this Wuhan cough comes from the Wuhan virology lab in Wuhan. 3 weeks ago, you would get banned on Facebook for saying this. Today, Facebook be like, yeah, actually, it could be coming from, well, whatever. The Globalist Times calls Fauci a traitor. We'll talk about that when we get to Asia. And Bolsonaro, just like Trump, were among the first leaders to say right from the get-go, well, look, actually, this kind of smells like a bioweapon from China. And of course, he himself got censored on social media several times for saying that. And now he'll be able to go and say, look, actually, I was right. Vote for your favorite president, because your favorite president tends to be right. Not just right-wing, but right on issues. Right? So there's that. A lot of the things that he said, not all of them, of course, but he was much more often closer to the truth than his opponents. Right? And now there's been several months since several conservative states of Brazil have followed entirely with the Bolsonaro strategy on dealing with the cough, namely, you just leave people alone. You issue some recommendations. If they want to follow them, great. If they don't, that's also great. And that will be pretty much it. Right? And now it's like the 3rd or the 4th month consecutively when you can also post accurate data and say, look, these are the states that listened to your favorite president, and these are the states that didn't. Now let's look on the graphs, and oftentimes they look identical or slightly worse in the states that did not listen to your favorite president. So he's in a much better position, and the elections are next year. So by next year it will become very, very clear for most people.
Yeah, when the economic data state by state will appear, and it will look pretty disastrous.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, let's see. Local economy has dropped by this many percent in this state, but also let's remember that this state had insane lockdowns and stupid rules because they didn't want to cough. I wouldn't want to be one of those mayors or governors in those provinces a year from now on.
Yeah, and the presidential election is a year from now. By that time, a lot more of reality about this cough will become mainstream news, because today's conspiracy theory is tomorrow's mainstream news, like the origins of this cough, or what else? The double masking is bullshit. Now it's mainstream news. Oh yeah, natural immunity is actually equal or better than the one of the genetical therapy.
Experimental genital
Experimental
therapy.
genic therapy, right? A few days ago, the Wuhan Honk organization came and said, actually, that's true. Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah, with the Wuhan Honk organization changing the rules several months back. If you remember that
they changed the very definition of herd immunity.
Yeah, exactly, of herd immunity. This is what they changed. They said that in terms of the COVID-19, it's not you cannot get exactly natural immunity, but you can only get vaccine-related immunity. Like that's how nature worked in the past 200,000 years.
Yeah, because well, in fairness, there are viruses and diseases, whatever bacteria, which you can get sick of, recover, and you don't get immunity from. But it's either that or you do. It cannot really be in between, right? And considering that there are quite a few, and by quite a few I mean several hundreds of millions of people on the planet, like myself, who caught the wilder version, the Wuhan version. I caught it brought fresh from Italy a year and 3 months ago, and still haven't been able to catch it again. One person is an anomaly, 2 persons may still be an anomaly, 150 million could be a trend, 500 million could be a rule, right? Well, it's not 500 million, but it's 200 and something million. At that point, you can say, well, maybe it's that such thing called the longer-term natural immunity is a thing. Maybe. You don't have to be an epidemiologist to reach to this conclusion. And again, Bolsonaro has been particularly keen at presenting these arguments in common people's parlance. He sounded like a normal person, saying, look, let's use logic here, okay? And eventually he used it, and of course he did, he should have. He used his own examples. Look, your favorite president got the cough and got it while being in the middle of the people, and
it happens.
It happens, whatever. And you coughed a little bit, and that will be pretty much it. So why so much trouble? The whole thing with the polls, I don't know. I remember in 1918 when the election was held, some of the polls were showing him like 5 points behind his opponent.
2018, not 1918.
I said 18.
Oh, 18.
Okay. Right. They were showing him 5 points behind his opponent like 2 days before the election. And, I was looking at it, I don't think Bolsonaro will lose. No. I think it's time for a conservative administration in Brazil, and it will be a conservative administration. I even wagered with a Brazilian friend on that because he was man, we worked so much in the campaign. What if we lose? I'm like, you're not going to lose. You'll win. You'll be fine. Now, of course, just like in the US, you have this thing of, president's favorability and whatnot. But let us not forget that a lot of presidents in Brazil, in the US, in France, got re-elected with only 30% favorability. Because, favorability is not vote intention. Right? You can win elections with 29% favorability. And you can lose elections with 60% favorability. By lower turnouts, for instance. I'm just saying. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. But yeah, the glorious parade in Rio de Janeiro. I mean, these are the kinds of leaders that I like, right? With balls. And what? It's dangerous. We're gonna cough. Alrighty, 100,000 people in a parade. What could possibly go wrong?
Super spreader event.
Super spreader event. But speaking of super spreader event, what happened with those huge full stadia in Texas? Are they all dead, right? It's been about a month since the first huge events. There was one particular baseball match held in Texas that had 78,000 people in attendance, and according to their statistics, it was the biggest baseball event in history of Texas. So you can't say that it had any limitations or sanitary precautions in it, obviously.
Obviously.
How many of those people are dead now because of Wuhan honk. How many of them? One? Maybe. I mean, statistically speaking, probably 10 of them are dead by now, right? But how many of them due to the Wuhan flu? I don't know. 1? 0? Probably 0, but...
Or statistically irrelevant.
Even if all 10 of them, I mean, it would still be irrelevant. But that's the thing, we're still waiting for all of those motorbikers from the United Kingdom to be all dead, who held events in May or June last year. We're still waiting for all of those bikers who held big, huge events in the US monthly since July last year, the last one being just 3 weeks ago. Are they all dead? They're kind of the same people from the footage from last year, 2 years ago. It seems that they're probably not dead. I'm just saying. So
No, actually there were more this year than they used to be last year.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Significantly more because you know that they gather on a huge field. I forget the town.
I can't remember that one either.
Yeah. But still, you
the
can see
size.
Yeah, you can see in terms of the size, it was around 30-40% more than in any other year before that, without the cough.
Yeah. So I'm just saying. I mean, and that's another reason why the members of the Wuhan cough's witnesses church, the reason they go full hysterical about it, well, the smarter ones, the stupid ones they go full hysterical because they seriously believe they're all gonna die because of this fluffy cough. But the smarter ones, they go full hysterical because they know for sure that the more of this happens, the faster the panic curve gets flattened, right? Because it's one thing when a few people make even a large march like the one that was in Germany in the middle of the panic in May last year, right, which had several hundred thousands of people marching on the streets of Berlin. Okay, but it was one event. Well, maybe it was a one-off. Maybe all of those people are conspiracy nuts and whatnot. But once you see, full stadia in Florida, full stadia in Texas, full stadia in Brazil, these kinds of marches, glorious marches in the to praise Bolsonaro, bigger and bigger events all over Europe, most of them without a license, but who cares? Big concerts in Russia, by the way. Eventually people will start to hold on a second. Maybe this thing is not that dangerous. Maybe it isn't. Right. Just how we use here locally footage from any random football match in Bulgaria, right? Nobody got vaccinated in Bulgaria. Statistically, nobody. Like 4% of the population. So basically nobody, right? And for some reason, the whole country isn't coughing. Well,
shocking.
Well, the reason being that they all coughed last year. People who may not remember, in July and August and early September last year, there were 73 consecutive days of protests in Sofia, with every day getting a turnout between 90,000 at the lowest and 175,000 at its highest, which in a country so small as Bulgaria, that's huge.
Yeah, in a country which is 4 million people.
It's slightly bigger than that, but still, I mean, getting all of them into Sofia, it's a challenge in and of itself, and getting them there to stay for 2 months and a half. Ouch, that's complicated. And guess what? Yeah, sure, most of them did cough. Yeah, most of them did catch the Wuhan flu, but
meanwhile we're still waiting for the piles of bodies.
Yeah, and, we kept on joking that how many weeks are we supposed to wait until Bulgarians will be gathering piles of bodies of the side of the road? And of course, none of that happened because it's not that dangerous. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Probably, most likely those smart panic cars are full of shit.
Yeah, and some of them intentionally so, because that's important. Most recently, a few days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, the Globe and Mail, which is a Canadian publication, one of the panic cards wrote an editorial, an opinion piece, whatever, saying, well, maybe we should cut down on the hygiene theater. I'm sorry, what? Exactly a year ago, I got suspended on one of these so-called platforms when I said exactly that. I was saying, almost all of the measures are not just illiberal, useless, immoral, and illegal, but they're a theater. They have no connection to epidemiology whatsoever. And I got suspended for medical disinformation. Well, no, they are a theater. they are theater. The purpose is somewhere else. Most recently, the scientists from SAGE in Britain admitted that they basically used propaganda tools to brainwash people and scare them into submission. Oh, I was surprised. That was shocking. Really. And that's one of the reasons why many panickers dislike Bolsonaro, because he refused to be afraid himself. He caught it himself, and he got a slightly serious than the statistical norm form of COVID-19, by the way. Most people were in a significantly better state of health while contaminated with this cough than Bolsonaro himself. He was kind of a statistical outlier, just like Boris, by the way. But unlike Boris, he was still not afraid. He refused to be afraid, at least in public. Maybe he was privately afraid, I don't know. But at least in public, he refused to be afraid, continued to project an image of strength, because that's what a leader is supposed to do. And that's why you're being put there, not to be a whiny sissy. I'm just saying. I could be wrong, considering how many whiny sissies run governments in Europe. Maybe I'm wrong. But, Brazilians seem to disagree, given the huge turnout, because make no mistake, the people who turn up to these rallies are the ones most enthusiastic in their support for Bolsonaro, and also the ones least likely to give a damn whether they get the cough or not, or maybe they have had it already.
Yeah.
But you also have a segment of the Brazilian electorate who may be slightly afraid of this cough, but generally still think that the Bolsonaro way of treating it as a public policy is still superior to the Wuhanization method promoted by, the left. So there's that.
Yeah, and the differences can be seen pretty obviously, particularly because Rio de Janeiro is pretty much
kind of like San Francisco.
Yeah, sort of like San Francisco. Yeah. And then differences are obvious and will be observed over time, which is why I don't exactly have any reservations that Bolsonaro may not succeed in 2022 at the election on the basis of the cough.
There is such thing as erosion in power, right? The second you got in power, you start losing points in the polls. That's true. That it's true in almost all democracies. Not all. There are some societies that don't function like that, but Brazil definitely functions like that, just like Romania. There's a lot in common between Brazil and Romania. That's why I'm getting my analysis on Brazil almost always correct, because I just use the same assumptions that I use in Romania, because we're very similar people. And yeah, sure, there is such thing as erosion, right? You lose votes because you are in power. So eventually, you're going to piss off a certain segment of your electorate. That's inevitable. But if Bolsonaro is to lose the next year's election, and I don't think he will, but if he is to lose, it's not going to be because of this. It's going to be because, I don't know, maybe some hardliners are not happy enough with the measures to to reduce crime, or maybe some of the less decided voters who decided to stay at home in 2018, in November, I think it was 2018, will now turn up and vote for the opponent, and especially if the opponent will be Lula, who still retains a lot of popularity, because just like the Romanian people, the Brazilian people, they sometimes do tend to latch on a very corrupt leader because potato. That's the case with Lula. So yeah, but again, if he is to lose next year, it's not going to be because of this cough. For the most part, by and large, except for the very hipsterish, shielded life type of electorate, which you can find quite a lot of it in Rio de Janeiro, most of the rest of the country will be like, maybe it's just a cough. But maybe it's just we've been through coughs before, and Brazil has had a lot of coughs that rarely or never spread outside of Brazil, but inside the country wreaked havoc. So there's that. All right, let's take a break. We shall listen to Guillotine Queen from Shice Squad, and then we'll be back with, Europe.
I'll be a guillotine queen. Born in the wrong body to be this country's king. Only chance is to play naughty, so I gotta lose this thing. Gotta face man's greatest fear, 'cause it's the current year. And I gotta wear this stint and make my downstairs coherent. And if I just follow through, then I'll rule all over you. If I can't be your emperor, I'll be a guillotine queen. If I can't be your emperor, I'll be a guillotine queen. First things first, my status is the worst. Gotta make my status fit in. Kindle double dipping, ready for some sniffing. Current year, gotta get that shot. If you want to make it to the top, if I can't be your emperor, I'll be a guillotine queen. If I can't be your emperor, I'll be your guillotine queen, guillotine queen, guillotine, guillotine, guillotine queen, guillotine, guillotine, guillotine queen, guillotine, guillotine queen.
Alrighty, we're back. You've listened to Scheiß Squad from Germany. Links in the description if you want to buy their stuff or listen to some more of it. Alright, closer to home, Europe. Newsweek. France bans gender-neutral language in schools, citing harm to learning. France has banned the use of gender-neutral language in schools, citing harm to the learning of the French language. In a decree sent to schools, of course it's a decree because it's France, sent to schools across France, the country's education ministry aimed to end the use of midpoints that designate both masculine and feminine endings to words. As the Telegraph reported, in the French language, nouns reflect the gender of the object they're referring to, and the masculine ending is usually dominant. For example, a group of friends including 5 women and 1 man would be written as ami, but the midpoint would change the spelling of the word to ami.e.s. Again, Jesus Christ, that's insane. The education, mon Dieu. The education ministry's decree seeks to end the use of midpoint in words, hallelujah, stating that it creates confusion in learning the language. In the decree, Hélène Carrère d'Ancos, perpetual secretary of the French Academy, les immortels, and Marc Lambron, current director of the French Academy, stated that the use of gender-neutral language in schools is harmful to the practice of intelligibility of the French language.
Well, he's got a point there.
Oh, definitely. The decree sent to schools stated that so-called inclusive writing should be avoided, which notably uses the midpoint to simultaneously reveal the feminine and masculine forms of a word used in the masculine when it is used in one sense. In addition, this writing, which results in the fragmentation of words and agreements, constitutes an obstacle to reading and understanding the written word. The impossibility of verbally transcribing texts using this type of writing hampers reading aloud as well as pronunciation and consequently learning, especially for the youngest, the decree stated, which was translated by Google. I guess Newsweek was unable to find a French speaker, right? That's why the article sounds terrible. So basically Newsweek, a very respectable publication, publishes Google Translate. Amazing. According to the Telegraph, Nathalie France's State Secretary for Priority Education, said that the use of midpoints dislocates words and breaks them into two. Well, actually into three in the case of Les Amis. With the spread of inclusive writing, the English language, already quasi-hegemonic across the world, would certainly and perhaps forever defeat the French language, Elimar said, according to the Telegraph. France's Education Minister Jean-Michel Blanquet told the French newspaper Le Journal du Dimanche that the use of midpoints also poses an issue for students with learning disabilities. Putting dots in the middle of words presents a barrier when it comes to teaching the French language, Blanquet told Le Journal du Dimanche. Despite the decree from the Education Ministry, the French Teachers Union, the Sud Education Union, issued a statement criticizing the decree and called for schools across the country to ignore it. Our union demands from the minister that he stops trying to impose his backwardness on the educational community. SUD calls on staff to take no account of these instructions from another time and to exercise as they wish, depending on professional situations, the full use of their pedagogical freedom. The union said in a statement translated by Google again. Christ Almighty. Newsweek reached out to the Education Ministry in France for comment, but did not receive a response in time for publication. Of course they probably did not reply. They saw you translate using your Google Translate, which from French to English sounds absolutely atrocious.
By Allah, I have found cases of cancer caused directly by text written by Newsweek.
Christ Almighty. Now, admittedly, Newsweek is pretty terrible in general, but Christ Almighty. So, first of all, the article is insanely terribly written.
Not only that, but this article would have been much nicer if they actually had a French speaker, or at least pay some dingus on Fiverr to pay him $20 or $50 to explain these nuances and how retarded they sound in the French language. And it actually does. It is actually a legitimate argument with students with learning disabilities. Imagine a blind person having to use multiple dots because some.
How do you represent those in Braille?
You can, but it's incredibly confusing, and particularly in French Braille.
Yeah, in French Braille for 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds. Now, good luck with that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that it really does harm the process of learning written French.
Yeah, and how exactly do you explain a blind person? But this is about deconstructing the masculine dominance in the French language. You what? Donc quoi?
Right. Unfortunately, this isn't the first attempt. Even this article quotes the French Academy, that would be the Les Immortals, who've issued a binding decree calling this whole degeneracy absolutely haram about 3 years ago, and they just keep insisting that, look, we don't change our mind, this is still haram. But this is not the first attempt, and it's not the first. It may be relatively new to the French people, but French-speaking populations in other places, such as Haiti, or such as the French-speaking populations in the United States. Friendly reminder: the city is called New Orleans. Or French-speaking populations in Canada,
or the ex-French colonies from Africa.
Yeah, but it's a lot less common in Africa. But other French-speaking populations have been subjected to this kind of disdainful nonsense for at least a decade, if not more. Of course, it did not catch on. Regular Francois on the streets cannot necessarily explain to you why this is bullshit, but it's very obviously bullshit to him, and generally to the average person it's obviously insane. Similar attempts have been made in Spanish as well. May I remind to everyone the concept of amigas, as in AMIG at the email symbol and S at the end. That would be the gender neutral word for friends. In Spanish, just like in French and in Romanian, if it's a group of friends of 5 women and 1 man, you use the masculine plural. Because that's the rule that we all inherited from the Latin language, which also functions in a very similar fashion. Same thing happened in Germany. And it's been attempted to have it imposed in the press as well. It failed. Even left-wing press be like, actually, no, we're not going to do that. But you can still see it. I hope I'll be able to find the exact footage for that. And if I do, I'll put it on the screen for you to watch. The Green Party in particular is very keen on gender-neutral spelling. All right. So you have things like, for instance, for students, right? Again, in German, just like in French, and if it's 5 female students and 2 male students, you use the masculine plural. But the woke circles, the German-speaking woke circles, they came up with the idea and use something like Studierende, which makes no sense whatsoever. And not only the word, the plural doesn't make any sense at all, and it sounds wrong and foreign for any German, native German-speaking person, but it's also written with an asterisk in the middle of the word, and the capital I also in the middle of the word. Now take that for confusing.
Well, see, this is the difference between civilized languages, like the ones that are derived more or less from Latin, and barbarian languages, which like they take German.
Yeah, but again, even in German, I mean, the German has a lower layer of Latin itself. I mean, for instance, the only modern language that still keeps the ablative case from Latin is German. French ditched it, Italian ditched it, Romanian ditched it, Portuguese ditched it, German didn't. Admittedly, it's very rare, and you have to be very erudite in the German language to be able to come up with an example of the ablative case, but it exists. But still, I mean, German already is confusing because you have to write all sorts of words with a capital letter anyway in the middle of the sentence.
Or the nouns.
Almost all of the nouns.
Almost all the nouns, yeah.
Yes. But now you have the woke people coming and saying, no, you need capital letters in the middle of the word as well. What? And asterisks. like why? Well, because otherwise it's harmful to women, essentially. It all comes from a heavily debunked theory that was, not theory, hypothesis, that was born out of leftist academia. Of course, in the US, where else? The hypothesis being that the more gender neutral a language is, the more gender egalitarian the society that speaks that language is. Which is, of course, disdainful nonsense. I mean, the most gender egalitarian language on earth is Persian. I don't think the Islamic Republic of Iran is necessarily a very good example of this. Now, admittedly, there are other examples too, such as Estonian and Hungarian, which are also very gender neutral, but also Kiswahili. I'm just saying. I don't think they're necessary, or maybe Estonia is pretty a robotic society, so maybe Estonia is gender egalitarian. But Hungary, not really, and definitely not Kiswahili areas, Kiswahili speaking areas. I don't think that those could be necessarily called heavens of gender egalitarianism. I could be wrong, although I've visited some of them, and at least for those that I visited, I'm not wrong. So it all comes from that particular hypothesis.
Yeah, well, it's a hypothesis that came from Americans that are very famous to be multilingual. Not
yes, very famous to be in their multilingualism, and very famous to being very careful with various nuances of foreign languages. Sort of. That's just not true. Usually, and this is a staple of us from Europe, we do laugh at Americans for being monolingual. But at the same time, at least probably that's something that America lost over the last several decades. 100 years ago, heck, even 50 years ago, not to mention 200 years ago, the elites of America knew this, and they were like, you know what, that's one aspect where Europeans are right about us. Yeah, our culture kind of sucks. They have more culture than we do. We have more money than they do. We're freer than they are. But yes, our culture is inferior. Therefore, let's import from there. And as a result, the first several generations of cultural elites from the United States, at least they tried to keep the pace with the intellectual elites in Europe. And the intellectual elites in Europe, up until very recently, were, of course, polyglots. almost all of them. They spoke at least 4 languages, usually 5 or 6 or 7. That was very common and still is to a certain extent.
And not to mention fluently, so they could so they could easily switch from one language to another in the middle of a sentence and keep consistency.
Yes.
Which is this is one thing that I've seen particularly in the Anglosphere. When some person mentions, and I've seen this one also in terms of learning musical instruments. So when they say that they know a language or they know an instrument, they basically know at least at a basic to medium conversational level, which isn't that exactly that great.
Yeah,
it's pretty terrible when you mean about being a polyglot. You mean that you know how to at least 80% of the time learn how to speak fluently at the middle to advanced level at the very least.
Yes. So for a long while, the American elites were able to, not necessarily able to keep pace, but at least they tried. Oftentimes, and oftentimes they succeeded, although not always. But over the last 50 years. Weirdly so, as the elite became more liberal rather than conservative, they started being proud of their monolingualism.
Yeah, this is one aspect of, you can't exactly call it American arrogance, but one of the worst sides of American exceptionalism, and they even had cultural issues with even other Anglo countries. For example, Britain in the previous century. Exactly, especially after the war. If you don't know that, just look at how Lyndon B. Johnson conversed with Queen Elizabeth II. Back then, he was completely abrasive towards any ideas on how to talk to them, and also how to approach the subjects back then. Yeah, okay, Britain was exactly pretty much the beggar at the door of the US in that time period, but still, when you're containing yourself at the cultural level like that with pretty much your own peers where you came from, you don't have exactly any expectations of others who speak completely other languages than your own.
Yeah. Admittedly, and the reason I bring this up in the first place is because in France, it is now a mainstream idea. It's no longer a sappadino, it's the mainstream standard. Even left-wingers now have to admit it in public, even though they don't like it. But again, it's the mainstream idea. The government of France definitely starts from this assumption. Look, all of this crap, anti-racism, gender-neutral language, all of this comes from America, and it's wrong, period. Right? That's the standard. And I've seen some Americans being a little bit upset. Why do French accuse America? Well, in this particular case, I don't like to say it, but in this particular case, the French are right. These ideas are, for the most part, admittedly, not all of them originate in America. That's true. Some of them originate in Sweden. Some of them originate in France itself. Right? Simone de Beauvoir wasn't particularly American. But still, they were fermented, refined, and popularized in America and by America. Right? And as a result, now that they've reached their nadir about 6 years ago, in 2015, and now they're in a slow decline. But they've as a side effect to that, they've spread quite a lot outside of the US. And yeah, in some countries, be like, you know what, it's time to purge this nonsense. And it's especially true, sticking with the language topic, it's particularly true when it comes to exporting ideas about how to frame a language, which almost all of them were thought of in English. And then come these kinds of honks and try to apply it to French or to Spanish or to German or to Portuguese. Olavo de Carvalho has an entire video about gender-neutral language in Portuguese, but unfortunately that one probably nobody will ever try to subtitle it, because you just have to speak Portuguese to get at the jokes. And Christ Almighty, the amount of honks, right? Left-wing academics who studied in the US and then went back to Brazil and tried to implement that into the Brazilian academe. Even left-wing students were like, "Professor, I think you've went mad." Like seriously, you did. Because again, these especially the languages that have more of a Latin sublayer, because that's the term in linguistics. You can ask Mr. Chomsky he can explain to you what a sublayer is. Especially those that have a Latin origin. And by the way, English has too, but it's a smaller amount of Latin contribution to the English language. But it's obviously a bigger one in French and in German, and in obviously Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, and so on. Those languages are just not addicted, but entirely dependent on the gendered structure. And if you want to change that, you'll have to fundamentally change the language. And this kind of spelling with dots in the middle of the word, or with asterisks like in German, or with at like
or
in
with at signs in Spanish.
Those are not good enough attempts, because those do not fundamentally alter the language, but they just try to make it look nicer, right, from a left-wing point of view, whilst neglecting the fact that the vast majority of Spanish speakers, French speakers, they're not woke leftists. They're just not. Right? I mean, the vast majority of Spanish speakers are pretty rural and pretty farmers and pretty Catholic, and they don't give a toss about that. Again, from a social point of view, the vast majority of French speakers are social conservatives, no matter how you phrase it. I don't think this spelling with dots in the middle of the word will have much success in, Haiti? Probably not. The Democratic Republic of Congo, I think, still speaks French. I don't think they have much... I don't think they're enchanté about it. Let me put it this way, right? And the more you try to force it down the people's throat, the more rejection you will find. I mean, 2 episodes ago, I think, we were noting the strong increase of the Green Party in the polling in Germany. One thing that they did over the last 2 years is to renounce this kind of spelling. Right? In the campaign for the Euro elections in 2019, which I lived through it in Germany, most of their public displays did contain words with capital letters in the middle of the word, the asterisks and so on. But now they kind of stopped doing that. They still do it sometimes, but definitely not in the public displays in various neighborhoods, especially the more conservative neighborhoods. That's where they write in proper German. And they try their best to avoid this kind of wokeist nonsense. So yeah, and another aspect that it's probably worth explaining to, especially to our American friends. Brits are probably already accustomed to this. Yes, the English language is pretty anarchic, right? There is no supreme body regulating the English language. Well, that's not the case with most of the other languages. There is a supreme body that regulates how to write properly in Spanish, how to write properly in French, how to write properly in Swedish, how to write properly in Romanian, how to write properly in Russian, and so on and so forth. There is a supreme body that is tasked precisely with this. And the reason they maintain trust over, even now when institutional trust is at an all-time low, nobody trusts an expert these days, and for bloody good reason oftentimes, especially public health experts. Nobody should be trusting those. But the reason people still do trust the immortals, right, les immortals in France, or the Swedish Academy, or the Russian Academy, in issues that refer to how to properly spell in Russian, Swedish, French, whatever, is because those people have a tendency to be very conservative and very wary and skeptical of any revolutionary change in the language. And think about it this way: Lenin did not try to convince the Russian Academy to accept revolutionary change in the Russian language. Lenin is actually not there. No, those people will kind of stay the same.
Yeah, and you got to consider in the context of of the vehement Bolshevik ideology, which had issues with the church, with the family, with the entire societal structure, and even in that case, the easiest target would have been the language, and not even he managed to do that.
He didn't even try.
Really
He was like, no, we're going to use the existent rules and try to formulate our propaganda, and most of it was pretty successful, by the way. Yes, we're going to form, now admittedly the Russian language permitted that anyway, and still does today, permits the formation of agglutinated words, composed words essentially. So there's that, but he did not try to force the academy to accept new ways of spelling or any of that nonsense. And it's not that there weren't communists, early Bolsheviks who wanted that. Oh yeah, there were. His own mistress, Ines Armand, I'm giving her as an example because she had this idea to try to implement in the Russian language a revolutionary gender-neutral phrasing, which would have been anyway impossible. I mean, the Russian language is even more gendered than the French language. In French, just like in Romanian and Italian, I'm not sure about Spanish, but in French is you only have to put in agreement in gender, noun, and case the verb and maybe some of the circumstantial attributes, like the third element, right? In a phrase. That's it. In Russian, every single element of a phrase has to be put in agreement in gender, noun, and case with the subject, which means, if you have a phrase of 50 elements, for instance, a longer philosophical phrase, all of those have to be in agreement with the subject. And good luck with that. And every single noun has like 20 or 30 forms, depending on the case, gender, and noun. And good luck with that. It's a very complicated system. That's why Russian is one of those complicated languages. Even I, who claim that I speak a bit of Russian, actually I speak pretty well. But the reason I say only a bit is because I'm not learning that shit. Now,
but by Anglo standards, you'll be considered an expert, fluent.
That's true. That's true. I can easily read in Russian and translate on the spot. Kind of like the well-paid translators at the European Commission. I can definitely do that. But, I'm not learning that shit. But still, probably in Russian it would have been a progress for the language to try to cut down on those very long tables for every single noun, not to mention irregular verbs, not to mention, oh Christ almighty. Probably for Russian it would have been some progress. And Lenin said, now we're not going to try that. And that would be too revolutionary, even by Bolshevik standards, right? And that's why people still trust the Russian Academy to be correct on things. Because, sure, none of the immortals in France, the Russian Academy, the Swedish Academy, they're not rigid in the sense that they do accept that language sometimes evolves and sometimes you have to accept certain changes and whatnot. But what they also do is balance the proposals from regular people and with the general form. They put it into the context of the entirety of the language. Say, well, how would this impact everything else? And if it doesn't impact that much, then it's a stronger chance of being accepted. If it impacts too much, no matter how you may feel about that particular change, Les Immortals will say no. And this one with the dots in the middle of the word, that probably impacts too much.
It will be complicated to implement or at least found an Academy of English Language because there will be severe headbutting between
Australia, Britain, and the US.
Between the British and the former empire, with the Americans, then the Canadians.
And not to mention the quite big swath of English-speaking African countries.
There will be severe headbutting, and it will probably not happen if they would start doing some movements now. It will take at least probably 30 years until they maybe they reach a consensus of having a unified English language.
I don't think you're being too optimistic, mate. Not to mention that, with English being a global language, you have these things like, the British word for cigarette. I'm just saying.
Not to mention, exactly things like that would be pretty spicy by current standards.
How do you regulate that? The British word for cigarette. you declare it haram like Facebook does. You get suspended if you talk about the British word for cigarette, or a bundle of sticks, right? I'm not just saying.
Not to mention, there's also the British that British dish that starts with F.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, that's true. The British dish. That one is less famous, but the bundle of sticks and the British word for cigarette. Those are pretty well known, but at the same time, if you speak them in public outside of Britain,
oh boy,
you may get into trouble.
Mine should storm.
Yeah, you may get into trouble. Well, actually, not there are places outside of Britain where you can use this kind of language. Zimbabwe being one of them, but that's because the populace still speaks colonial English. I mean, really, even the very low class Zimbabweans, they speak colonial English. Which sometimes can wrong foot young British millennials because it's the kind of speaking that you rarely hear today in the United Kingdom, but it's still mainstream speech even for low class people in Zimbabwe. So there you won't get into trouble for the British word.
Then you also got other countries which are exactly surprised to see adherence with the English language, like for example the half Irish descendants from Montserrat. Yeah, how exactly do you convince those guys to adhere to an English academy?
Now, admittedly, Montserrat is a small place, but I'm thinking of the bigger places like the South African Republic.
Oh boy.
Which has a tradition in what do they speak there? Zulu and Afrikaans.
Zulu, Xhosa, Afrikaans,
Afrikaans, which is
Dutch outright.
Well, Afrikaans is basically Dutch with the weird pronunciation. I mean, let's face it. In the written language, there are very small differences between Dutch and Afrikaans. And English is a very recent phenomenon in South Africa. So how do you convince those? Or even better, Rwanda. Rwanda is a country that is in transition. All right, following the Rwandan genocide, one of the decisions that they made after the terrible event was to change the official language of the country from French to English. And now it's in transition, right? And everyone born after the genocide only learned English, but of course there are a lot of people who still only speak French. And yeah, sure, they're pretty motivated, and almost all of them did learn English as well. But of course, you have a lot of what's it called in English? Linguistical calques, which is you basically combine in a single word elements from words of two different languages, and you have a lot of those in Rwanda. I guess Rwanda would be one of the few countries that would voluntarily submit to an English language academy because those people would do anything to get rid of their Belgian heritage, and that includes French-speaking writing and whatever. So yeah, words in the middle of the word. Haram. Politicom, sticking around in France. Barnier seeks limelight with pledge to shut borders. In a shock pledge amid stuttering presidential bid, former Brexit negotiator Michel Barnier has told French TV he wants to suspend immigration to France for 3 to 5 years and toughen checks on the EU's external borders. There are links between immigration flows and terrorist networks, which fly to infiltrate them, he told RTL Alcier Le Figaro on Sunday, adding that he didn't think all immigrants, including those who are trying to cross the Mediterranean to find a better life, are necessarily major terrorists or delinquents. Barnier, a conservative former finance minister, said immigration was a threat to the stability of the French society. There is a risk of an explosion, particularly on the topic of immigration, he said. We need to introduce a moratorium on immigration. We need to take time to evaluate, check, and if necessary, change our immigration policies. The comments made Sunday come as Barnier, who represented the European European Union in Brexit negotiations from 2019 to 2021, seeks to drum up interest in a bid for the French presidency next year. So far, the ex-minister, a member of the conservative Les Républicains party, is not considered among the main challengers to President Emmanuel Macron's re-election bid. We need to take stock of the situation, stop family reunions. We need to look at the way we give residency permits, health-related permits, and the way we use the resources of our benefits agency. We need to take the time to build a national consensus on these issues. Barnier said refugees and students would still be allowed to apply for residency permits to come to France. In a later interview, Barnier added that France should kickstart talks with neighbors on the Schengen area and push for stricter controls on the EU's external borders. The comments prompted outcry in the United Kingdom, with Barnier where Barnier has been the focus of intensive coverage throughout the Brexit negotiations. Some commentators quipped that if Europe had taken a tougher stance on immigration as currently proposed by Barnier, Brexit may not have happened. Probably that's why he's proposing this. Barnier advocating complete cessation of immigration for 3-5 years, plus suspension of Schengen. Ironic, because if the EU had allowed much milder restrictions on free movement of people, Brexit would probably never have happened. And yes, I know he probably means non-EU immigration, tweeted the Financial Times commentator Gideon Rachman. Barnier has repeatedly hinted at his intention to run as a candidate for the presidential election next year, but his bid has so far failed to gather momentum. His party, Les Républicains, remains undecided on how to pick its candidate, whether to choose a primary-style system or simply back a so-called natural candidate. Conservative frontrunners include the former minister Javier Bertrand and Valérie Pécresse, head of the Greater Paris region. In France, where Barnier is seen as a centrist, critics said the immigration pledge put him closer to the line of the far-right National Rally leader Marine Le Pen, who is campaigning for the French presidency with the pledge to halt immigration to France. Barnier said he refused to be compared with Le Pen, but that his experience with Brexit warned him against complacency in politics. For 4.5 years, I've been handling an unlikely event in Brexit, he said. You have to be careful for unlikely events. A Le Pen victory is possible if others remain weak. There we go.
Oh shit. Well, is this guy trying to predict the future?
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. He's seen it on his own skin. What happened with Brexit, it's not exactly when you think is the unlikeliest, that's exactly when it's going to happen. It's been a constant in history for a long time.
And it's especially true if you're stuck in a bubble. And let us not forget that until about 2017, the vast majority of the political elites in Europe were stuck in their own bubble. Right? So, you know, the rise of Prawo i Sprawiedliwość in Poland, Brexit, Donald Trump, Salvini, slowly punctured that bubble and said, hey, hold on a second, there's a lot of us here. And yeah, you have to look at us. And yeah, you're going to have to do what we say. No, you don't like it, tough. Right? And
this is the system that you agreed upon. If you don't follow it, then you're not exactly a democratic superstate like the USSR is so-called democratic superstate.
Yeah, well, the EU has its own, even in its official documents, it recognizes that it suffers from a deficit of democracy, which is a very nice way of saying totalitarian state. But on a more serious note, Mr. Barr, I'm not a big fan of him. But at the same time, he's a decent economist, unlike Le Pen. So, if he's willing to get woke on the religion of peace question and on cultural issues and stick to being a decent economist, probably he wouldn't be such a terrible option. I mean, it would be slightly better than Le Pen and definitely better than Macron, but then again, it's not difficult to be better than Macron. You just have to not be a plant. Right? A plant in a very, very serious, very common sense, not a plant in the sense of someone being planted into an institution. No, Macron is just a plant, like a ficus. We have our own in Romania. I know how that works. We have our own ficus here. But, and he's correct. I mean, we've predicted this back in December, I think, or November last year. We said, look, the time has come. You cannot stop an idea whose time has come, and the time has come. The French political elite will have to, whether it likes it or not, will have to become more Islamophobic. It's just the way it is. Right? And as a result, now they will have to compete on this issue. And I hope I'll be proven right on this one. I hope the most Islamophobic wins. But the thing is that Barnier is considered a centrist, right? So that's centrist talk. I still think it's a bit to the left of what I consider acceptable. I would prefer a center-right approach, which is a very differentiated and yes, discriminatory immigration policy. We have to get rid of this terrible reflex that many of our politicians have and many of our fellow countrymen have in all countries of Europe. Oh yeah, but that's discrimination. I don't give a shit. Discrimination is the ability to make a difference. And yes, there should be made a difference between someone coming from, I don't know, Armenia or the Republic of Georgia.
Or coming from a Stan country.
Yeah, and someone coming from, Western Sahara or Pakistan. Sorry, there should be a difference. And the immigrants from these countries should not be treated equally. Some of them should be treated better, some of them slightly harsher. And if that is going to happen, well, not if, when, it will happen. Maybe not to the extent that I would wish, but definitely policy will have to move closer to our direction because politics is downstream from culture. If the Macron administration, whether it liked it or not, and I'm sure it did not like, had to hold a demonstration in downtown Paris where caricatures of Muhammad were projected on the Élysée Palace, I think it was. It was held in Place de la République, but I don't know exactly in which direction they projected it. But if that administration had to hold these kinds of rallies and officially bless them, then again, you cannot stop the idea whose time has come. And Mr. Barnier is somewhat correct in saying that because he's speaking in the context. This particular article does not make any mention. It's political, of course it doesn't. This article doesn't mention the controversy that it's currently going on in France with more and more military leaders basically threatening a coup d'état. The concept of coup d'état is French. It's so French that in English it's called in French, coup d'état, right? So the various military leaders in more or less all seriousness and say, Monsieur Macron, you either go full Islamophobic or
we go full Islamophobic.
And may I remind you that the word guillotine is also French, very French. So French that even in Japanese it's called like in French. And these kinds of things matter. And Mr. Barnier is obviously looking at the situation in a holistic fashion because he has to, whether he likes it or not. And I suppose he doesn't because, as a global homo negotiator against Britain, I presume that he's a bit to the left on these issues. But at the same time, he's an experienced politician and he'll say, look, so we have the military threatening a coup d'etat. Well, that's bad. Then we have, there was 3 or 4 polls from various corners of the political spectrum, all confirmed that on the issue of immigration, we're talking about a bigger than 2/3 majority of the French population in favor of much more restrictive policies when it comes to a particular religion of special needs. So, if you are Barnier or anyone else really from the Republican Party, you look at these things and are like, well, I kind of have to play like that. If we want votes, of course. You can just sign up for the competition to lose honorably, like conservatives usually do. And in that case, though, of course, you don't have to address the the Arabic-speaking elephant in the room. But if you want to win, and I presume Republicans, by Republicans I mean Les Républicains, the Republican Party in France, because they're all Republicans, right, in France. And small r Republicans, all of them are Republicans. They all believe in their republic. But I presume the Republicans want to win because it's been a very draughty situation for them. The mainstream right hasn't been relevant for almost 10 years now in France.
Well, in order to make
But Sarkozy was from the ancestor of Les Républicains, right? So Sarkozy was sort of relevant on a parliamentary scale, and of course he was the president. But since then, right, it was the Hollande administration with the hung parliament. Now it's the Macron administration with the La République en Marche holding a majority in the National Assembly. Also Les Républicains are stuck with that scandal with François Fillon, who, by the way, was innocent. Yeah, we all knew, but it took several years, and it was enough to tank his career. Too bad. François Fillon would have been a better choice. So they have to win something, and if they have to win something, well, they're gonna have to attack Macron and somehow present themselves as because if the energy for the election will be big, and it may be. There's still another year since then.
Yeah.
But if the energy will be big, the opponent will not be Macron, will be Le Pen. Right? And he probably smells this issue and says, what if we were going to have a second round between me and Le Pen? And kick Macron out of the situation. In such a situation, he wins, definitely, right? But the calculus for the deep state, for the French deep state that is not the military, the calculus being, let's try to have a finale between Macron and Barnier. Well, good luck with that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, especially if the immigration debate will get even more heated up, which it will, because it's been already following a constant trend for 2-3 years already,
probably even more.
And yeah, exactly. It will pick exactly. You'll pick in most likely in the disfavor of Macron, exactly for a presidential election. And who was the person who constantly maintained the same rhetoric in terms of immigration? No, fuck it, we're gonna close all the borders, we're gonna start a memorandum, and then we're gonna fuck them up. Le Pen. Le Pen was the most consistent on this topic, and yeah, even as much as the French politically doesn't want it, it will most likely get into that scenario.
Yes, not to mention that ever since the reformation process of the formerly known Front National, not just Le Pen, but every single young activist of formerly named Front National, today Rassemblement National, or National Rally as they call it in English, they've been very consistent, not just in public at the the top of the politics, but also in the field, in the villages, in the speaking person to person, because Rassemblement National has brought into the French politics the idea of boots on the ground and grassroots kind of campaigning, which used to be a staple of French politics, but most of these what do you call them, establishment parties, not just in France, almost all of Europe is the situation. We'll explain again when we get to Finland. All of these establishment parties, right, the Socialist Party in France, Les Républicains also in France, CDU in Germany, SPD in Germany, Socialdemokraterna in Sweden, the Partido Popular in Spain.
Yeah, Venstre in Denmark.
Venstre in Denmark, right? All of these establishment parties, whether nominally left or nominally right, have become ossified structures. And these kinds of agile parties, like La France Insoumise on the left and Rassemblement National on the so-called right, well, again, right by French standards, they've brought this agility and, shaking things up. La France Insoumise has been able to gather momentum on police brutality and things of that nature, and let's face it, the police in France is pretty terrible. It is. Yeah. Not in the way Mélenchon says it is, but it is pretty terrible. And on the right, they've gathered momentum with immigration. Right?
Yeah, and the momentum has been constructed over a longer term than police brutality, because. Well, I don't personally remember any other example of legislative stunts like that global security law from a few months back.
Yes,
which led to those huge protests
that was
from all sides of the spectrum in Paris.
Yes, that was one of those mistakes that whoever advised La République en Marche to doing that should be fired. And never get close to politics for at least 10 years. It's kind of like in football. You get a red card, you get a suspension. Because that thing basically told the French population that the main representative for all that is evil in French politics, namely police brutality and immigration, the main representative is La République en Marche and the Macron administration. Why the hell would you do that? Why?
Yeah.
Why? Now, sure, they came back and said, well, we're going to withdraw the law and whatnot. Yeah, too little, too late, mate. A bit too late. I'm just...
So several hundreds of police officers in the emergency ward later.
When the number of police officers in ICUs, not due to COVID, when the number of the police officers in such situation are numbered in the hundreds, maybe you're a bit too late to the party. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. Right, let's move further to the east. Euractiv. Belarus state terrorism suddenly tops the agenda as EU leaders meet. Belarus forced a passenger plane carrying a wanted opposition activist to divert and land in its capital, provoking a furious outcry from world leaders who described it as an act of state terrorism ahead of an EU summit on Monday, on May the 24th, expecting to toughen sanctions on Minsk. Dissident journalist Roman Protasevich was detained on Sunday after Ryanair flight whatever was pulled from its Athens to Vilnius route and accompanied by a Belarusian fighter jet diverted to the capital city, the state television reported. Passengers described seeing the 26-year-old who had been living in Poland looking nervous as the flight was diverted to Minsk. He just turned to people and said he was facing the death penalty. Monika Simkiene, a 40-year-old Lithuanian, told Agence France Presse in Vilnius after landing without Protasevich several hours later. Edvinas Dimsa, 37, said he was not screaming, but it was clear that he was very much afraid. It looked like if the window had been open, he would have jumped out of it. The incident comes as the European Union is set to discuss toughening its existing sanctions against Belarus, imposed over the crackdown by the regime of President Alexander Lukashenko on opposition protesters at a pre-planned summit on Monday. The outrageous and illegal behavior of the regime in Belarus will have consequences, EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen tweeted, calling for Protasevich's release and adding those responsible must be sanctioned. Poland's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki denounced Belarus's actions as an act of state terrorism, while French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian called for a strong and united response from the European Union. The International Civil Aviation Organization, the UN's Civil Aviation Agency, said that the forced landing could be in contravention of the Chicago Convention, which protects nations' airspace sovereignty. Minsk's airport had released a statement earlier saying the plane had to make an emergency landing there at 12:15 GMT following a bomb scare. The plane was checked, no bomb was found, and all passengers were sent for another security search, said Nexta, a Belarus opposition channel on Telegram, which Protasevich previously edited. Lukashenko's press service said on its own Telegram channel the president had given the order to divert the flight and had ordered a MiG-29 fighter jet to accompany the plane. It comes as Belarus authorities intensified their crackdown on the opposition following historic protests that gripped the ex-Soviet country after last year's disputed presidential election. The United States strongly condemned the arrest, with Secretary of State Antony Blinken calling for Protasevich's release. This shocking act perpetrated by the Lukashenko regime endangered the lives of more than 120 passengers, including US citizens, he said in a statement using an alternative spelling of the Belarusian leader's name. No, actually, that's the correct one. He added on Twitter, "We demand an international investigation and are coordinating with our partners on next steps." European leaders reacted with fury. In Athens, Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis tweeted, "The forced landing of a commercial plane to detain a journalist is an unprecedented, shocking act." The statement was retweeted by the US ambassador in Athens, Geoffrey Piat. Since last August's disputed elections, Belarusians have taken to the streets demanding the resignation of Lukashenko, who has ruled for over 2 decades. Protasevich and Nexta founder Stepan Putilo, 22, were added to Belarus's list of individuals involved in terrorist activity last year. The two, but both now based in Poland, were accused of causing mass unrest, an offense which is punishable by up to 15 years in jail. Belarus also labeled the Nexta Telegram channels and its logo as extremist and ordered them blocked. I'm sure the Russian founder of Telegram will give a damn. With close to 2 million subscribers on Telegram, Nexta Live and its sister channel Nexta are prominent opposition channels and helped mobilize protesters. 2 million, that's huge. That would be like in the US, it would have...
Trump doesn't have as many followers on Telegram as these channels do.
It is absolutely obvious that this is an operation of secret services to capture the plane in order to detain activists and and blogger Roman Protasevich exiled opposition leader Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya said on Telegram. The opposition says that Tsikhanouskaya, who fled to neighboring Lithuania after the election, was the true winner of last year's presidential vote. A member of the Nexta team, Tadeusz Gichan, tweeted that representatives of the Belarusian security agency had been on Protasevich's flight. Then when the plane had entered Belarus space, the KGB officers initiated a fight with the Ryan crew, insisting that there is an IED on board. A spokeswoman for state company Lithuanian Airports, Lina Beisinne, told Agence France Presse that Minsk airport had said the flight was redirected due to a conflict between a member of the crew and the passengers. In a statement that did not mention Protasevich, Ryanair said the flight's crew had been notified by Belarus Air Traffic Control of a potential security threat on board and were instructed to divert to Minsk, which were the nearest airport. The European Union and the United States have sanctioned Lukashenko and dozens of officials and businessmen tied to his regime with asset freezes and visa bans. Okay, so this is good news, as Adina Volan would say.
Yeah, I've read those.
Yeah, this is a side controversy related to this issue. Adina Volan is the Commissioner for Transport in the European Commission, and also a member of the National Liberal Party, which, as per decree, is the enemy of the SOFA since May last year and until December the 31st, 2024 at the very least. So a member of the National Liberal Party and a consistent stupid in public. And basically when it was announced that finally the Ryanair plane took off from Minsk and will finally head towards Vilnius, she tweeted that this is great news, everyone. And basically sparked a small, slightly trending hashtag tweet like Volan. In any event, side controversy aside, the summit came and went, right? May 24th happened. Nothing happened there. Said, oh, okay, well, nobody will be flying above Belarus. Oh my goodness, what a tragedy. Because really, I mean, what's the cost there? Most Belarusian airspace is not in the way of biggest air traffic routes. Right? Okay, you have this all of the flights going to Vilnius. Maybe they might have to get a little bit to the side. Whatever. And I guess the flights from Warsaw to Moscow will have to get slightly longer. Okay, but it's not a huge deal. It's not. And yeah, sure, I guess the Belarusian state loses a bit of shekels from the fees that was charging everyone for going
across its space.
Yeah. But that's not a big deal. I mean, these kinds of regimes have shown historically to be pretty resilient on these kinds of diplomatic kerfuffles.
Yeah, if you really wanted to sanction for real, you would have done something like Belarus is one of the biggest producers of potash that's used in agriculture fertilizers. That's if you sanction that one, that would really hurt because it's the major export in
or tractors.
Belarus. Well, or tractors, but yeah, generally Europe doesn't buy that many tractors from Belarus.
But in manufacturing those, Belarus imports from Europe.
Yeah, it does. It does import. Yeah, especially as far as I reckon, the engines are from Germany. I'm not exactly sure from whom. I think from MAN. But yeah, so essentially those two companies, out of which the Potash company, whose name I don't remember because it was written in Russian, is a state-owned company, and the tractors are, I'm pretty sure, I think the same. Yeah. Or they're a mixed enterprise.
Mixed enterprise.
Yeah. Those would have really hurt if you were to seriously sanction, not just not fly over their airspace and spare them a few, probably hundreds of thousands of euros in fees in a year. In a year, yeah.
Because again, Belarus is no longer that poor. And minus a couple of 100,000 euros,
yeah, it's nothing.
But yeah, freeze their two biggest commercial elements like tractors and potash. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting into the area where Lukashenko might be willing to start negotiating a little bit.
Yeah, especially because if potash would have been embargoed from Belarus, then the Russian manufacturer of potash would jump. Which, I mean, yeah, okay, it's a situation of choosing the lesser-ish evil. But if you wanted to exactly prove a point and undermine outright the Lukashenko regime, you would go down that route.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, these days is often too difficult to make a difference. Where does Belarusian issue stops and the Russian issue starts? The two countries, as I think I've mentioned several times before, they do have their own Schengen area. So basically, if you want to drive from Minsk to Moscow, nobody will ask any question. There is no border between them. And there's a complete free movement of people and capital between the two countries. So it's a very difficult situation. Not to mention many sanctioned Russian companies would sell under Belarusian labels, or sometimes Ukrainian, sometimes Lithuanian, to get access to the EU market. In the other way around, right? Those sanctioned the Belarusian individuals would sell their stuff via Russian labels or Ukrainian labels to avoid sanctions. But still, that would require, I mean, especially with bigger enterprises like the tractor enterprise, yeah, it's kind of difficult to label them all, make them Lithuanian or whatever, and good luck for Lithuania to agree with such a move.
Yeah, after they pull that stunt with the plane.
Yes, I don't know. It's gonna be difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but they would put the regime on the defensive. The regime would have to now suddenly have to be proactive and try to avoid the sanctions, and yes, to start negotiating whether they like it or not. That's how you do it. But then again, that would require the EU to have a diplomacy, which, as we all know, it doesn't. Right?
No, or if it does have a diplomacy, it has Chamberlain-like appeasement diplomacy, just like...
it's an insult to Chamberlain.
Yeah, which is exactly not even Chamberlain would have been that insane if he was put in a current war scenario.
No, I think Chamberlain would have been more hawkish than all of the EU diplomats combined. And again, it's not the first time when the EU makes a fool out of itself in diplomatic setting. There was the famous sofa incident a few weeks earlier. Charles Michel, allegedly the chief of the EU diplomacy, made a fool out of himself in Moscow. Then Ursula von der Leyen made a fool out of herself in relation to Kiev. Now the European Commission, first via Adina Volan and then later on through the entirety of the Commission, makes a fool out of it. Oh, we're going to be tough sanctions, and eventually be like...
Yeah.
That's it. That's the extent of the sanctions by the EU.
Yeah, if these people are the competition, we've already fought in less than 5 minutes more effective sanctions than the entire body of the European Commission.
Yes, yes. I mean,
this is how low the bar is set.
It shouldn't be that easy, right? To come up with not just one, but 3 or 4 better ideas than the European Commission. I mean, those people are paid immense salaries to come up with policy ideas. Right? We're not paid a salary. You sometimes give us a shekel to talk over to the camera from a sofa, and we already came up with better ideas, and all of them implementable and easily implementable, by the way, and with very small costs for the European Union as a whole, right? Because most of the European Union already has very weak commercial ties with Belarus, right? But that would mean actually thinking, and I guess thinking is an extremist sport. It's a far right preoccupation, and obviously it has no place in the modern European society. As for this guy, right, the Mr. Protasevich, Of course,
exactly. Tell us more, because I seen on an obviously pro-Russian Telegram channel that apparently he was part of some far-right Ukrainian paramilitary group called the Azov Front.
The Azov
yeah.
battalion, yes. Yes, he was part of the Azov battalion. He's not the only one. I mean, people may not know this, but following the onset of the continuous, well, legally continuous, but not necessarily de facto continuous war between Ukraine and Russia, at some point, the Ukrainian state be like, well, if paramilitary groups are willing to join us, they're free to do so. And some of them are state-sponsored, some of them are not, some of them are entirely private. A lot of disenchanted youth from the former Soviet Union who have something really, really big against Russia, they were like, well, why not? I mean, you know, he was like age 20 or something like that, Mr. Protasevich, when he joined, because again, all of these are youth movements. Right? I mean, Nexta itself is a youth movement. I mean, like the eldest, right? The elderly of the movement are like age 29. Right? Protasevich is a veteran in the opposition. He's 26.
He's 26.
Right? So it's a youth movement. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, generally speaking, on a historical trend, they will win. Right? The youngest supporter of Lukashenko is aged deceased. It's just the way it is. I mean, there's no way you can stop this. It's an idea whose time has come. And yes, it is true. A certain portion of the so-called Azov battalion are edgy teens. Some of them flirting with, yes, fascist ideas and neo-Nazi and all of that crap. That doesn't mean necessarily that they are neo-Nazis. They're edgy teens. Right?
The edgy teens with a tank.
Edgy teens with a tank, yes, and with social media. And with social media. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I keep on arguing that social media should be banned entirely for teenagers, is precisely because of shit like this. Right? Because you know, so sometimes I still do think that, man, if Facebook had been a thing in the 90s, Christ almighty, man.
Boy.
That would have been, I mean, the entirety of the political class today would not be in politics. Would have been cancelled. Well, not all of them, but like 80% of them. In any event. Like, for instance, the leader of the Renew Europe group in Parliament, Dacian Cioloș, that guy was in a paramilitary quasi-fascist movement when he was 22, 23 in 92, 93. There you go. Of course, nobody knows about that because the only evidence still in existence of his involvement there is one marginal membership booklet, whatever. It has his signature on it, but he was like, yeah, well, I was a member there just like many other intellectuals and whatever. He's correct, but he was not just a member there, but it's good luck proving that because there was no social media back then. So there's that. As for the particular allegation against Protasevich himself as being a fascist, again, a lot of the members of the Azov battalion are, or at least they flirt with it and are edgy teens, whatever. Now, as for Protasevich himself, the closest thing to evidence presented by Russian shills, legit Russian shills, is a photo apparently taken like 5 or 6 years ago. The problem is that even the Russian shills can't say for sure that that's him in the picture.
Yeah.
Maybe he is, but it's still very difficult to say. So, I mean, again, even the Russian shills aren't willing to say, yes, this is definitely a picture of Mr. Protasevich. Even they're like, well, it kind of looks like him. Well, yeah, it kind of looks like him, true. But Mr. Protasevich has a very common face. He hasn't that many distinct features. There are at least 100,000 men in the ex-Soviet space that kind of look like him. Right? So, maybe it's him, maybe it's not him. I've seen some very clever photoshops with him with the SS helmets. Those are definitely fake.
Yeah, I've seen those as well.
Yeah, but the one with him doing a Roman salute right on the in front of a Belarusian revolutionary flag, the original Belarusian flag. That one is a legit picture, but it's not very clear. And again, even those who promote it, they're not willing to say it's definitely him. Yeah, that one of the guys on that picture kind of looks like him. Could be him. Again, assuming it's him. That would be when he was 21. in a period where anyone even hinting at saying something bad about Lukashenko would have been straight up jailed. I can't blame a 21-year-old not yet aware of that of the fact that there could be support for him outside of Belarus, joining whomever was willing to say something about Lukashenko, right? Something unfavorable to Lukashenko. Is that terrible? Yeah, it kind of is. So what? Those who see themselves as without sin can be the first to cast the stone, as it is. Because a lot of the people who take it is Russian propaganda, right? Protasevich is a fascist, yeah, okay, that's Russian propaganda. Anyone taking that one for granted and saying, well, look, this is the truth, man, do your own research. Okay, I'd like to see you. How would you behave in a regime like Lukashenko's? I'm old. Okay, I wasn't an adult, but I was still old enough when a regime like Lukashenko's was in my own country. Luckily, I wasn't. I was young enough that it kind of really didn't matter, and it ended before I was old enough to be willing to do something about it. But I'm thinking, would I have joined such a group if I were in his shoes in Lukashenko, under Lukashenko? Probably yes. Or maybe, I don't know. I can't say definitely no. That's what I'm saying. And the reason I can't say definitely no is because if you're in Belarus, there were, at least in 2015, and you're 20 years old, there weren't that many options. Yeah, today there are. That's why he was the head of the option today, right? Next, now he's basically funded by Protasevich. Now there are options, but at the time there weren't. So if the picture is genuine, I don't care. But if it's not, and I suspect it's not, then, here's some more Russian shilling for you. This is an event of Russian propaganda, of Russian disinformation, or Russian misinformation, because again, if the picture is true, then it is misinformation. It's information meant to mislead you from the point being that Lukashenko is a tyrant, right? Here's an example of legit Russian propaganda. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Russian propaganda is because people oppose immigration, or they don't want to wear muzzles, right? That's Russian propaganda. Or they might not want, they may not be so keen in being willing participants in an experimental trial for an experimental drug, right? Those people are influenced by Russian propaganda. How about this particular Russian propaganda? Right?
Crickets.
Crickets everywhere. Right? So yeah, now I've seen also Russian shills were very. Here's it will be handy to have that bag of rubles that I keep on yearning for, because some of those people deserve 5 rubli, although some of them only deserve 50 kopekov, only half of a ruble, but that is a separate story. In any event, I've seen some other Russian shills or people influenced by Russian shilling say, oh, but what's so terrible, the West did the same with Snowden, Smyork. Nope, that's just not true.
Yeah, it's not the same because the situation with Snowden was much more unclear back then. It looked on a diplomatic scale worse because it was Evo Morales' plane that got forcibly landed in Vienna, in Austria. But still, Evo Morales was not a tyrant, and Snowden was not a tyrant, or was not an agent of tyranny or against tyranny either. Why?
He was just a double agent for the FSB. I mean, I'm just saying. I know it's controversial for certain libertarians to remind them that, look, one of your heroes is actually working for Federalnej Služby Bezopasnosti. That's just a fact. But he exposed the corruption of the NSA and sacrificed for us, and now he lives in the paradise of liberty. That'll be Russia. Come on, give me a freaking break, mate. But also at that time, Evo Morales' plane landed because he was running out of fuel. Now, sure, yes, many countries of Europe coordinated in such a way to keep the plane in air until it's running out of fuel. That's true. But at the end of the day, nobody was lied.
Yeah, and none of the countries in Europe sent a fighter jet in order to approach the plane.
Yeah, and nobody's life was threatened, and you know, it's not the same thing. You can argue that was a shitty way of dealing with the situation, which is kind of true, but it's not the same thing. You know, the airspace sovereignty wasn't violated either. You know, call it as you want. It's not the same thing. Nobody. There weren't any Austrian fighter jets threatening the presidential plane of Evo Morales to land, or else. Right? Yeah, I know. Of course, the diplomatic language as well. The fighter jet, the MiG-26, escorted the plane to the nearest. Of course, that's not how this works. That's not how this works.
No, that's not how it works. And as I reckon, but here I base myself on the American procedure. If there is a bomb on the plane, yes, it will be intercepted, but that's only when there's when there isn't exactly a bomb on the plane, because when there's a bomb on the plane, that's a different story. But when there are terrorists on the plane, that's again the difference in nuance. One there's a bomb on, and another thing is when there are terrorists with bombs on a plane. That's when the fighters get called. But in this case, there were
terrorists on the plane, but
yes, there were terrorists on the plane,
but they were Belarusian terrorists. So there's that. I mean, yeah. Again, did the West, Austria, France, whatever, anyone in Europe really send secret intelligence officers to be the terrorists in Snowden's and / Morales' plane? No. I mean, the idea of these two incidents being equivalent is an idea manufactured in FSB's labs and then spread to credulous fools who then act as useful idiots for Russian propaganda. And by the way, when they say KGB there, they mean it literally. In Belarus, it's still called the KGB.
yeah, and the entire premise was false because I've read more. Apparently, that's what Minsk Air Control said. That they received the security email that was sent to other airports in the area. Newsflash, it was false. That apparently Hamas planted the bomb in that Ryanair plane going to fucking Vilnius.
Why would Hamas?
And it would have been triggered if it was in the Vilnius airspace.
That's stupid.
It's complete bullshit.
I mean, first of all, Hamas doesn't possess such kind of technology. That's too expensive.
That's one.
Again, it's technically possible, but not from Hamas. That's one aspect. Second, why would Hamas target a plane taking off from Athens to Vilnius? What exactly is Hamas's interest in Vilnius? I mean, I could definitely believe that Hamas, I don't know, deals maybe drugs or something else, has a financial operation in Vilnius. That's possible. But a terrorist interest in Vilnius, you'd have to work harder, mate, to convince me that such thing is possible. That such thing is likely. Possibly, yes, it is, but it has to be also likely. It has to be believable.
It also has to be plausible.
Yes, it's definitely not plausible. I mean, definitely not with Hamas. I don't know if you should have tried something else. Maybe FSB. Maybe I don't know. Maybe. Although even with FSB, I mean, why would FSB already owns half of Lithuanian bureaucracy? So why would they engage in terrorist activity in Lithuania? That's stupid. And in Greece, the same thing. They have their own political party, right? The Syriza kind of driven by Dugin. Why would they engage in terrorist activity in Greece? I mean, this is stupid. It is stupid. No matter how you look at it, it's stupid. So yeah, basically, Lukashenko is getting away with it and will get away with it. I suspect he'll try it again. There were already rumors yesterday, I think, that there was another flight that was targeted. Eventually it didn't happen, but I suspect he'll try it again. Why not? In the meantime, there was a flight scheduled from Minsk to Barcelona, who had to, get back to Minsk because it could not leave.
It could not leave Belarusian airspace.
Yes. I guess the only option for them left would be to go to Russia, and then from Russia to fly all the way above the Black Sea or something like that, and then go towards the equator or something, and fly over North Africa, and that's how they could get to Barcelona, I guess. But that would require a huge tank, because that would be a lot of fuel, mate. I don't know if anyone is willing for that. Is willing to pay how much would the ticket cost? I'm not saying it's impossible, but what I'm saying is that probably if you want to leave Belarus by airplane now, it's probably not a good idea.
But at least in the case of Belarus, they're finally progressing, because last time Belarus and an air incident was in the same sentence. They shot down a plane which came from Ukraine. So now there is progressing. They did not go shoot it down.
They only threatened to shoot it down,
they progressed to just threats with the MiG next to your Ryanair plane.
Yeah. Of course. Poland is very aggressive on the issue because, well, Ryanair is actually a Polish company, believe it or not. I'm serious. It's founded in Ireland and whatnot, but it's, fiscally speaking, is a Polish company. Of course, Poland has its own interest in Belarus. We spoke about that, I believe, 3 episodes ago. So speaking of Poland, Deutsche Welle. Poland defies the European Union top court order to close a coal mine. Poland on Monday defied an injunction by the European Union's top court that had ordered the immediate shutdown of a major lignite mine in the border town of Turow. Development Minister Jarosław Gowin, who called the court's decision scandalously incommensurate, said Poland wouldn't close the brown coal mine as it would result in very serious disturbances in Poland's energy system, cutting power to millions of households.
And he's right.
The mine and the connected power plant located on the border with Germany and the Czech Republic generates about 7% of Poland's energy. Gowin said that the closure of the mine would also lead to a loss of tens of thousands of jobs. He added that Poland is focusing on efforts on very intensive diplomatic and law-related efforts to continue operations at Turow. The EU court had ordered Poland to halt lignite mining at Turow on Friday after the Czech government had sought an end to its mining activities. Prague filed a lawsuit in February saying Warsaw had violated EU law by extending mining at Turow until 2026. In a statement, the EU court declared, quote, "It appears sufficiently likely that a continuation of lignite mining activities at Turow mine before the final judgment is delivered is likely to have negative effects on the level of groundwater in Czech territory." Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki called the ruling unfair. "No decision of any European institution may expose Polish citizens to risk. It cannot threaten the security of Polish citizens," Morawiecki said. "Therefore, we will not only counteract with all our strength this wrongful, unfair and unexpected decision, I am convinced that we will be able to prove our point," he added. Morawiecki noted that both the Czech Republic and Germany are operating lignite mines and power plants near to Poland's borders. The Prime Minister was holding an emergency meeting with regional authorities and the managers of state energy company PGE, which runs the mine and the plant. Closing the mine and the plant would result in costs of around 13.5 billion zlotys, that would be $3.6 billion. PGE Deputy Head Paweł Swiwas told an emergency meeting of a parliamentary commission. Coal makes up 65% of Poland's energy sources, including 17% from lignite, while about 25% of nation's energy comes from renewable sources. Okay, so basically the Czech Republic sued Poland because the activity at Turow may or may not affect its groundwater, the groundwater on
the Polish side,
on the Czech side. The European Court of Justice did not say that this is true. They say, while we're assessing whether your groundwater is affected or not, we say you should shut down the mine pending judgment. And the Poles, correctly so, said no.
Fuck off.
Fuck off, mate. That's not how this works, right? So basically, for now, at the very least, the company that runs the mining exploitation at Turow was not found guilty of anything, was not found in violation of anything, right? I know injunctions are a thing, but at the same time, this is a from Poland's perspective, is a national security question, right? Torpedoing 7% of your energy production over a temporary injunction in a lawsuit that may or may not be legitimate. I don't know the details. I haven't read the file. It's like 500 pages long, and I quite frankly don't care. But again, shutting down 7% of Poland's energy production over an injunction on something that hasn't yet been judged even preliminary, a responsible prime minister will say no. And that's the thing.
And that's exactly what happened.
Well, it did happen, but it opens. That's what Europhiles are scared of the most, and they're right. From their perspective, it's scary. From our perspective, it's great news because it opens up the idea that, look, some things, even in terms of economics, maybe they shouldn't be ruled by the European Court of Justice. Some court decisions, maybe they should remain definitive at the level of constitutional tribunal or whatever, Supreme Court. I don't remember exactly the equivalent of the cassation court in Poland, right? So and that's terrifying because it further terrifying again from a Europhile perspective. From my perspective, is great. It starts the momentum for something that started about 5 years ago, namely the backlash towards fragmentation of EU institutions rather than the general trend of further centralizing decision making into the EU institutions. And once again, the Polish elite has this thing of hold on a second, Germany does that too. Why is that not a problem? Right.
Yeah, and not to mention, speaking of Germany, in their constant drive to shut down their nuclear power plants in the past few years, what they did, the argument that we're gonna switch to renewable, that proved to be bullshit, and even Angela Merkel admitted this at the very least a year ago.
Germany's reopening.
And exactly, it's compensating for the loss in nuclear power by reopening coal mines and reopening the coal power plants.
Yes, and also building new ones. That's the thing. New coal mines have been built and opened. New mining sites have been opened. In addition to the old ones being reopened, new ones have been opened as well in Germany. And the neighbors, particularly Poland, never argued against. They're like, oh, whatever. Do what you want. But now, when their own national security is kind of seriously threatened, I mean, 7% is quite a lot. They'll say, hold on a second, you guys do the same. Well, maybe we should sue as well. And notice that Morawiecki isn't really rallying against the Czech Republic. He's using it also to punch Germany, which makes perfect sense because if I read this correctly on the Czech websites, the lawsuit is basically slightly older. It has nothing really to do with the current administration. It's been pending for quite some time. Of course, ECG lawsuits usually take years until they get to preliminary hearings. So basically, the Polish elite interprets this as an attack by Germany by proxy, right? It's like, hold on a second, Germany has coal power plants very close to our border as well.
And coal mining, and the Czech as well.
Yes.
As this article says. So they also got coal power plants and the coal mines in that area. So pinning it on, it's the fault of Poland. That's not exactly how geography works, particularly in terms of these sort of mining exploitations.
Yeah, the European coal plateau just happens to the Central European coal plateau is like in 5 countries, but most prominently is in Germany, Poland, and Czech Republic. Just like the Eastern European one is mostly in Ukraine and Romania, basically. At least the one very close from where we're living. Then there's another one that's now split between Ukraine and Russia because war. There's another one where there's also a lot of coal there. That's at stake with Donbass, by the way. In any event, in these situations where national security is being threatened, it is fair to at least pose the question at the level of your country, should we observe EU rulings, EU court rulings on this one? Obviously my answer is no, but the conversation should be had at national level, especially in the countries of the intermarium. I don't care what the West does, but in the countries of the intermarium, this should be a serious debate, because look, at the end of the day, the biggest enemy of the energy independence of the intermarium is Germany, and by extension the European Union as a whole. That's the truth. In case you haven't noticed, the Joe Biden administration is attempting to lift the restrictions imposed by Trump on Nord Stream 2.
On Nord Stream 2, while ironically Keystone XL is still in the shitter
Yes.
as a project. So it's okay if Russia does it, but it's not okay if Americans themselves do it.
Yes, and need I remind you, Trump was a Russian agent. Okay, so there's that. I mean, but the thing is that considering that the EU institutions have been very unhelpful with the independence, the energy independence goal of the intermarium countries, maybe the intermarium countries should respond in kind and say, you know what, we're not gonna play ball when it comes to your eco-Marxist driven decisions, because why should we? All right, let's move to the south. Reuters. Italy judge rules Salvini should not stand trial in migrant ship case. Matteo Salvini, the head of Italy's right-wing League party, should not stand trial over allegations he kidnapped a group of migrants by refusing to let them disembark from a ship, a judge from the Sicilian city of Catania ruled on Friday. The case centered on an incident in July 2019 when Salvini, then interior minister, blocked more than 100 people aboard the Gregoretti Coast Guard ship for 6 days as he waited for European allies to agree to resettle them. The Catania case is similar to a separate investigation in the Sicilian capital of Palermo over migrants who were kept aboard another boat a month after the Gregoretti incident. However, in a completely contrasting decision, a judge in Palermo last month ordered that he should stand trial over the allegations. He could face up to 15 years in prison if found guilty. If there was no kidnapping in Catania, then I do not see why there should be kidnapping in Palermo, Salvini told reporters after Friday's ruling. The trial in Palermo will begin on September the 15th. Prosecutors in Catania had asked the judge not to send Salvini to trial, saying his decision did not violate international treaties and was not to be considered kidnapping. So basically the prosecutors in Catania had more brain, whilst the ones in Palermo were bought by the Italian left and the currently so-called technocratic Draghi cabinet, because again, all of these lawsuits against criminal charges, whatever, against Matteo Salvini, they're not motivated by humanitarian concerns. They're not motivated by rule of law concerns. No, they're political.
Yeah.
They're politically motivated. Let us not forget that they all started when Salvini was preparing for an election and getting ready to be in the Senate and maybe eventually become the Prime Minister. Well, then the scandal, and he's criminally prosecuted and yada yada yada. That was enough to, for temporarily flatten the curve of the growth of Lega. Now, longer term, this will turn out to be wrong. Even if he's not acquitted in Palermo, it doesn't matter. The ideas that Matteo Salvini represent are now kind of mainstream in Italy, and this particular fluffy cough didn't help either with the trust in all of the parties that are not Lega. Fratelli d'Italia also rose to prominence, which is a party, by Italian perspective, further to the right of Lega. They're not really that scary.
And even this you could say political stunt, which we've seen it in our country as well, and is definitely for sure used in other countries. For example, in Germany, some CDU ministers also got shafted because for corruption charges due to the COVID-19 related governmental acquisitions.
Oh yeah, there was the homosexual guy who got like hundreds of millions of euros from masks commerce.
And in this case, Yeah. Generally, sometimes these stunts work, but this was on migration grounds, and Italians were already fed up with, particularly Sicily, because Sicily was a major entry point for these Lombardy rapids, blackies coming from Africa via Libya and Algeria. And so you brought it out in the public that he apparently kidnapped by some people by letting them on a ship for a month. Great, actually.
No, it wasn't even for a month, it was 6 days. But considering kidnapping, kidnapping also imposes or implies that he put them there. But he didn't. He isn't the one who put those people on that ship to begin with.
He didn't go personally. You come here. You're gonna stay here until I tell you so.
It doesn't have to be personally, but he also didn't have anyone put those people there, right? Those people embarked on that ship voluntarily somewhere else outside of Italy and outside of Salvini's control, right? He just refused them docking in an Italian port. Now, you can say that's immoral, you can say that's kind of terrible from a humanitarian perspective, you can say a lot of things, but you cannot say it was kidnapping. It's stupid.
Yeah, I got a hunch, even though I don't know, and I don't pretend to know the Italian legal code, but the accusation of kidnapping, it won't stick at all.
It's, what's the English term for it? Trumped up.
Trumped up charges, yeah.
Trumped up charges. That's exactly what it is. The point was, again, political, to derail his political career and prevent him from becoming prime minister in 2019. It worked, but longer term, it doesn't seem to be working. I mean, his sympathy points are actually growing these days. Not just because of this one, because especially now when one particular judge in the same region, right, Sicily, says, well, come on, give me a break, this is not. Even the prosecutor says, well, we all know this was trumped up. I mean, let's not pretend this is a serious trial. And of course, Salvini is correct. I mean, look, it wasn't kidnapping in Catania, but several kilometers down south in Palermo it is. Now, I mean, this is one of those honks that are possible in civil code, right? In civil law, as opposed to common law. In civil law, every decision in every trial is autonomous in and of itself. The idea of precedent and is a lot more lax and sometimes not taken into account at all, right? And it is entirely possible to have nearly identical cases with entirely different
resolutions. Yeah.
No. This one will not be one.
Yeah, but even then, it is civil law, but it's a penal code related ruling.
Yes.
So that's even worse. At least you can't have two different resolutions on penal grounds in two different cities in the same area.
Yeah, well, you can, at least for a while, because again, if the purpose is to derail his career, Italy's courts are the slowest in the European Union, the slowest, right?
Yeah.
So this could last for enough years until the next election, essentially, until over the next elections, because if there is a political order, basically, to keep him busy with this trial, which we all know it's going to end with him acquitted for sure, but it can be prolonged for 6 years. Because a lot of low court judges can say, well, actually we think that there is something there, and just prolong the trial, eventually find him guilty, and then of course he will appeal, and eventually the trial ends up at the Cassazione, the High Court of Cassation, and the Cassazione will have to say this is insane and stop the madness. But that can take 6 years, 7. Well, it happens. I mean, look, our corruption cases, I mean, it was that case with the former chief of a newspaper on a corruption case. So the bribe happened in 2012, I think, or 2011. The trial started in 2014, and the definitive decision was made in March 2021. Right? So, but admittedly, that was financial court. Sometimes those ones tend to take even longer. The criminal ones may be slightly slower in Romania. In Italy, because oftentimes when it comes to these kinds of long court battles in Romania, we use Italy, say, well, it could be worse, it could be Italy. Our courts are pretty slow, but the Italian ones are slower.
Yeah, and
very
and all across the board. So you got even
divorce courts are slow.
Divorce courts are slow.
Small claims courts are slow.
Yeah.
Oh, everything is slow. Yeah. I mean, winning a challenge against an abusive fine, for instance, can take like 3 years. You will eventually win it if you have a point, but it takes forever, and it's just oh well, it is what it is. All right, going on the other end of Europe, Ida said, "Oi, il Pol NCP Greens are the most popular in Helsinki, but the Finns party's support is growing." The top 3 most popular political party in Helsinki are the National Coalition Party, the Green Party, and the Social Democratic Party, ahead of June's local election, according to the results of an ILE voter poll. The election, due to be held on June the 13th after being postponed from April, will decide which parties exercise the most power on Helsinki City Council. The poll found 25% support among voters for the NCP, 21% for the Greens, and 15% for the SDP. However, despite retaining their places as the capital's 2 most popular parties, both the NCP and the Greens saw a drop in support from the results of the previous local election in 2017. The poll also found increasing support for the Finns party, with 12% of Helsinki residents surveyed saying they would vote for this party, a rise of 5 percentage points from the parties showing at the 2017 election. So they nearly doubled their support. That's basically what you're saying. This figure, however, is still lower than support for the party elsewhere in the country. Josefina Sipinen, a PhD candidate in political science at the University of Tampere, told ILE that she is not surprised by the results of the poll. The Finns party is taking support from the other parties. They had a bad result of the last election, but this election will certainly be better. The party's national popularity has been strong since the change of leadership in the summer of 2017, Sipinen said. However, the party's increased support would not be enough to secure party leader Jussi Halla-aho the role of Helsinki mayor, as the party is currently the 5th most popular party in the capital, according to the ILE poll. Sipinen said the results follow a current international trend. Studies have shown that populist right-wing parties are especially popular in areas that have suffered from economic restructuring, especially in the short term. In the regions that are the winners of globalization, such as the Helsinki metropolitan area and Helsinki, support for such parties has often been weaker. Helsinki's most popular party has long been the center-right National Coalition Party, which appeals to many high-income voters. However, Sipinen said she does not consider it impossible that the Green Party, who have been swinging on the heels of the coalition, could not grab the first place this time. Support for the Greens was higher than the NCP in Helsinki in the 2019 parliamentary election, which was a historic result. In this light, the success of the Greens in the local election cannot be ruled out, she said, adding that the NCP and the Green Party appeal to the same electorate in Helsinki. Okay, now Finnish politics. Finnish politics is one of those places. Basically, in Finland, there are 2 parties: Perussuomalaiset, the Finns party, and everyone else. Right, and it's really that simple. I mean, the idea that NCP and Green Party and Socialist, they're separate political parties. No, they're not. They're the same party. They're the UNA party. I'm serious. There are significant differences between them. Now, okay, this is local elections. In local elections, all 3 political parties have the same vision of the local administration of Helsinki, which is to deindustrialize the city even further and build more brutalist buildings and make it even more dystopian than it already is. I mean, Helsinki is probably the ugliest capital city in Europe. I don't know, I'm still having doubts. I mean, Skopje is pretty ugly as well. Sofia isn't particularly beautiful. But, you know, Helsinki is out there in top 5, the ugliest. Right? It's pretty terrible. Chisinau isn't particularly beautiful either.
But let's pretend that these are civilized countries.
Yes, but Helsinki, it is pretty ugly. I mean, it wasn't meant to be a capital in many ways. It should have been maybe somewhere else, but I won't say where I think Finland's capital should be, because that's a sensitive topic. No, seriously, I think it should have been in Lahti, but okay. What I'm saying is that these 3 political parties, the mainstream political parties, right, are the same party, especially when it comes to local administration of the Helsinki metropolitan area. So there's that. Of course, they will maintain their status following the June 13 election. It's not yet the time. But this particular PhD candidate, I have no idea who she is, but at least she doesn't sound stupid in public, right? Mrs. Sipinen. She's right in the sense that it may take another election cycle, maybe even 2 election cycles. But the future, and not just in Finland, is the populist right versus the Green Party, roughly speaking. Right, roughly speaking. Of course, that doesn't mean the NCP and the SPD will be gone from Finnish politics overnight. No, of course not. But generally speaking, the narrative will be driven by these younger, agile parties like Perussuomalaiset and the Green Party. Because the establishment left, right, the SPD in the case of Finland, and the establishment right, the National Coalition in the case of Finland, they're still showing no sign of attempting to reform. That is to say, the SPD to try to appeal to where the actual left-wing voters are, and the National Coalition to appeal to where the actual right-wing voters are. Even this article says, look, the NCP and the Green Party, so the mainstream left, the mainstream right and the new left appeal to the same electorate in Helsinki. That means one of them is full of shit, and that's the NCP, right? The establishment one. The establishment one is definitely full of shit because it presents itself as a right-wing party, and it's obviously not if their electorate is the same one willing to vote for the far-left Green Party. And that's okay. I mean, NCP could say, well, we're all leftists now. That's okay. But at least be honest and try to reform and go where your voters are. And they're not doing that. And again, Finland being a small country, it's not a huge tragedy at the end of the day. But we're seeing this replicated all over the place, including in Germany, right? I mean, in Germany, SPD, right, the Social Democrats in Germany, they're hemorrhaging electorate to Die Grünen, the Green Party, which in Germany is not a new party, it's very old actually, it's more than 50 years old, but still, the Green Party is finally having its day on the main stage of German politics after 50-something years, 60 years of existence, right? And where are they taking their votes? From the SPD, from the Social Democrats, right? Because the establishment left, the SPD in Germany, and the establishment right, CDU, have stopped being about their voters, right? The SPD, the former Social Democratic voters in Germany, they're accusing SPD of being too neoliberal and not being a leftist party that they were expecting it to be, and they're right. And the former CDU voters, they are voting in droves for AfD for the exact same reasons. They're accusing CDU of lurching heavily to the left and not being the conservative party that they're expecting it to be. And they're right. Yeah? Similar example, we've spoken earlier about France. Right? Same thing. The mainstream left and the mainstream right are hemorrhaging voters. Some of them, the left vote for usually that will go for the Socialist Party, which is the mainstream left in France. Now it's split between Macron and La France Insoumise, so basically the center leftish. They would rather tolerate Macron's liberalism, but generally it's on everything else being rather centrist-ish. Okay, and those who are serious leftists, they would go with Mélenchon's La France Insoumise. Whereas the mainstream right, they would no longer be willing to tolerate centrist establishmentarian candidates like Sarkozy or things like that, and they would rather go to something more serious. Right? Les Républicains has been trying to at least get the economic conservatives on board. We'll see how that works. I am not optimistic.
Yeah, it looks like a change in approach generation-wise towards politics. Where pretty much all the new parties, with the exception of the Grüne, because they exist for 50 years, but for the sake of the argument, let's add them in as well, and the right-wing variants, AfD and the rest. It's pretty much replenishing the political pool in voting the boomers out of office, or taking their voters, and then at one point by
virtue of biology.
By virtue of biology, let's say that will be probably 10-20 years from now on.
You're being generous with the 20 years. I will say that if these establishment parties, left or right, if they don't reform, They'll be gone from the political stage by 2030, maybe 2035, but that's me being very generous. Let's give some more examples. Spain, right? Partido Popular, the mainstream right, has gotten the hint. They've entered into an alliance with Vox, which is the young people's right-wing party, and they flattened the PSOE in Madrid. Great. But they're the only ones who've taken the hint, right? PSOE, Partido Socialista Obrero Español, the Socialist Party, the mainstream left in Spain, did not take the hint. And now they're sinking at the same time with young people's left-wing party, which got flattened entirely and whatnot, because they refuse to reform. They refuse to go where the votes are, where the popular mood... Basically, when you refuse as a political party, if you refuse to adapt to the societal standard, which sometimes changes the way you want it to, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it refuses to, or even worse, it changes in the opposite direction where you want it. Sometimes that happens. Tough. Well, as a political party, you have an obligation, not a legal one, but a moral one, to go where the votes are. You can say no, and it happens to you what happened to PSOE in Spain, what happened to UMP. Remember UMP in France? What's been going on with those people? Oh, right, they no longer exist. Or what happened with the Democrat liberals in Romania? What happened to those people? Oh, that's right. Or the Socialist Party in Hungary. I'm just saying, you can hear the smurk all the way from here from Kolozsvár. These things happen. I mean, if you don't go where the votes are, eventually you get them, helicoptered. It just so happens. And it's been happening more and more recently. Well, Labour Party in Britain. I mean, Labour Party is languishing at the margins of British politics, has been doing so for more than 5 years now, and it will continue to be somewhere at the margins of or even a better example, Lib Dems. Yeah, do Lib Dems still exist in Britain? Well, they do, I know.
They do, but they got less membership than the SNP,
which is very difficult to achieve, but
which is an impressive achievement.
Yeah, but at least SNP has something that the Lib Dems don't: votes.
Exactly. At least SNP finds enough votes in Scotland to vote for them, but the Lib Dems couldn't find the entire country sufficient people to at least have
one MP.
Something like that, yeah. Even Sinn Féin has more MPs than Lib Dems do, which is atrocious.
But that's what happens with parties that refuse to adapt where the voters are. I mean, Lib Dems. Why did Lib Dems get helicopter? What got them helicoptered from the stage? They refused to accept Brexit.
Yeah.
They continue to play both sides because we're the centrists and whatnot, and the electorate was like, ha, get to the helicopter. Ha ha, Corbyn. Ha ha, Boris. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much that's exactly what happens on the. If you're on the center, that's where the tank goes, and you're the one that ends up under the treads of the tank. In the case of Britain, it was the tank of Brexit.
Admittedly, sometimes a centrist approach can be helpful, but not on issues that polarize society.
Yeah,
Brexit in the case of Britain, immigration in the case of France, agricultural issues and immigration in the case of Finland, right? Because Peru Suomalaiset is at its origins a peasants' party, and which more recently caught on Euroscepticism, opposition to mass migration, and so on. These issues polarize society. Now, admittedly, the Finns party is still not strong enough to pose problems to the current establishment, but as this PhD candidate said, and she's right, they will.
They will at one point. It will take 1-2 electoral cycles at most, and
probably the next general elections in Finland will see a huge surprise, and they will because biology is in their favor. The membership. That's how you look at the party to see whether it has future or not.
You look at the average age of the members of the party.
If it's close enough to deceased, then you can stop voting for them. I mean, it's that easy.
And you can't go Lukashenko mode to roll out the tanks in order to keep yourself in the government, because here's another piece of history that I wouldn't exactly accuse you of not knowing. There's another person that tried in close to the end of the last century to pretty much use the tanks in order to keep themselves in power, and the tanks actually turned against them. It was Boris Yeltsin in 1993.
Yeah, the last one in the century. Yeah, but 4 years earlier, Ceausescu tried the same thing. That worked out well. I'm just saying, the only ones that succeeded, at least after World War II, I guess, were the commies in Hungary, following the 1956 Hungarian. 1956. But even there, with Soviet assistance. Once the Soviet assistance was gone, here it was a very young and energetic political opposition leader named Orbán Viktor, who basically beat the living bejesus out of all of them. And, he's still in power, by the way. Just saying. That's what happens and again, Fidesz is trying to adapt, right? Cutting taxes to young people, courting youth support, financing arts, admittedly ideologically driven art, but still art, for young people without control for the content, just for the ideological direction, which is a very smart way of doing it. It's called propaganda. Right? It's something that the left has been doing for more than 100 years in Hungary, and not just in Hungary. Fidesz is one of those establishment party that seems to be able to adapt. Prawo i Sprawiedliwość to a certain extent does the same in Poland, but again, Prawo i Sprawiedliwość is not an establishment. Well, it's now, but it's only been less than 5 years and something since it's been in power, and it's only founded. It was founded on paper 15 years ago, but it only started being relevant 13 years ago, and for the most part it was in opposition and pretty small. It only started being really, really relevant 8 years ago when they adopted this militant strategy.
But even then,
they beat the socialists and the Platforma Obywatelska. Those were the establishment. Right?
But even then, as far as I remember, Prawo i Sprawiedliwość, peace. Yeah, I'll say peace, because I don't have my tongue versed in
Slavic languages. It's terrible. Anyway.
It was still rallied around in the past around people who are part of Solidarność, especially Lech Kaczyński.
Yes, but it's also true that Platforma Obywatelska, the liberals, were also, most of them, including Donald Tusk himself, they also draw their origins from the Solidarity movement. I mean, the Solidarity movement was just an anti-communist movement, and it only started splitting after communists were gone from power, kind of like in Hungary, really. And in a way in Romania as well. I mean, sure, it was directed by capitalist system, but still it eventually ended up splitting because,
but the split, it appears that it was more successful on the longer term with peace in power right now, as history proves it, and they were more correct than the leftish part of Polish politics, which are not in power.
Yes, and in 2015 at the general election, not a single left-wing political party got in the parliament. Right? The socialists, the far left, all of those remained out of the same altogether. The same being the political party, the parliament, and only the liberals got into power. And again, liberals in the European sense, right? So economically right wing and culturally centrist-ish. And to their credit, the establishment liberals in Poland have been able to resist the temptation to go too far on the left on cultural issues, which is why the cultural left in Poland now has its own political party, which may eventually eat up the liberals, by the way. And finally, Prawo i Sprawiedliwość will have an opponent worthy of its time, because the Great Reset is coming in the European politics. That's what I'm saying. And the Great Reset, not the way the Davos people hoped, trust me. None of these new political parties like the Davos party, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and with this change in the way particularly the right-wing parties, are rallying and are mobilizing agile, as you mentioned previously. They will definitely, within a few electoral cycles from now on, simply bulldoze out the establishment parties, if the establishment parties, even if they will decide 1-2 electoral cycles later to actually try and reform, it will be way too late.
Yeah, I mean, if establishment parties want to still be around in politics 15 years from now, 14 years from now, they should start the reform process like yesterday. I'm serious. Admittedly, this is not the case in all of Europe. There are still places where establishment parties sort of matter, like the Netherlands, for instance. The Netherlands also has this training. I mean, the Dutch democracy is trained with and accustomed with a fragmented parliament. For over 100 years, the Dutch parliament has always been very, very colorful and very, very fragmented. So as a result, the establishment parties there, particularly the VVD, are accustomed with this kind of thing. But even there, right, we've seen a significant increase on the D66 party, right, which is basically quasi-green, very leftish on culture, but neoliberal on economics, very pro-corporatist. It basically represents the corporatist class, kind of like USR in Romania. Right? These kinds of things are happening, and there is very few intellectuals have been able to grasp this and predict it. And those that did have always been either people outside of the academe or people who are still hold that curiosity to be objective in their analysis, like this particular PhD candidate, speaking for Yle being the national broadcast, state-owned broadcaster in Finland. I was about to say Suomi. In any event, the thing is that this is coming, and it's coming in almost every country of Europe, and it's coming to America as well. Luckily for now, at least Republicans have been able to keep on integrating new people. And that's how the party now became very focused on on working class votes and the rural votes, and it's changed quite a lot since the 80s, for sure. Democrats haven't yet integrated their new people. I don't know if they will, but if they don't, that will be the end of the Democratic Party. It will. It will be Democrat Socialists of America, and that's it. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's happening, and it's not coordinated, which is what scares the establishment quite a lot, because it's not coordinated, and it's not like someone established a globalist council to say, okay, fine, we're going to create new parties, and no.
And and what definitely scares a lot of the countries in Europe, at least, is that, as we mentioned in the previous episode, they don't even know how to approach a situation with the fragmented parliament. We've seen it here. Germans will see it soon.
Bulgaria is seeing it now.
Bulgaria is going to see it soon.
Snap election on July the 11th, at the same time with Moldova.
The Finnish will see it in
at the next general election.
At the next general election. Spain is getting steamrolled.
There are a lot of regional elections coming up in Spain. The general one will be in 2023.
2023, yeah.
There's still time for Sanchez to turn things around. He won't, but yeah. So and some of the reason, the only portion that is coordinated to this is that younger people, and by younger this time I mean under 40, right? Younger people, at least those interested in politics, not all of the younger people, but those interested in politics, whether left-wing or right-wing, they have adopted, whether they intended or not, it just so happened, right? They adopted the more global conscience, right? Which is something that sounds odd in right-wing circles for sure, but be this as it may, it's still true, right? 30 years ago, it was barely conceivable, and definitely wasn't happening at a large scale, to see nationalists from, Ukraine coordinating with nationalists from the Netherlands, and those two helping Vox in Spain. That was just impossible, right? The very idea was not extreme, but definitely outside of the Overton window, right? Today it's very common, right? You see consultants from Romania working for a German party, and then the people that meet each other during that campaign, then they create a separate company, right, consultants company, and then help parties in France or in Italy, right, or consultants, or the other way around, right? So, for instance, there are German consultants who work for the election campaign in Israel, or the other way around, Israeli consultants working for parties in the European Union. Social Democrats in Romania, for instance, routinely use two particular Israeli consultancy firms in Israel. These kinds of things happen. And on the left, they have been happening for decades. But now they're happening roughly equally, at least among the new parties, right? Both new left parties and new right parties, they're using roughly the same tactics, which is why they routinely have the similar electorate. Yesterday or 2 days ago, one of the ministers in Romania, the Minister for European Funds, Ghina, openly admitted that, hold on a second, us, that would be his new left party, and the far right, the Alliance for Unification, we have the same electorate. Well, it wasn't the same necessarily, but demographically speaking, it was the same, right? And the reason being that these are the agile parties. Will they, in the case of Romania, will they replace the traditional national liberals and the social democrats? Maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't know.
Yeah, in the case of national rebels, they became so hated, and infighting will get so severe over the next few months. So then it'll be a legit possibility by the next electoral cycle to lose significantly.
We'll see.
But in case of the Social Democrats, they are
Social Democrats has becoming again very young, so they'll probably survive the storm. Not without some wounds, but they'll probably survive the storm. We'll see. The National Liberals have their convention on September the 25th this year. Hopefully,
the night of the long knives.
The night of the long knives, yes. It's the moment when the party becomes live or living or vivid. Hopefully we'll get accreditation to attend the convention.
That would be great.
But if we don't, we're going to have footage from inside where nobody's supposed to be filming, for sure. That would be for sure, even if we don't get accreditation for the convention. But yeah, the thing is that establishment parties take note, right? Partido Popular, PSOE, NCP in Finland, SPD in Finland, SPD in Germany, CDU, CSU, socialists in Hungary, okay, they've taken the lesson already, VVD in the Netherlands, Labour Party in Britain, they should take note. This is coming. And yeah, maybe your own country will be one cycle behind the curve, maybe. I mean, yeah, it's not equal because it's not coordinated again. But it's coming because the next generation of voters, those that are now aged 14 to 17 or 12 to 17, and there are a lot of them interested in politics, they simply don't think, they don't conceive politics in the institutional framework that the establishment parties are accustomed with. They don't think in those terms, right? So, for instance, for an establishment party, the idea of, I don't know, abolishing the IRS, for instance, that sounds like inconceivable. What do you mean by that? Whereas for very young, both left-wingers and right-wingers, the idea of abolishing the IRS makes perfect sense. Of course it should be done. I mean, are you kidding me? There's no debate. Those people will eventually be in power. And they're not changing their minds. Tough.
Yeah.
The same thing will happen with all sorts of other things. Like, for instance, like it happened already in many countries. You know, what do you mean the state gets to say who comes into my house? No, this is just unforgivable. No, this is not going to happen, right? Again, this is something that new agile parties find common ground with each other, whether they're on the left, right, up, down, doesn't matter. Right? When those people will be in power, and they will, biology favors them. Guess what's going to happen with those politicians and intellectuals and public figures who supported sanitary fascism because of this cough. In our neck of the woods in 2006, there was a very special moment when not just the idea of communism, but the communist regime were formally condemned as inherently illegitimate and evil, right? And based on that decision, a lot of things could have happened, including purges in institutions, right? Kind of like illustration in a way. in a more tamed way. Poland did it better, but it is what it is.
Poland expunged absolutely everybody except the comments from the judicial system.
Yeah, because the corporation of the judiciary is more resilient to these kinds of resets. But the thing is, do not be surprised if 15 years from now or 20 years from now, it may take a while, but you know, biology favors this, you will see parliamentary sessions in which measures related to this will be condemned as inherently illegitimate and illegal. And then you'll see purges in the institution. Fortunately, Mr. Fauci, you'll be dead by then, so you won't be able to see that. But you know, those of you who are younger and supported the panic card BS, get ready to be lustrated. It may happen. Sure, not in all countries, not at the same time, but you know, it's coming to power. It's going to be two generations that are very upset at the establishment. The generation that was aged between 16 and 20 in 2008, very unhappy with the way the governments managed the crisis, and the generations that are now between 16 and 18, or maybe between 14 and 20, and sometimes even younger than that, unhappy with how the governments managed this cough. Just look in the future. 10 years from now, all of those will be voting. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. You know, I've been wrong before, although not with these kinds of things, but in any event. Sticking around, going to the southwest, Politico, Morocco uses migrants to get what it wants. When 6,000 people pushed off a Moroccan beachfront Monday, swam around two border walls and waded into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, the question was why Morocco's normally aggressive border patrols had let them get that far. The answer? It was a message. With Morocco, the European Union has made the same mistake it made with Turkey just 5 years ago. It has granted massive leverage to an unpredictable partner by striking a deal in which Morocco receives assistance in exchange for preventing refugees from traveling into Europe. That means when Spain does something Morocco doesn't like, Rabat can play hardball by opening its borders, however briefly. Monday's crossings prompted Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez to hastily return home from a summit in Paris. Units of the Spanish army have deployed to Ceuta, where tanks are now parked on the beach. More people crossed into Ceuta on Monday than arrived in both Ceuta and Spain's other African enclave, Melilla, in all of 2020 or 2019. Spain's other common destination for migration, the Canary Islands, didn't see more than 100 and 500 arrivals in a day last year. Morocco's move was a reminder that Spain better keep good relations. Rabat was outraged last month by Madrid's decision to allow Brahim Ghali, the 73-year-old leader of the Polisario Front, a Sahrawi rebel group that disputes control of Western Sahara with Morocco, to enter Spain to receive medical treatment for COVID-19. Morocco's foreign minister deplored the decision, calling the Sahara question fundamental, and Spain's move in counter to the spirit of partnership and cooperation between the two countries. Morocco stood down border patrols the next day. On April the 26th, 128 people swam the same short distance from Morocco to Ceuta, with Moroccan forces reportedly taking no steps to stop the crossing. Spain and the European Union have long relied on Morocco to control migration to Europe, and often the relationship has worked smoothly. The European Union and Spanish leaders frequently boast of the good relations with Morocco, attributing their success in reducing irregular migration in the Western Mediterranean to the partnership with Rabat. And yet, despite the huge sums of money the European Union has spent, much of it to pay Morocco for policing buffer zones beside EU border walls, the fundamental dynamics of migrations in the Gibraltar Straits have not changed. People keep attempting to enter Europe from Morocco, and Europe keeps hoping they stay on the Moroccan side of the wall or sea. Now that the message has been sent, tensions between Madrid and Rabat will likely de-escalate, but the incident underscores the fragility of the EU's dependence on Morocco. In a hastily arranged address Tuesday, Sanchez found it necessary to reaffirm Madrid's commitment to protecting its two tiny North African territories. We will be firm in the face of any challenge before any eventuality and under any circumstance, Sanchez said. No one had asked. This isn't the first time a diplomatic kerfuffle between Spain and Morocco has played out along their African border with the lives of migrants used as bargaining chips. After the European Court of Justice ruled in 2016 that occupied Western Sahara was distinct from Morocco, Rabat relaxed police patrols, leading to several large crossings near Ceuta. 2 years later, more than 1,200 people overwhelmed Spanish border guards in Ceuta after patrols on the Moroccan side evaporated. Coincidentally, Spanish police had just unwittingly boarded Moroccan King Mohammed VI's yacht, interrupting him while he was out for a sail. Perversely, cooperation on the border often continues even when it is being engineered by one side to break down. Spain and Morocco have already agreed on returning 2,700 of the estimated 6,000 people currently waiting in Ceuta. The cooperation, which is based on a 1993 readmission agreement, will likely help repair relations between the neighbors. But it also means that Morocco and Spain will have again used the migrants, many of whom are children, as bargaining chips in an unrelated diplomatic spat. One person died attempting to cross Monday, and thousands now need shelter, some having arrived with only a swimsuit. Despite the recent trouble, the partnership is likely to continue. Spain and the EU continue to build border defenses. The bloc has agreed to co-finance an €18 million project to bolster defenses around both enclaves. Much greater sums are being spent on EU-Moroccan cooperation. Since 2014, Morocco has received some €343 million from the bloc. Negotiations for continued cooperation could reportedly see that figure rise to as much as €3.5 billion for the period between 2020 and 2027. Monday's crossings will have little impact on Spain's economy or demographics. And Morocco's often violent border guards will be back on duty, watching Europe's southern border soon enough. But what the events have made clear is the biggest effect of the EU's spending on migration has not been to bolster the bloc's borders or protect the people tempted to make the crossing. What it's done instead is hand power to a king who is not afraid to use it. Now, admittedly, the disputes, the diplomatic spats between Spain and Morocco, always funny.
They're hilarious.
And this article phrases it impeccably, like, incidentally, the Spanish police just got on the king's yacht.
Yeah, like you're gonna see. I've seen pictures of the King Mohammed VI's yacht. Only the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi has a bigger yacht than that. It's pretty obvious. That's not carrying migrants. Yes. It will cause way too much.
Yeah, but we need to make a search because you're in the Spanish territorial waters. And what if you're carrying migrants? I mean, I'm just saying. And of course, the king knew that it was all just for show. But it's still annoying. I mean,
Sharmuta police guards. On my yacht.
But on a more serious note, it's hard to be serious with this one, but the underlying point is very serious. Paying these kinds of, illiberal regimes, like Turkey, like Morocco, like Libya more recently, paying those people to be basically the guardians of your borders, it can work, but at one point they will figure it out that they hold leverage against you.
Yeah,
and once that happens, they will use it.
Yeah.
Some of them more moderately, like the King of Morocco, right? The King of Morocco is generally a very reasonable leader. Illiberal as it may be, but he's a very reasonable leader. But others in less reasonable fashion.
Otherwise you have Erdogan on the other opposite side of the spectrum.
Erdogan is very, very keen on using this leverage. He has been using it almost daily, because why not, right? Because Rabat usually has fewer claims against Europe and against Spain in particular. Erdogan, on the other hand, he knows he can do he can pull a lot more stunts because, what's the EU neighbor? Well, Greece. It's always popular to pick on Greece inside Turkey. And Bulgaria that nobody cares about, right? Although most recently, when Bulgaria started protecting its border with paramilitary groups, it's no longer fun. It's all fun and games until the private helicopters show up, with rockets.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious because I've seen at one point not exactly paramilitary. It was exactly the Bulgarian border police when I've been 2 or 3 years ago with the car to Istanbul and back. Normally we were the only guys that crossed with Romanian plates on the car, and there was only one Bulgarian border police guy, and told us why, because they started searching our car for a lot of stuff. We sat there for an hour, which is quite a lot. well, they didn't start. They didn't start taking stuff out or anything. But
They were looking for people.
But they've explained to us. Yeah, we've had some information from one of the paramilitaries, because in that area there's a gigantic forest. Yeah, we had some information that there were some tens of Syrians that tried to cross the border. They tried to cross the border illegally, so that's why we have to do the check, because it's procedure.
Yeah, and they usually look for people. So you can have a huge pile of contraband. They don't care about that. If it doesn't move, then it's okay. Yeah, I've been through a similar situation when coming back from Serbia last year in April, I think. The same thing. I mean, they didn't care about the contraband, and the bus was full of contraband. They were like, how many people? Okay, 12. 12. Okay, good enough. And then started looking for other people. You know, if we find the 13th person that shouldn't be here, you're in trouble. If we don't, welcome to Romania, right? Kind of the same thing. The thing is that when you rely on these kinds of leaders, you have to expect it. And again, we come to the very long problem of EU not having a diplomacy. Right? I mean, the current diplomacy of the European Union is a disdainful joke. And as a result, we're going to keep on having these kinds of honks. And again, on the western side, far west or some far southwest, Spain versus Morocco is mostly funny. But it's not going to be funny in southern Italy. It already isn't funny, and it's going to get a lot less funnier than it is already. And it's going to also get very unfunny on the southeastern side, next to Turkey, particularly Bulgaria and Greece. It's not going to be funny. It's just not going to be funny. And unfortunately, I don't think there is a quick way to fix this. Right? I mean, Turkey is a NATO country. You're going to do what? And it has the second biggest army in NATO, so it's not like you can do anything about it. And you cannot really impose sanctions. Turkey is part of the Common Customs Union, and again, it's very. We discussed this during the SofaGate scandal, right? Because it's a very important treaty, that one, and on it rely a lot of German firms and a lot of French firms and a lot of. British firms a little bit less, but the German ones and the French ones are very important. So you cannot really kick Turkey out of that. Well, you can, but it's going to be pretty expensive, and the EU is, well, the debt union. So you can't really have the claim to say that you cannot really claim that the EU should be kicking Turkey out of the customs union. You can't, but at the same time, there aren't many easy solutions, aren't they? Because the migratory pressure on the European Union can only be brought down if more countries do like Denmark. We spoke last episode about what Denmark has been doing, and they started having roughly zero qualms, right? No fucks given. Oh, you're a Syrian refugee? That's so nice. Get into the plane, fuck off. The war is over. Your refugee status has been revoked. Do svidaniya, tavarish. Right. Well, more countries of the EU would have to do that. If enough countries of the EU do that consistently, then the migratory pressure will dwindle. Right? Because, look, the Balkan route. How did the Balkan route ended? Well, walls. And border patrol not being afraid of using lethal ammunition. Oh, that was it. Right?
Yeah, so same thing could have been done on the southern side of the Mediterranean, particularly because on the southern side of Europe, with the exception of whom, Croatia and Albania.
Okay.
And pretty much with the exception of those two countries, all are part of the European Union. All have a coast guard.
Croatia is part of the European Union.
Yeah.
Only Albania.
Yeah, only Albania is not. Okay, Albania is the only exception that you couldn't actually rally the coast guard. But the rest of the countries, they're on the side of the European Union, so there could be a unified effort in order to keep the dinghies away from
Not to mention,
the land.
But Albania is part of NATO, and it has an association agreement with the European Union, so they would show up with that. I mean, The Albanian Coast Guard is actually pretty aggressive, by the way. That being the historical hair of the peeps that beat Mussolini. I'm just saying. Well, the first time, the second time I were less successful, but still. What I'm saying is that unless the European Union will be willing to say, okay, enough is enough, and issue, yes, guidance to the unwilling national governments, then you know what, Denmark is the way.
Yeah, and again, in order to complete the potential solution with mobilizing the coast guards and actually pretty much make a de facto wall against the rubber dinghies, you put up in all the countries in northern Africa, especially those which are the ones that send the dinghies towards southern Europe. You put there just like what the Americans did in terms of Mexico. You put up a processing center for aliens. Yes,
and Australia did that.
Australia did that as well. But they said, okay, you cannot put offshore because there, as far as I know, there are no islands, with the exception of Tunisia, which has Kirkena. But Kirkena is Tunisian territory, and Tunisia doesn't tend to send.
But you can put an offshore center in Libya. It's not like Libya even exists as a country these days. Seriously, I mean. Or
you could reach some deals and put on land processing centers, just like the Americans did with Mexico, and you cross through there and you get there's you can do pretty much as a lottery. If you get accepted, let's see which country you go to out of those all of those EU countries. It will be fun to be sent to Poland as a black guy, or sent to Estonia.
I don't think that you could reach a consensus in the Council of Europe.
No, not a chance.
Sorry, the European Council, I meant. But speaking of Council of Europe, how about make it a Council of Europe policy? Because that would be fun. Part of the Council of Europe, there are places like Azerbaijan and Russia and Kosovo. There are a lot of very, very fun places. Oh, by the way, the United States is part of Council of Europe as an observing member, but still. And do a lottery like that. Only the established members, so not the United States, but the established members, and we draw from there. Oh, you'll be sent to a very safe place. It's called Azerbaijan. Let's see how that works. Because if this happens several hundreds of times, it doesn't have to happen too often. If it happens several hundreds of times, the word goes out and said, well, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. The current approach to no one's surprise, considering the weak to non-existent Eurobloc diplomacy, honks like these will still happen until most likely the leadership will change. Hopefully at the next Euro elections, when the ECR will at least start to make some claims in terms of leadership.
That's only 24, right?
Yeah, there's still one electoral cycle away from that to at least have some pretensions at leadership.
Next Euro parliamentary elections, May 24. Next EU Parliament convenes
2025.
No, in 24, but in August or something like that. It takes a few months from the election until the next legislature convenes. Until the first thing that they could do would be another year. Yes, so it's long.
Yeah, and even if you were to send money in order to offset the cost, instead of paying, you can't exactly get away with paying the Turks, but you can get away with paying the Moroccans by pretty much making all of Coast Guard ships around here. With the exception of Spain, because geography lesson here.
Spain has territories in Africa.
Spain, with the exception of Western Sahara, which is a complete honk story. The little corner at the top of Morocco is actually Spanish territory.
Yes,
and even if there is a gigantic wall fence with barbed wire and everything, the Moroccans still manage the refugees coming from Morocco still manage to cross it. But then that will be pretty simple. You just simply make south of that border a processing center, just like I said previously, and Bob's your uncle after that. repeat the step
Yeah,
in any other country.
And then,
Algeria, Libya.
and if you're caught beyond the processing center, you get shot.
Yeah,
that's another
pretty
aspect.
much. It's an attack towards national security and sovereignty.
That's the thing about what most people in the West seem to have forgotten is that the standard operating procedure at the national border is lethal ammunition if you try to cross outside of an authorized border crossing point, and especially if you try to do it illegally, that is to say, without having the right to cross that border. Because it's a one thing if let's say I cross from here to Ukraine, right? Not through an authorized border crossing point, but from somewhere else, right? And I get caught by the border patrol and say, "What the hell are you doing here?" "Well, I'm going to Kiev." "Well, who are you?" And I show the passport. I say, "Well, but you can cross legally, but just don't cross from here," right? Or if you did, okay, fine, we're gonna carry you all the way to the. So that's one aspect. But if I were to have, I don't know, an Eritrean passport and try to cross like that, well, the standard operating procedure is you get arrested, and if you disagree, you get shot. Right? Because you did not have the legal right to cross from here to Ukraine. Staying with this example, and that's most of the planet. Right? This whole thing of playing nice with swaths of illegal immigrants is a very new phenomenon, and it's on a minority of the planet. A very marginal minority, to be more precise.
Not even in order to use examples from the West. Okay, even though this comes from the East. The case with Australians will learn the lesson pretty fast.
The Australian Coast Guard will sink your ship.
Yeah, exactly.
They will.
Exactly, and this has been the modus operandi for a few years already. Before this current prime minister happened with the previous prime minister. It started you go to that island in order to get processed. If you don't, and you try to cross it, well, God bless yourself. We're gonna pull out the guns.
Yes,
and we're talking about naval guns, not not machine guns.
And they did sink several because everyone assumed that the Australian government is just as serious as the ones in the European Union, and they kept on sending ships with the illegals. And the Coast Guard, they said once, they said twice, and third time they shot. And yes, that meant the death of several dozens of people and whatnot. But tough. And this whole idea of treating everything with gloves and no. You either have power or you don't. And if you do, it has to come from a barrel of the gun. How do you think? That's why it's called law enforcement. It's not there to be funny and smiley. And until we learn that, until we relearn that, and not we personally, but we Europe, until we start relearning that, and that's how we would do to each other. I mean, God damn it, the Berlin Wall hasn't fallen from 32, less than 32 years. Only in October will be 32 years, right? Just less than 32 years ago, right? People would get shot for going from one street to Berlin to the wrong street of Berlin. And we deemed that haram, for good reason, because there should not have been a border right there. It should be next to Berlin. There should be more countries in what is today Germany, but not through the middle of the city. That's terrible. Right? Or even more recently, right? EU territory. Nicosia, right? Cyprus. In 2003, you would still get shot for going from one street of Nicosia to the wrong street north of Nicosia. You would get shot by the Turkish military. Today you no longer get shot. That's true, because today it's fully open and you can cross as many times as you want. No one cares. But as late as 2003, that was still a situation. Right? So less than 20 years ago. But for some reason, we were able to do this to each other. But for some reason, oh my goodness, what do you mean fire at the migrants who have already crossed illegally 2 or 3 countries by the time they get to the European Union,
or even more,
right? I mean, most of those people attempting to cross or swimming from Morocco to Spain, almost all of them are not Moroccan citizens. because, well, Moroccan citizens can come legally to the European Union if they so want to, and many of them don't. I mean, almost all of those who wanted to, they're already in the European Union, already legally. The remaining ones just don't want to. And why would they? Because it's very profitable not to, and just taking shekels from dumb Europeans who don't understand how power works. So there's that. All right, let's take a break, and then we'll move further to the south in Africa and go on with the rest of the world. Crimena death sentence, and then we'll be back.
When the Lamb broke the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come." I looked, and behold, an ashen horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and Hades was following with him. Authority was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with famine, and with pestilence, and by the wild beasts of the earth.
Yep, we're back. You've listened to Death Sentence from Crimea, Africa. Al Jazeera. Nigeria devalues naira as part of path to single exchange rate. Nigeria's central bank devalued the naira by 7.6% against the dollar as authorities in Africa's biggest oil producer migrate towards a single exchange rate system for the local currency. The Abuja-based Central Bank of Nigeria replaced the fixed rate of 379 naira to the dollar used for official transactions with the more flexible NAFEX, also known as the Investors and Exporters Exchange Rate, that has averaged 410.25 naira per dollar this year, according to the data on its website on Tuesday. We found out that we were no longer dealing in this so-called CBN official rate for transactions, Governor Godwin Emefiele told the reporters during the monetary policy briefing earlier on Tuesday. We are still running a managed float. We're monitoring the market and seeing what is happening for us to ensure that the right things are happening for the good of the Nigerian economy. The bank held interest rate at 11.5% in line with the median estimate in a Bloomberg survey. The official unification of these rates is a welcome development as the fragmented foreign exchange market has been a cause of confusion and a source of arbitrage, Neville Mandimika, a Johannesburg-based economist at Rand Merchant Bank, said by email. Nigeria adopted the multiple exchange rate regime to avoid an outright devaluation of the naira by keeping a stronger pegged rate for official transactions and a weaker exchange for non-government related transactions. This currency management system was criticized by the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank held back a $1.5 billion loan in a bid to push for more foreign exchange reforms. The NAFEX, which acts as a spot rate, was introduced in 2017 to improve dollar liquidity and encourage inflows from foreign investors that were exiting the country following the 2016 economic crisis. The West African nation suffered even more acute hard currency scarcity last year after the COVID-19 pandemic led to a plunge in oil prices, forcing it to devalue the local unit twice. While crude contributes less than 10% of the country's gross domestic product, it accounts for nearly all foreign exchange earnings and half of government revenue. The key thing for the market is to now allow for more flexibility in the pricing of the investors and exporters window rate in order to completely narrow the spread between the NAFEX and the parallel market, Chapel Hill Denham said. He's an analyst at Omotola Abimbola. The latest central bank move is expected to improve confidence in policy making, but recovery in portfolio inflows will not be immediate as investors wait for more dollar liquidity. Analysts including Simon Kitchen and Mohamed Abu Basha at Cairo-based EFG Hermes also said. Sounds like a step in the right direction by the sound of it. This kind of thing sounds weird for Westerners. The idea that there are more than one exchange rates mechanisms, right? So not that one particular place sells dollars for this price and the other place sells it for a different price. No, everyone is accustomed with that. But no, having entire legal mechanisms that are different and yield very different results, sometimes varying by 10 or 15% between each other. That's something quite alien in the northern hemisphere, let's put it this way.
Yeah,
very common in Africa, though.
Yeah, and even in this case, even this spot rate, which is now at 410.25 naira per dollar, is still nowhere close to reality because
should be 600 or something.
In 2017, when it was still that 379 naira per dollar exchange rate pegged by the Nigerian bank, absolutely nobody used the reference rate, and back then the real dollar value on the black market, of course, it was 479 naira per dollar. Now it's not exactly upwards of 600 naira per dollar, so it's still very far away. And yeah, it's obvious to see what the government is trying to do, because if it was to use the real market value of the dollar, which is the black market, the dollar value, then the entire
too much inflation.
Yeah, it will create pretty much a hyperinflation scenario that would
not necessarily hyperinflation. I mean, Nigeria has a more stable economy. It's not Zimbabwe. But it would be a serious inflationist pressure.
Yeah.
And considering that Nigeria, just like many other African countries, is more or less ruled not by a deep state, because the deep state is very out in the open in African countries and definitely in Nigeria. But you know, the regime has to pay all of those pawns, and of course it pays them in the local currency. Now, a significant inflationary pressure would immediately downsize the standard of living of those pawns of the regime.
Yeah.
And if and when that happens, that spells trouble, especially in a country that's divided with a lot of Muslims, a lot of violence. I mean, it's a very fine equilibrium being maintained there to keep Nigeria on the map, really.
Yeah, and that could also spell issue with the fact that, as this article mentions, the Nigerian economy is not exactly as diversified in terms of foreign exports, because as it says,
internally it is, but
internally it is, but externally it's complete chaos. And yes, for pretty much understandable reasons, because absolutely fucking nobody would exchange naira to you outside of Nigeria.
yes,
And if you were to exchange it at unofficial rates, you would get pennies, the equivalent of pennies, for several hundreds of thousands of nairas, let alone if you were a business to deal with millions or tens of millions, because let's remember, Nigeria is the country of the Nigerian prince.
yes. The problem, and this will be a problem for many of these nowadays pretty developed African countries, because whether they like it or not, they're going to have to go through a process of reformation of their finances. And it's not just Nigeria in this situation. Tunisia is also another example. Tunisia is a very developed country, but you cannot exchange the local currency outside of it because it's not convertible.
It's not convertible, yeah.
So same is true with Moldova, by the way. Although at least you can change the Moldovan leu in Ukraine, but only next to the border. I mean, in Chernihiv.
But still, Moldova has at least sort of slightly more favorable scenarios. If they can't change the Moldovan leu in itself, but at least they could change it to either hryvnias or Romanian lei, and those which are convertible.
Yes. But
in the case of Nigeria, absolutely fucking nobody would change it for you.
That's true. But again, this is possible because most of the banks in Moldova are owned by either Romanian or Ukrainian companies. And that's why these two, at the very least, accept, admittedly in a limited capacity, but they do accept it at a free market flow exchange rate. With the case of Tunisia and Nigeria and Zimbabwe, and a few others actually, that's not the case, right? And because that's not the case, that creates a lot of, it creates it comes with a lot of barriers even for individuals, right? For tourists, even for tourists is a problem. Not to mention with big businesses or bigger businesses. And by bigger, I mean even, a small, what do you call it, a fast food joint. Right? It doesn't have to be something really big. Right? It has even smaller things. Or like the fast food chain that is very popular in Africa, Nando's, which only exists in the UK, in Europe. That's it. All the rest of its locations are in Africa, basically. Very good food, by the way.
I agree.
Yeah, and Nando's is basically specialized in it's not the only one, but it's one of the few pan-African firms, multinational firms, that actually outright displays its prices in the local currency, euro, dollars, yen, pound sterling, and they accept them all. Why? Because in most countries where they do make business, well, the local currency is either unconvertible or inaccessible, well, like it was the case in Zimbabwe first year.
With the bonds.
Yeah. Also, parallel exchange rates existing de facto. This was common. I'm accustomed to it because it was the case in Romania as well. Late 80s in particular, in the early 90s for a few.
Up until 1998 when the Romanian law became legitimately convertible.
Yes. But at the very least, after 1992, when the exchange was liberalized, you could buy hard currency, and you would find.
There was no peg from the Romanian National Bank like it is in Nigeria. And completely devoid of the reality.
But in the 1980s or 70s, when the Romanian Communist Party would advertise the tourism industry to the West, a lot of British tourists and Swedish tourists would come here. Then it was the official peg. The tourists would have to, at least in theory. exchange at the 12 Romanian lei, Ceausescu era lei, for $1. Whereas on the black market, the rate would be like around 100.
But even then, speaking of foreign tourists in Romania, I've seen in one of the very few movies which was made by some news station from the UK on those
Tourist resorts?
on those tourist resorts at the Black Sea. You couldn't even buy in lei. You had to buy outright in dollars.
Yeah, there were
So
certain,
even converting the dollar was an optional thing because everything was.
That's true. There were certain places all over the country, not just in the tourist areas, which were called shops. The English word
and the shops,
and which already had all of the prices in hard currency. So yeah, that's still the case. I've seen a few of those in Zimbabwe, by the way. But unlike Comiera Romania, those were not banned for the locals. Right? It's just that they had all of the prices straight up in US dollars. But in Zimbabwe, last time I was there, the official exchange rate was 1-to-1. Right? One Zimbabwean bond was considered by the government to be worth $1. In reality, it was more like 375. And that made quite a difference. Today they have the same system as in Nigeria, right? There is an official exchange rate, and now and by the way, it was illegal to even try to buy bonds. Right, as a tourist, you are supposed to spend US dollars, basically, and it was illegal. Of course, I didn't observe the rule. I mean, are you kidding me? When I learned what is the real exchange rate on the streets, I'm like, okay, who's gonna buy my US dollars and give me a huge pile of bonds? And now they established an official exchange rate. It's like I think 4 or 5 bonds. I mean, the government finally admits that, okay, our bond is actually not equal to the US dollar, but they exchange, and for now, the street agrees. The exchange rate you can find on the streets is very similar to the government ones. But soon enough, it's not going to be.
But then that's exactly you got to take into consideration the geopolitical considerations in Nigeria.
Yes.
Where getting rid of the peg and the parallel exchange rates, it would throw the country into some sort of chaos.
Yes.
Now nobody knows to what extent, but at one point, as you mentioned, they would have to do it in order to at least make the country more accessible to foreign investments, and at the same time make the country accessible to exporting outside, other than exporting oil.
Yes, Nigeria being a pretty big place, population-wise,
very populated.
Population-wise, it's big, and it's gonna get bigger. It will be big, not very far away in the future, right? A few decades, 2 decades, something like that. So it's gonna be pretty big. And it's going to be pretty big because, it has a young population. And what do young people do? Well, they make children. That's what young people do. Now, of course, soon enough, it will follow the same flattening curve of fertility like almost all countries of Europe. Even Nigeria today already has a flattening curve of fertility. But that flattening curve, in demographics, there is a huge inertia. The fertility may be flattening, but the population overall still increases for many years afterwards, and even if you have a downward trend in fertility, and not to mention the downward trend starts from 4 point something in Nigeria, which is by Africa standards pretty low, actually.
Consider there are countries with 7.
Well, not anymore. Today there is not a single country with 7. There are quite a few with 6.5 though. But as soon as the population increases even further, and it will, that's unavoidable. I mean, it's baked into the cake. It will increase. Now, we can debate whether it will increase all the way to 350 million or only to 200. That's definitely a debate. I would wager on the lower number, quite frankly. But still, it will increase. And at some point, it will become a big enough... It already is a big enough economy, but it will become a big enough economy to start having to take it into account when discussing global economics. People seem to be forgetting that Nigeria has a space program. Right? It's not exactly a poor country. It's what I keep on telling to many of my friends who are less well-traveled than I am, to stop thinking about Africa, especially countries like Nigeria, in terms of 1970s stereotypes. It's no longer true.
Yeah, there are some honks, like for example, Nigeria not having not having a central electricity distribution infrastructure, which means that if you want even something as basic as powering a fridge, you will need a diesel generator.
Mm-hmm.
But still, that's those are simply honks. But at the scale of the entire country, when you have a space program, well, not everybody can afford a space program. Not even. No,
Germany doesn't have a space program.
Europe as a whole had to create a conglomerate, which is the European Space Agency, in order to afford a space program.
Not to mention that, and this is going to be a challenge for global economy, not just with Nigeria, but especially these not exactly very well developed, but definitely developed countries.
Yeah, they're more like insular developed.
In a way, yeah. They will pose a challenge for global investors and global economy because the spending habits of both rich people and poor people in these countries are just outside of any norm. That's entirely unpredictable. I remember reading a few years ago about the spending habits of regular people in Ghana. Ghana is also a very well developed country, by the way. And they were thinking, hold on a second, we spend, the government spends a lot of money, and also the NGO sector spends a lot of money to try to develop. There are a few areas of Ghana that are still not decently developed. And they've been trying to develop those areas for like 20 years. And although the purchase power parity of those people has increased, their nominal wealth is definitely bigger. For some reason, the area doesn't develop. And eventually they found out that one of the aspects could be because in those particular areas, those people, if they have more money, they would rather buy an expensive TV rather than food. And it's not that they can't afford food, they just prefer the expensive TV more. Now that's something that you cannot see anywhere in Europe. Right? I mean, after communism fell, we bought a lot of TV sets because they were more or less forbidden. Well, not forbidden, but just unavailable before the revolution.
Or prohibitively expensive.
Or prohibitively expensive, yeah, that's true. But still, nobody starved in Eastern Europe by buying TV sets, right? But this does happen and not just in. I mean, in Ghana, it has been also been studied because there is already a research sector there that can. Ghana is wealthy enough that can afford to pay researchers to do sociological studies, which is something that only rich countries can afford.
And exactly. And in order to make our less traveled spectators at this SOFA report, let me remind you that Ghana already in the 70s, compared to their neighbor Nigeria, which is a country with the population currently 5 times bigger than Ghana is, Ghana already is completely energy independent, and it has hydroelectric plants, which Nigeria can't even dream yet.
Now, admittedly, Nigeria doesn't need them yet, but they will, and eventually they'll have to.
Doesn't need them because they will have to fix this honk with you need a diesel generator if you want electricity in your house.
Yes,
and that's even for rich people, not for apparatchiks or state institutions.
Yes, I'm aware. I've been to the place, but what I'm saying is that considering how rich Nigeria is, this is a step in the right direction. And admittedly, Boko Haram, by the way, is based in Nigeria as well. And some economic disruption represents a risk on having an increase of power and popularity for Boko Haram. And not just Boko Haram, a lot of other Islamist groups are based more or less in Nigeria. Now, admittedly, the army cracks down routinely on them. I mean, it's not like they're tolerated or something. But the reason you can crack down on them is because for now, most of the populace is not exactly sympathetic to that. We like to make a lot of jokes about Islam in Nigeria, but let's face it, they're not really popular. But they could become popular if economic turbulence becomes a thing, and unfortunately economic turbulence may not be avoidable. So yeah, it's a very tough balance. It's a very tough balance, and just like in Europe, right, the countries of Africa that don't have too much religion of special needs on them, they're having an easier time passing these economic reforms than the countries that do have religion of special needs in them. Now, admittedly, there are also successful examples, majority religion of special needs, like Tunisia and Morocco, right?
Yeah,
But those had enlightened elites,
yeah, exactly.
educated in the West, and also they're more accustomed with the European civilization because, well, Tunisia and Egypt more recently, they're just full of European tourists all the time, including now, by the way. You know, this cough doesn't exist in Egypt.
It only exists in order to pay a $50 bribe to the border guard when you get at the airport in Cairo. Or in,
not anymore, because a lot of the tourists now are Russians and Romanians and Bulgarians, and you know they pay a lot less as a bribe to get a negative test here. So you know, $50 is already too expensive. So yeah, those countries very up north in Africa, they're more accustomed with the European civilization. Well, historically speaking, they've always had to deal with Europe, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, for example. Morocco and Tunisia do not permit you to have a maximum of 4 wives, like it is, like it is mentioned and permitted by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him, right? But it is the case that at least those countries had an enlightened elite. Nigeria is only now building it. Eventually, it will succeed for sure. Biology works in their favor, but it's gonna take time. It's going to take time, and you know, these guys, you cannot burn this is something that we learned in Romania the hard way, and now Africa is going to have to learn it the hard way. You cannot burn the stages. You can be slightly faster and slightly more agile, but maybe avoid some of the mistakes that other already developed countries made, but you cannot really speed up development too much. Some things just have to take decades, and they will take decades, no matter how much political will you have, and in the case of Nigeria, no matter how much money you have. Nigeria, for instance, I don't think it's even. I don't think it's ever getting foreign aid or something like that. But you know, it's a very wealthy country. Still, some things have been lingering for decades. Even this one with the exchange rate. I mean, they've been trying to do some monetary reform for like 10 years or 15 years now, and finally this is a small step. It's still far away from what's needed. It is what it is. All right. Asia. Financial Times. Scientists call for fresh investigation into the pandemic's origin. The theory that COVID-19 was accidentally released from a lab in Wuhan remains viable and should be investigated further, a group of scientists has said. Fake news, fake news, fake news, censor. An investigation into the origin of the pandemic carried out last year by the Wuhan Home Organization and China found that infection via an intermediate animal host was likely, or very likely, of course. But that investigation failed to properly examine the possibility that the virus leaked from a laboratory, the scientists said in a letter published in the Journal of Science on Friday. Only 4 of the 313 pages of the WHO report and its annexes address the likelihood of a laboratory accident. The Wuhan Home Organization Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus subsequently admitted that this was insufficient. Theories of accidental release from a lab and the zoonotic spillover both remain viable, said the scientists who work at the universities in the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Switzerland. They added that greater clarity about the origins of this pandemic is necessary and feasible to achieve. Any future investigation should be transparent, objective, and subject to independent oversight to minimize the impact of conflicts of interest. Knowing how COVID-19 emerged is critical for informing global strategies to mitigate the risk of future outbreaks, the letter said. So a lot of Putinists basically now work in Switzerland and the US and the UK and Canada, and you know, this is Putinist far-right conspiracy theory, of course, and it's racist, as the Democrats have informed us. Remember Nancy Pelosi when she went to the Chinatown to basically tell everyone that there is no virus, and you know, everyone claiming otherwise, they're basically a bunch of fucking racists. That was Nancy Pelosi, February 27th, 2020.
Yeah, then there were the Italians with Hug a Chinese. They
Abbracci a un cinese. Yeah, that's right. Hug a Chinese campaign. Probably about 5,000 people died because of that campaign.
Well, the most hilarious thing from this news article is that the Chinese media, especially the globalist Times, absolutely lost their shit. So then you must add the article with Fauci not convinced that Fauci being actually convinced that the virus escaped from a lab, and then the globalist Times calling Fauci an absolute traitor. And that's written by BBC Chinese. Wow.
Yeah, the BBC in Chinese was what alerted me to this because I don't read the Globalist Times. You do.
I do it. It's like reading the Babylon Bee, but it's on the other side of the spectrum.
I know you're doing it ironically. I'm not accusing you of being a CCP spy, although maybe you are. But on a more serious note,
I'm still waiting for the yuans promised in my account.
It's not convertible. In any event, yes, the BBC in Chinese, is what alerted me to this. The Globalist Times calling Fauci a traitor. Ouch! Traitor to what, mate? Now that you've spilled the beans on that, can you please, Globalist Times, get more precise?
Can you please expand on this subject? How is he exactly a traitor?
Yeah, who did he betray and how? I don't know. Did he betray the American people? Well, we all know the answer is yes to that. But did he also betray your trust? And if so, why were you so trusted? Why did you trust Fauci? Could it be because you were getting a lot of shekels through his position? I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, and that was even a far-right conspiracy.
The connection between Fauci and the Wuhan virology lab. Yeah.
Exactly, and mandatory reminder: a year ago, when a report came out that the Wuhan virology lab, the same one where it's suspected that the virus escaped from, received some millions of dollars as funding. By Fauci's recommendation in order to fund the projects there.
Yeah, but it's still an NPC virus. I mean, it is an NPC virus. But anyway, this fluffy cough apparently might have possibly, maybe, escaped from the Wuhan virology lab, the same one that got shekels from Fauci. Ouch. That doesn't look good.
Yeah,
no wonder that the CDC now finally says, okay, you can take off your masks, go to whatever you want, whatever. Maybe you should take the vaccine, but if you don't, who cares? Everyone is trying to bury this virus as fast as possible. Suddenly, and you could see them. They're doing it again. If you speak multiple languages like I do, you can see how the narrative goes like really fast. Back at the beginning of the panic, every national propaganda outlet had slightly different narratives. Obviously, they were still working at the national level. They weren't exactly coordinated, and even if they were only on marginal issues, whatever. But now, when the order came in, and I'm very careful when I'm choosing my word, the order came in to bury this cough as fast as possible, which is why we're not taking it down, because we're still under this cough. Basically shut it down. That's basically how it happened. Someone called it, shut it down. Suddenly, the authorities and the official sources in the Netherlands, Switzerland, Belgium, Germany, Hungary, Romania, Poland, Greece, Bulgaria, like almost all of them in an instant, like with a lag of 2 hours, started suddenly saying, well, you know what, it's going to be a seasonal virus, and it's basically like a cough, and it's not that serious, and yeah, you should take the vaccine, but basically we're wrapping things up, and that vaccine passport, it's going to be needed for a month or two maybe, but then, we're going to wrap this up, and it's going to be fine, and no, there won't be a fourth wave, or if it will be very small, and it's not going to be requiring any restrictions, and like all of them. Like all of them. Suddenly the British scientists found their conscience and said, oh look, we actually use the propaganda tools. They're kind of totalitarian and kind of terrible. Maybe we should stop using that because that's kind of fucking haram. But only now, right? I mean, it wasn't haram in May 2020 or April 2020 or December 2020, but now it's haram. And all of those happened after a very long conversation between Dr. Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci in the Congress. Meanwhile, in China, the narrative is not about the virus at all, because, the CCP decreed that the virus no longer exists, and therefore it doesn't exist. Even this fluffy cough listens to what the CCP has to say about epidemiology.
Of course, this virus has been generated by the Wuhan Virology Lab, which runs on revolutionary science.
Revolutionary science! But yeah, so suddenly in China the narrative is like Fauci is a traitor. Hold on a second. Now you draw my attention. Can you please expand on that? Of course, I'm not saying I know whether this escaped from the Wuhan lab. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. It's a strong possibility, and it has been a strong possibility for a year. But up until about 2 minutes ago, it was illegal to ask. I mean, Facebook just announced that, we're no longer removing the posts that say that this fluffy cough may have come from a Wuhan virology lab. 2 minutes ago, it was haram, and you would get zucked on social media for insinuating that this may be the case. My own website, freedomalternative.com, was temporarily placed under some sanctions on Facebook. They were lifted, but because I posted an article, I wasn't the author of it, but I posted it on my website in June 2020, entertaining the possibility that this might be the case. And the author of that article went into great detail about how this could have happened, right? And, in June 2020, it was a far-right conspiracy theory. And now entire portions of that article, entire arguments, I get to read them on Wall Street Journal and on BBC and Financial Times.
And on CNN as well. Same as the article that was posted on PBC on CNN with 3 researchers at the Wuhan Virology Lab being hospitalized in November 2019, apparently having symptoms similar to the cough.
Yeah,
but in a more severe variant.
Yeah, because either that or the more, quite frankly, the more likely scenario. The virus has been spread because there is another aspect. In August 2019, there was a certain moment. It lasted for about 3 weeks, when there was a crowded hospital and a lot of ambulances in Wuhan. The party says that this never happened, of course. But satellite surveillance says it did. And history of the GPS machines on the ambulances says it did. So it did, right? Why was that? Why were so many ambulances running all over the city all the time, and all of them bringing exactly at the same hospital, not everywhere in the city, and just 3 weeks, and then nothing happened, right? Well, it could be because a wave of this cough usually lasts for about 3 weeks and maybe 4. It could be that. So the more likely possibility is this. The virus had been spreading for earlier than that, longer than November 2019, maybe August, maybe July. But being summer, of course, like any other cold, it doesn't spread that fast and whatnot. And they only noticed it until some of the workers not only got sick with it, but got sick so badly that they needed hospitalization. Again, less than 5% of the people who get this cough even need to see a doctor to begin with. Almost everyone else goes through it without barely noticing it, or even if they do notice it, they don't need medical attention. Okay. So by November, probably one of those people hospitalized with symptoms maybe like this one, definitely like this one, probably say, hold on a second, I actually work with the disease like this. Oh, shit!
oh shit, 2003 flashbacks.
Yes, so that's the most likely situation, because again, if it were, I've always said that right, I've rejected the possibility of being an intentional bioweapon.
Because intentional release.
Yeah, intentional release. That's the case. I rejected right from the get-go this hypothesis all the way since March 2020, because I'm like, it's unlikely. Right? It's very unlikely to be an intentional release, because if you are to intentionally release a virus, you don't really intentionally release it in
your own country.
In your own country first, and then into very old areas of Italy. I mean, what? I mean, you release it. First of all, you make it really deadly. And second of all, you release it to some of your enemies, or maybe test it on some third-party country like North Korea or whatever. You test it somewhere. I mean, you would have to find some evidence, and none of that emerged. So it's probably accidental, and
No.
I described a very plausible way of how this could have happened. It could be accidental.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the party used it, the CCP used it. There was a journalist on Substack who basically said how this became the good lie wrapped in a tiny virus, right? Because if you look at the way the CCP handled this from a propaganda perspective, it basically follows the basic tools in the KGB disinformation manual, right? It has a kernel of truth, namely that the coup exists, but then everything else is basically crafted at convincing the outside rather than the inside. If you remember, there is that very famous, it's only 10 seconds of footage, The Guardian still holds it up on its website, where the comrade Xi Jinping comes in and visit and see how the lockdown is going in Wuhan, and the populace screams from their windows that it's all fake and it's all bullshit. And of course the footage went viral on WeChat first and then on Western media as well. Needless to say, anyone you ask on WeChat today, first of all, asking of that footage gets you banned. But if somehow you manage to avoid getting banned from that, immediately at least 5,000 people will gladly explain to you that you have imagined things, that the footage doesn't exist. Of course it exists. But basically the party turned the narrative around and tried to convince everyone else. I think Tablet magazine had it's a very long article, it's called China's Lockdown Propaganda. I'll put it in the description for you. It basically meant to convince as many countries as possible to follow, that's why I call it the Wuhanization model.
Exactly that one, with welding the doors of the people.
Now, literally no one else welded the doors. Well, actually, China didn't weld the doors either. That was Kabuki theater.
Yeah, it was a Kabuki theater, exactly.
But still, they managed to convince a lot of countries, which should have known better, in adopting measures that would definitely harm those countries and bring roughly zero benefit. And no, that's the conspiracy theory, the idea that lockdowns brought benefits. They didn't. Ever. There is not a single benefit to it. Claiming otherwise is an extremist proposition.
It definitely has some benefits.
The CCP agrees.
It made tech companies richer. It made Amazon hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yes, but even that is temporary because you know the backlash is coming. And again, there is such thing called institutional inertia. It takes a while.
It takes a while, and there will definitely be heads will roll. In terms of that,
again, Fauci is too old. His head probably won't roll, but all the others.
Yeah, but then in order to connect it with the earlier things we said about the agile parties, both on the left and on the right.
Yes,
they are looking at what's happening, and they will rile up the population in order to ask questions, and it will definitely get to the point where they have to seek some sort of damage, or at least some information that's not outright lying as to what exactly happened, and then there will be consequences.
I fully do expect. Now, admittedly, a lot of European governments, at the very least, and a lot of state governments in the US, they're scared shitless of the backlash, so you know they're really fast in trying to bury this coffin.
But then there are countries like surprisingly Australia
or Canada. We'll get to Australia, but Canada also just instituted well, not the whole country, but certain provinces. I believe Ontario is one of them, and probably British Columbia as well, but I'm not sure about British Columbia. They've just extended their lockdowns and whatnot, and obviously the residents are looking across the border. Even Michigan is like fully open, and they're like, are we sure this is about the virus? I mean, even the very polite and always government trusting Canadians be like, are we sure this is about the cough? Are we sure about that? Because, you know, but a lot of governments in Europe and a lot of governments in the rest of the world, they're like, the backlash is going to be stronger than the cough. And not just the economic ones.
And for a very good reason.
And it's gonna take a while, but you know, I'm a very patient person. I've always been patient. I mean, look, I've waited for 17 years to see some of the old commies jailed. I was very patient. Right? And eventually that happened, by the way. It took 17 years. Okay, fine. No, not a problem. I'm a very patient person. This one will be faster because it's global, and the knowledge, just like the knowledge about the virus circulated light speed, the knowledge against the measures also circulate light speed. And the agile parties, as I said, their voters have a global conscience. And anyone who is against the measures of this cough is fully aware on the spot at any protest. They're all like, well, how about Florida? Well, how about that? They're giving examples at the same time anywhere on the planet. Ouch. If this pandemic had taken place in the 90s, it could have lasted longer because fewer people were being informed. But now?
But even then, it couldn't have happened in the 90s, because we've seen in 2003 that only a few countries from Asia and
yes, but
and potentially
SARS
some exception.
Yes, but SARS-1 didn't have the R0 of this one. I mean, this fluffy cough has an R0 of 3.3, whereas SARS-1 is like 0 point something. I mean, it wasn't poised to become a pandemic anyway. Yes, it would spread, but not as fast. And
it will spread, but at that point in 2003, didn't even have to explain such complicated information. You would just have to say, oh yeah, there's new deadly virus in Asia, prepare to get scared because it's going to come to you. We didn't even have to go that far with the explanation, as it happened with the coup, because there was no means of transmitting that sort of information that fast in order to...
Well, it was attempted in 2009 at the previous pandemic. The press was fully panicked. Look it up. The fully panicked. But then, just like now, but you don't know this yet because it's going to be another 4 years until the official inquiries will prove what I'm saying. But then, at the previous pandemic, it took 4 years until an official inquiry proved that the panic was to get the governments to buy vaccines and make shekels for the big pharma, right? And it took another 7 years after the pandemic had ended, 8 years until since the vaccine had been rolling out all over the world. It took 8 years until an official, the EU Commissioner for Food and Drug Safety, from 2017, official statement saying, yeah, the pandemic H1N1 vaccine actually created a lot of side effects in children, and yeah, we kind of mutilated several hundreds of thousands of kids. Ouch, in Europe alone, not to mention the rest of the world, right? Almost 1 billion doses had been administered by that time. So, yeah, the same will be true today. Well, not today, but in a few years when the inquiries will reach their conclusions. But until then, we get to laugh at the Globalist Times complaining about Fauci betraying stuff. Speaking of the Globalist Times, let's go to Globalist Times' home place. British Brainwash Corporation AI emotion detection software tested on Uyghurs. A camera system that uses AI and facial recognition intended to reveal states of emotion has been tested on Uyghurs in Xinjiang, the BBC has been told. Citizens in the province are under daily surveillance. The area is also home to a highly controversial re-education centers called high-security detention camps by human rights groups, where it is estimated that more than 1 million people have been held. Beijing has always argued that surveillance is necessary in the region because it says separatists who want to set up their own state have killed hundreds of people in terror attacks. The software engineer agreed to talk to the BBC's Panorama program under condition of anonymity because he fears for his safety. The company he worked for is also not being revealed, but he showed Panorama 5 photographs of Uyghur detainees who he claimed he had the emotion recognition system tested on them. The Chinese government sees Uyghurs as test subjects for various experiments, just like rats are used in laboratories, he said. Definitely the software engineer is Chinese, because that's how Chinese people speak. And he outlined his role in installing the cameras in police stations in the province. We placed the emotion detection camera 3 meters from the subject. It is similar to a lie detector, but far more advanced technology. He said officers use the restraint chairs, which are widely installed in police stations across China. Fact check true. Your wrists are locked in place by metal restraints, and the same applies to your ankles. He provided evidence of how the AI system is trained to detect and analyze every minute changes in facial expressions and skin pores. According to his claims, the software creates a pie chart with the red cells segment representing a negative or anxious state of mind. He claimed the software was intended for prejudgment without any credible evidence. The Chinese embassy in London did not respond to questions, of course they didn't, about the use of emotional recognition software in the province, but said the political, economic and social rights and freedoms of religious belief in all ethnic groups in Xinjiang are fully guaranteed. Of course. People live in harmony regardless of their ethnic backgrounds and enjoy a stable and peaceful life with no restrictions to personal freedom, the embassy says. The evidence was shown to Sophie Richardson, the China director of Human Rights Watch. It is shocking material. It's not just that people are being reduced to a pie chart. It's people who are in highly coercive circumstances, under enormous pressure, being understandably nervous, and that's taken as an indication of guilt, and I think that's deeply problematic. Human Rights Watch should be abolished. These people are cancerous. Not as cancerous as the CCP, but still. According to Darren Byler from the University of Colorado, Uyghurs routinely have to provide DNA samples to local officials, undergo digital scans, and most have to download the government phone app, which gathers data including contact lists and text messages. Uyghur life is now about generating data, he said. Everyone knows that a smartphone is something you have to carry with you, and if you don't carry it, you can be detained. They know that you're being tracked by it, and they feel like there's no escape, he said. Most of the data is fed into a computer system called the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, which Human Rights Watch claims flags up supposedly suspicious behavior. The system is gathering information about dozens of different kinds of perfectly legal behaviors, including things like whether people were going out the back door instead of the front door, whether they were putting gas in a car that didn't belong to them, said Mrs. Richardson. Authorities now place QR codes outside the doors of people's homes so that they can easily know who's supposed to be there and who's not. There has long been debate about how closely tied Chinese technology firms are to the state. The US-based research group IPVM claims to have uncovered evidence in patents filed by such companies that suggest facial recognition products were specifically designed to identify Uyghur people. A patent filed in 2018 by Huawei and the China Academy of Sciences describes a face recognition product that is capable of identifying people on the basis of their ethnicity. Huawei said in response that it did not condone the use of technology to discriminate or oppress members of any community, and that it was independent of government wherever it operated. Yeah, what's your opinion about Hong Kong? Yeah, there you go. The group has also found a document which appears to suggest the firm was developing technology for a so-called one-person, one-file system. For each person, the government would store their personal information, their political activities, relationship, anything that might give you insight into how that person would behave and what kind of threat they might pose, said IPVM's Conor Healy. It makes any kind of dissidence potentially impossible and creates true predictability for the government in the behavior of their citizens. I don't think that George Orwell would have imagined that a government could be capable of this kind of analysis. Huawei did not specifically address questions about its involvement in developing technology for the one-person, one-file system, but they said, quote, Huawei opposes discrimination of all types, including the use of technology to carry out ethnic discrimination. As a privately held company, Huawei is independent of government wherever we operate. We do not condone the use of technology to discriminate against or oppress members of any community. The Chinese embassy in London said it had no knowledge of these programs. Of course they do.
Of course you don't.
IPVM also claimed to have found marketing material from Chinese firm Hikvision, advertising a Uyghur detecting AI camera and a patent for software developed by Dahua, another tech giant, which would also identify Uyghurs. Dahua said its patent referred to all 56 recognized ethnicities in China and did not deliberately target any of them. It just so happens that the Uyghur.exe file is used more often, but you know. It added that it provided products and services that aim to help keep people safe, of course, and complied with the laws and regulations of every market in which it operates, including the United Kingdom. Hikvision said the details on its website were incorrect and uploaded online without appropriate review, adding that it did not sell or have in its product range a minority recognition function or analytics technology. Dr. Lan Hui, chairman of China's National Committee on AI Governance, said he was not aware of the patents. Outside China, there are a lot of these sorts of charges. Many are not accurate and not true, he told the BBC. I think that the Xinjiang local government have the responsibility to really protect the Xinjiang people. If technology is used in those contexts, that's quite understandable, he said. Oh, yeah, that's nice. The UK's Chinese embassy had a more robust defense, telling the BBC that there is no so-called facial recognition technology featuring Uyghur analytics whatsoever. China is estimated to be home to half of the world's 800 million surveillance cameras. The other half being in the United Kingdom, right? Anyway, it also has a large number of smart cities, such as Chongqing, where AI is built into the foundations of the urban environment. Chongqing-based investigative journalist Hu Liu told Panorama his own experience. Once you leave home and step into the lift, you're captured by a camera. There are cameras everywhere. When I leave home to go somewhere, I call a taxi. The taxi company uploads the data to the government. I may then go to a cafe to meet a few friends, and the authorities know my location through the camera in the cafe. There have been occasions when I have met some friends, and soon after, someone from the government would contact me and warn me, don't see that person, don't do this, don't do that. With artificial intelligence, we have nowhere to hide, he said. Alrighty, so the CCP being naughty again in Uyghuristan, news at 11. Yeah, of course this thing exists. The idea that it doesn't is, well, preposterous. It is possible. Now, whether it functions the way the CCP intends it or not, I suspect it doesn't. Because if it were that fully functional, I would expect the CCP to create praiseworthy propaganda for it instead of trying to deny its existence. So it's probably still a test pilot, probably doesn't work anywhere near as expected. You have to, again, if you judge, not the technology itself, that one has to be judged on its own merit, but the actions, the political decisions, and the actions of the apparatus, you have to judge it in Soviet terms, because almost all of their apparatchiks are schooled in the Soviet-style system of governance. So if you judge it by Soviet standards, you'll get a very accurate prediction most of the time. Right? So in this case, right, new technology, whatever, new test pilot, what would the Soviet Union do? Well, if it works impeccably, create very positive propaganda about it and explain how fully advanced the People's Republic is. If it doesn't work, pretend it doesn't exist and keep on trying to make it work. Maybe it will eventually, or maybe not. But, you know.
Yeah, and this is even seen as more obvious because so far there's only one city that we know in China, which is Chongqing, that functions as this smart city with cameras absolutely everywhere, except your toilet. And that's not even there, I'm sure.
Maybe the toilets in the hotel rooms do have a camera there too, made out of micro-concrete. Yeah, this is a joke in the Eastern European joke, namely that hotels for foreigners in particular, the joke was that they were built out of a very new special material called micro-concrete, which is half is concrete and the other half is microphones. I guess we could say that the room, well, it doesn't make sense in English. In Romanian, the same word for room is also used for camera, right? So if you say the cameras are built from a very new material called, I don't know, camera concrete or something like that, it doesn't work like that in English. But yeah, so is this news? Not really. But it is part of BBC's laudative effort of maintaining the public's attention on China in general and Uyghuristan in particular. I think we've already clarified on this podcast that the at stake here is, undermining the CCP. Nobody really cares about the human rights of Uyghurs. Well, I guess maybe the government in exile of Uyghuristan, which currently resides, I believe, in Taipei. Well, maybe those people do care, but most of the rest of us not really. It's not that we wish harm to the Uyghur people. It's just that the Uyghur people are just the bargaining chips, essentially. Now, if you're Uyghur, probably you should be thankful for that too, because even bargaining chips have more rights under a non-CCP guidance. I'm just saying. We in Eastern Europe have been used as bargaining chips between
for centuries.
Yeah, more recently, right? I mean, in 1981, 1982, and especially 87, 88, at the negotiations between Gorbachev and Reagan, yeah, the inter-barrium area was the bargaining chip. I don't know. We thought then that it was actually a good idea because certainly we might get something better out of it, even as bargaining chips. And 3 years later, we found out that that was the case. So I'm just saying, it's not a bad thing to be the bargaining chip. That's what I'm saying. And oftentimes, good things can come out of situations that are not necessarily focused on doing good to a certain population. Right? It's enough that the intention is not to harm, and that's good enough. In any event. This is the kind of thing when I say techno-pessimism, when I say use technology in a conservative way, because if you think that this is not possible in the West, you're wrong. It is possible. Now, whether it's probable, well, if you're in the United Kingdom, it's probably, it's not only probable, but it's already implemented, by the way. It's been officially admitted 2 days ago, I think. Well, we actually tracked your phone entirely and all of your movements following the vaccination, because well, we wanted to see whether you increase your mobility after you believe that you're protected from a cough that would have never killed you in the first place anyway. So, you know, if you're in the United Kingdom, it's probably already implemented. If you're in less tech-friendly countries, probably it's not implemented, and that means you have a window of opportunity to make sure it doesn't get implemented. Technology is your enemy. It is. And pretending otherwise is wrong. You don't have to, what was the, well, it doesn't really make sense in English, but, you know, not necessarily Luddite, but something to please everyone, right? So, you know, no technology is probably, but it's not only an extreme position, but it's probably unachievable. But too much technology, like Xinjiang or Xinjiang or other smart cities in the PRC, that's definitely terrible. And as a result, you know, apply skepticism. Is this really necessary? Is this really helpful? And more important, even if it is necessary and helpful, does this break, you know, basic norms of a civilized society? A civilized society tends to observe individuality. A civilized society tends to, well, not fucking spy on its citizens like the Stasi. Things like that. Oh, it's not complicated. It's
well, of course, in the case of China, it's already been clear, just like it's been clear in every communist country that existed and still exists, that institutions are more important than the people, and the proletariat is just a cog in the machine.
Yes. Yes, and
that makes the enterprise known as a state function.
Yeah, and again, this kind of surveillance is not new. Okay, the format, the technological format, is new. I just gave earlier the example of the Stasi. Right, Stasi didn't have AI-assisted facial recognition software, but it had half of the country working for it, which was actually better than this system, because the correlations would be made faster, and because the Stasi's processing system for files and information notes was actually really, really good. I think I mentioned this multiple times. I'm familiar with the chap whose full-time job is to read Stasi-era files. And I've got to see a few of them, and they're very, very orderly. Well, Germans, of course. Very, very orderly, very easy to find. Whatever you care about, whatever you want to find in a file, it's very easy to find it. And it took him about a year to figure out the system. How did the Stasi think when it compiled those files? And once that happened, it was very easy for him to reconstruct all the files, because the archive had been trashed. Not much was missing from it, or almost nothing. But it got trashed, right? And just putting them all back in order, file by file, physical file. Well, China is basically trying to do the same thing, but with cloud computing and again, AI in technology circles is a passcode. It's not really AI. Basically, what they're doing is crunching bigger numbers in bigger data centers that consume a lot of electricity, and that will be pretty much it. And they're testing a lot of these kinds of machine learning algorithms which may or may not work. Eventually, someone will find a way to make it work. I just don't think it's going to be China. Because, as we spoke 2 episodes ago, there is still this dispute with the big data, whether it should be administered by the state or leave it to the current companies. And if the decision will be to be administered by the state, well, the state is not exactly keen on innovation. It doesn't matter how performing you think a state is. It doesn't matter how smart the state apparatchiks are. They're just gonna innovate a lot less than a private company that is allowed to innovate and try and make mistakes, which is probably why there is this marriage between big data companies in China, and not just China, Apple, cough, cough, and the CCP, because the CCP basically said, okay, you got Uyghurs for yourself, try it out, and you call us whenever you need to breach their rights further. So like this one, you're putting QR codes at their houses. I mean, really? I could totally see that happening because, well, Uyghuristan is an open-air labor camp, so I could totally see that happening. But again, something like that would not be possible just out of the volition of the Communist Party alone. They would need assistance from a tech company, whether that company is Huawei or some other ones, but it would have to be one of those tech giants. And it may be not Huawei or Chinese tech giants. It could be a Western one. I'm just saying. Which is why I fundamentally reject this kind of argument that, but at least we can use our tech giants and maybe, yeah, sure, regulate them and whatever, but we cannot just tear them apart, because otherwise the China will conquer everyone. I'm not buying that argument. I actually think that at least Apple is part of the CCP anyway, so why shouldn't it be broken up into multiple pieces? Same with Google, by the way.
Of course, and you cannot even give the benefit of the doubt that that Apple is not a part Chinese company.
Oh yeah,
because mandatory reminder for those who may not know or may not have heard: if you want to do business in China, there are also other examples in other parts of the world, but they have a more laissez-faire approach to it. But in terms of China, once you want to work in China, you're basically surrendering all your sovereignty and decision making to either a company that's friend of the CCP or to the CCP outright. And make no mistake. That China doesn't know via Foxconn what's going on inside anything that Apple makes in China and how it functions, and obviously, since China also indulges in a lot of industrial espionage, to pretty much copy that technology and the procedure and the functionality in order to use it in their own companies.
Well, that's a terrible phrasing, industrial espionage. No, peaceful transfer of knowledge.
Peaceful transfer of knowledge.
See, that already sounds better, right? Peaceful I've seen people using intellectual theft. No. Intellectual exchange of opinions. There you go. That already sounds better. Right? Theft, espionage. Terrible wording.
Terrible wording. Minus 20 social credit
Minus
score.
20 social credit score.
Social credit, yeah.
Alrighty, let's move further south from China. I believe this is also the last one, but Christ almighty. Business Insider: Australia will need to remain closed for decades if it wants to stay 100% COVID-19 free, according to the Australian Medical Association. That works out just fine.
Penal colony.
Penal colony 2.0. The nation's peak body for doctors has warned that Australia's current strategy of COVID-19 elimination would keep the country's international borders closed for decades. The Australian Medical Association said if the current strategy to stay free of COVID-19 continues, it will be far longer than a year until Australia reopens its borders. The statement comes as the government faces increasing pressure from affected industries to rethink its plan for a gradual reopening from mid-2022.
Jesus Christ, that's a long time.
Australia plans to reopen borders to the rest of the world from middle of 2022, according to the federal budget unveiled last week, along with a plan to fully vaccinate the population by the end of the year. AMA President Omar Khorshid, weighing in on Australia's pathway back to relatively normal lives, told a News Corp publication that for Australia to stay free of COVID, we have to keep our borders borders shut for decades. Khorshid questioned the government's long-term strategy and suggested many Australians would push back against border closures extended past 2022. I don't think any Australian thinks that's a reasonable thing to do, particularly when we do have a pathway out of this through vaccination, he said. However, a growing body of evidence suggests the majority of Australians are more than happy to sacrifice travel to ensure Australia remains free of the pandemic. A news poll survey published by the Australian media publication found that a massive 73% of Australians are in favor of keeping the international border closed until at least mid-2022, even if vaccinations are offered to the entire eligible population. And the re-election of in March of the
Western Australia.
Australia Premier Mark McGowan was widely reported to have been in part due to support in the state for his strict state border closures and hardline approach to rivals. You all deserve to die of COVID-19. Khorshid echoed statements from many industry groups claiming that the country cannot be free of COVID-19 forever and that vaccinations were the best path towards reopening while also protecting the population. Honk. The Prime Minister on Tuesday told reporters told reporters it was not safe to allow fully vaccinated Australians to travel overseas, suggesting that even a completed vaccine rollout would not be enough to guarantee open borders. I understand that everyone is keen to get back to a time we once knew, but the reality is we're living in this year in a pandemic that is worse than last year, Scott Morrison said. You're fools. However, Home Affairs Minister Karen Andrews told morning show Sunrise on Wednesday that Border Force was working hard to make sure Australia could open its borders as soon as the medical advice confirmed it was safe, with the government continuing to explore home quarantine as an option to help increase incoming traveller numbers. This is a matter that we will be discussing with the state and territory governments, she said, adding that it wants to make it as effective as possible and as efficient as possible to bring people home as soon as we possibly can. Statements made by government officials mark an increasingly muddy response to industry groups that have responded with disbelief to further delays in international borders reopening. Industries reeling from the impact of border bans, including airlines, tourism operators, and universities, have been urging the federal government to fast-track the opening of borders. Of particular note was a statement made by Virgin Australia boss Jane Hrdlicka, that's a very Serbian name, on Tuesday, that Australia can't keep out forever. And that while some people may die, it will be a way smaller than the flu. Yeah, that's a Serbian way of thinking for sure. On Tuesday, the Australian Treasury Secretary Stephen Kennedy told business leaders that Australia's strong economic recovery meant stimulus spending will eventually need to be turned off, suggesting the government doesn't think that quickly reopening international borders is essential to growth.
Well, he's right.
Ongoing momentum in the economy, the rollout of the vaccine, and continued fiscal and monetary policy support are expected to continue to drive and facilitate the transition to private sector-led growth over the forecast period, Kennedy said. Okay, so at least another year and a half of penal colony in Australia, but fair enough.
Jesus Christ, waiting until mid-2022.
Well, you know,
and also again, we warned several episodes ago against listening to the body of doctors, which pretty much just like our main doctor here, the anesthesiologist known as Raid Arafat, who has absolutely no knowledge in immunology. Pretty much the way he thinks is the way these people think, that the entire country is like a hospital. Mm-hmm. And that's not exactly the way it works. The industry body that's making pressures gets it, but even then, how long would they keep up with this charade? Well, probably until the money tap gets will get stopped, and then they will see that keeping international borders closed is not exactly the greatest strategy, especially when they may see. They may see double-digit losses at the GDP level.
Yeah, and the thing is that unlike, even New Zealand to a certain extent, but countries that are part of less global spheres of influence, maybe they can afford that. North Korea, okay, maybe they can afford it, although the state TV in North Korea just announced another arduous march, so probably they can't afford that either. Not even North Korea, right? But countries that are islands and are not necessarily reliant on this kind of flow of people. Australia, on the other hand, being part of the Five Eyes network, being part of a sea empire, essentially, even though officially it's not part of the empire, and officially the empire doesn't exist. Of course it does, and of course it functions the same way, because the more things change, the more they stay the same. Being part of that is incompatible with this kind of approach, because as the Prime Minister correctly said, well, look, we still have a lot of people abroad and whatnot, maybe we should bring them home. Yes, you have a lot of Australian citizens who may want to get home. Now, I don't understand them why. If I were an Australian citizen in this situation, I would try to get immigration status wherever I am or in some other place, because that's just the superior option. Why would you struggle to get back into a penal colony? But, you know, I get it. You know.
Probably Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, that, or the fact that maybe they have houses there, or maybe they have family there, still stuck inside the penal colony, or maybe, you know, they're born and raised there. It's very hard to break away from that. So, you know, I like to joke a lot, but on the other hand, I do understand why some of them may want to. Still, a country like that has a lot of families, which are, by the way, half of it live in the UK, the other half live in Australia. This is very common, like hundreds of thousands of people are in this situation in Australia. Yeah, you can convince them not to visit each other for a year, maybe a year and a half. 3? Probably not. Probably not, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, mid-2022, that will be 3 years in a row with the borders fully shut. Maybe no. I'm just saying, maybe no. Right? This thing, oh, but look, you know, Western Australia, the lockdownist party essentially won the election because it's a lockdownist party. Okay, fair enough. Maybe that's the case. How about the rest of the country? The rest of the country, maybe it's not that keen. In fact, looking at any partial results. So what? The whole country stay shut down because one state?
Yeah, and not to mention what exactly is Western Australia as a state. The vast majority of the voters are centralized in one place, which is known as Perth. The absolute rest of the state of Western Australia are mining towns, small colonies, agriculture, and
those are not affected by the pandemic anyway.
And that's it. And they don't give a shit about the pandemic, because there was also another article also posted in the Australian, which shared the experience of one of these people living in very isolated areas, and they pretty much said, well, maybe there may have been a lockdown, but we've continued our lives as if it didn't exist, because it didn't exist. Well, what exactly are I supposed to lock down in the literal middle of fucking nowhere?
Yeah, there is that meme that circulates on the Romanian-speaking internet. Basically, a farmer in the middle of nowhere with his tractor, tending for his huge garden, and it's the same picture put 4 times, and basically, you know, economic growth, recession, nuclear bombardment, pandemic. Those people just don't give a shit, because why should they? They're busy, you know, tending for the gardens. And especially those that are very, very isolated. Even if one of them catches the virus, by the time he's able to transmit it to someone else, it has already passed.
Exactly. And we're talking about properties that are pretty much they're pretty much exactly the size of a country, and they have so much infrastructure, so much lifestyle to take care of. They need a helicopter to travel around the same property. Around the same property. Look it up. There are sheep farms in the middle of Australia that use helicopters in order to herd the sheep, because there are way too fucking many.
Yeah, and the surface that needs to be covered is huge. Yeah, there are farms in Australia about the size of Slovenia. Oops. And even bigger than that. There are farms the size of Switzerland. Imagine the size of the country of Switzerland.
Yeah, so several thousands of kilometers as a surface area.
There you go. Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands, yeah.
There you go. But then again, you know, the same thing with too bad I can't show it to you because they shut it down, fucking Kazakh government. The gulag in Kazakhstan that I wanted to show to you in 2020, and I couldn't, because I could get into the country but not into the gulag. The gulag itself was the size of France. Yeah. This is something that Europeans in particular, it needs to be explained like this, because things are tiny in Europe when compared to what is on the rest of the planet, right? In the rest of the planet, things are really, really big.
Oh yeah.
Really, really big. Like that comparison, right? The ring, the roads around Dallas, the ring system around Dallas is about the size of the country of the Netherlands. Just the roads around the country, around the city, about the size of the Netherlands. And this particular approach, I suspect it won't be the one that gets implemented. And the reason I suspect it won't be is because, well, eventually economics will win. At the end of the day, the Australian industry lobby will get the upper hand. Because, well, the Australian lobby at the end of the day has its own private jets, and you know what, they'll eventually say, you know what, we're going to pack up and move. At a time when already a lot of exports by Australia are under various sanctions by China, and you know, it's already a bumpy time economically speaking. Have your own company saying, you know what, we're leaving. Yeah, that will be about the time when the authorities down under will also learn the great wisdom from Fauci, namely bury the virus, shut it down.
Yeah, well, probably it takes some time. Them having historically shitty internet. They may not have dial-up speeds, but they may have
ADSL.
ADSL tier. It may take a bit. It may take a few weeks until they get the memo that
there's some lag.
Yeah, that this entire thing has been pretty much a farce, and what they did was security filter, and they better bury it now before they get buried
under the security theater.
Exactly.
The physical building of the security theater. On a more serious note, it's not a surprise. Australia last pandemic in 2009. In the last pandemic, whenever I bring examples, and I always bring examples from 2009, and at the next pandemic I'll be bringing examples from 2009 and 2019. Oh, sorry, 2020. Why? Because these things are, there's a pattern to them. And the pattern is always the same. Big Pharma wants shekels. Anything for them to give shekels, so they buy up some politicians. And then you have local variations, of course, based on the societal standard and the type of the authorities that Big Pharma is dealing with. And last time around, whenever I bring these examples, everyone says, well, but last time around, nobody did nationwide lockdowns. Well, actually, they did. The countries that locked down really, really hard last time around were China, Mexico, and Melbourne, and Perth. And in fact, if we're being honest here, the Australian lockdowns now were longer than last time, true, but less harsh than last time. In 2009, the authorities in Melbourne would forcibly enter private homes and remove the old people from there to protect them. And no one granny to die. And that's under the situation that 99.9% of the victims of the AH1N1 strain of flu, actually the victims, the very few people that did die because of that flu were under the age of 50. So, removing old people wasn't particularly helpful to anyone. Because even if they were to get, that particular flu behaved to old people like this cough behaves to children. Right? It basically did nothing. And that's it. and was gone.
Yeah, not even that.
So, I'm not surprised that Australia now is also approaching this probably in the most extremist way on the planet, because it was true last time as well. And it is what it is. You want to change that? Well, the politology manual tells us that you have to organize and
create a civil society.
Create a civil society, and yes, formulate aggregate demand, and, well, subject your political class to a great reset like we're doing in Europe. Maybe the Liberal Party and the Labour Party, that duopoly, maybe it has to go. And, the Liberal Party being replaced to, One Nation or whatever it's there, far right, and the Labour Party be replaced with the Green Party, right? just get more agile parties. They're already created, by the way. You just have to grow them. Yes, it's going to take time, whatever. But you should do it because, next time around, because there will be a next pandemic. Of course there will be. These things happen. Next time around, maybe you get caught with a less insane government that is not part of the political class willing to basically turn the country into one gigantic prison/hospital or prison hospital. Because that's exactly what it is, a prison hospital. I mean, really. Maybe next time around you'll get caught with a slightly less insane political class. Or don't do that, and you'll be staying with your borders shut for another 3 years, and then finally, just as you're reopening it, I don't know, maybe someone else will sneeze the wrong way. Some other virus, I don't know, crosses from sheep or whatever, and someone sneezes, and maybe have Australia as the epicenter of the next one. That would be fun. that would be a strain of bad luck, quite frankly. But it could happen. I mean, it could happen. It could happen in a year. It could happen in 20 years. But it could happen. These things are not predictable. If we remember, there are people who've been predicting a pandemic like this one for like 15 years. Well, next year it will happen. Next year, well, of course, eventually it happened. But the idea that when it will be the next one is stupid. You don't. But that it could be the case. The point is to be prepared for it, not in the sense of turning your country to a hospital prison, but to be able to prepare it in the sense of, okay, let's manage it, because that's how these things are supposed to be addressed.
Yes, and for the love of God, to stop thinking that you have all the answers. Fuck the doctors. Look at the rest of the planet, because you're not alone. I know you're an island, close to the corner where you put the pin on the.
Sorry, we're putting the pin in Wellington. It's not the wrong island, mate.
That's why I said that's why they're close to where we put the pin to hold the map. Well, for fuck's sake, look at the rest of the planet.
Yeah, and especially it is extremely unfortunate that the Australian. I don't believe the 73% figure for a second. I don't. But obviously there is a significant minority. Right? I wouldn't be surprised if the real number is 35 or 40. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Oh yeah,
still.
Yeah, because this is another thing that I've discovered talking with Australians over the years. On the internet, and this has been a trend for a few decades even, and it all started with when was it, in 1973, when they outright banned guns in Australia. They
had that gun confiscation program.
They had the gun. Exactly. They had the gun confiscation program. Okay, some of the people were smart and hid their guns in holes dug in the ground. But still, the Australians, and I'm talking about the Australians because I don't know about the New Zealanders. They may be similar or not as much, but they tend to be very statist. If the government says so, then it really must be so. And that trend has been continuing, which is why bullshit like this happened in 2009 and happens now. And yeah, it is indeed a significant minority, and it could be even a close majority that could actually believe in all this bollocks because of the status drive.
Yeah, and it's quite unfortunate that there are a lot of believers, because that's the term, it's a religious belief at this point, right? This cough is a religion. Because if it were about science, it's not complicated. Look, basic mathematics. I know it's a far-right conspiracy theory, but trust me, basic mathematics is a thing. Right? Considering the contagious quotient, right, the R0 of this cough, 3.3 in big cities, right? 3.3, pretty constant, whether we're talking Stockholm, Beijing, New York, it doesn't matter. Milan, right? It doesn't matter. It's always 3.3-ish. Sometimes 3.35, sometimes 3.29, but 3.3 roughly. Okay. China, Wuhan, right? Beijing.
So you already got 60 million people, which is twice the population number in a way smaller area than Australia.
Yeah, okay. So, you're telling me that in the last year, nobody died because of this cough in Beijing or Wuhan or Xinjiang or anywhere in China, really? No.
Where a village is
there are villages with 4 million people.
Most of the time, bigger than an entire city in Australia plus a suburb.
Yes. Nobody, or one death or something like that. In the last year, since May last year, China reported like 3 deaths or something like that. What? No. Statistically speaking, again, I'm a big believer that this cough is generally relatively harmless, right? But still, it's obvious that sometimes a few people do die because of it, right? About 200 and something, real number in Romania, right? About several thousands in the US. So it's a very small number, really. Over 14 months, this is a minuscule number. Applying the same statistical rule to China, there would have to be more deaths. No. 1 or 2 deaths in a year?
Yeah, and
statistically, that's impossible.
Yeah, China still has reported, and this is public information. You can go on World Meters and read it. China is still stuck since at the very earliest, since the end of summer last year, at 80,000 and something deaths reported, and they reported basically absolutely nothing since then.
Yeah, they sometimes report new cases, but even then, like 20 or 100. You gotta be fucking kidding me. There is no such thing as 100. Maybe 100 per street. Yeah, sure. But because some streets in in the big cities of China, a street can mean 150,000 people. So, 100 per street, that's believable. Even that would be too low, but okay. They've been reporting new cases, but like 2 or 3 deaths in the last year. And you want me to believe that? Well, apparently enough Australians do believe it, right? And by the way, China hasn't been having a closed border for a year. There's huge concerts in China, not just scheduled. They've been taking place all over the last year. And with very few exceptions, there, again, I'm not talking Uyghuristan here, right? Uyghuristan is an open-air labor camp anyway. But, outside of, the visitable part of China, basically no restrictions of, no security theater, no health hygiene theater. And for some reason, you're not piling up bodies anywhere. Yet for some reason, enough Australians are like, oh, yeah, this is reasonable. Yeah, let's keep our border closed forever. What? And at some point it's so ridiculous that even the biggest doctors of the country be like, are we sure that's reasonable? When the sanitary fascist himself comes and says, well, that's a bit too harsh, ain't it? Why? Because, those people want to go to a vacation as well. Or maybe some of them have family in the UK.
And what's even more impressive is that they don't. It does say that even this article says with full vaccination, even then they wouldn't permit it. So then
that's anti-vaxxer talk right there.
Me as an outsider looking at it, thinking of, okay, so this is not about the virus. What the hell are you trying to hide in that country then? Yeah. If you're really going full penal colony. Again, so you will keep your country closed and again getting full vaccination, assuming that's true. But let's say for the sake of the argument that you can vaccinate 100% of the people, not even then you would even entertain the idea of stopping this insanity.
Yeah, and the whole even this part, right? Australians who have already gotten the vaccine, assuming it works. Again, that's an assumption. It's a hope for some of them. I don't care whether it works or not. It's just a cough, bro. But we don't allow those people to travel overseas. What? Why, though? What's your problem? I mean, let's assume that the vaccine doesn't work, because that's obviously the assumption that the Australian government works. Speaking of anti-vaxxers, right? You might want to look them on top of your country.
But then that will mean that the Australian government suffers from a severe case of cognitive dissonance.
So you don't trust it, and therefore you're not allowing your citizens to leave the country. Okay, let's assume you're right and it doesn't work. All right. Okay, so your citizens will go abroad and they'll cough over there. Why is that your problem? Let them cough. They don't cough in your population, therefore, what's the problem?
But they could bring it back in when they
come. Well, they already have some very ridiculous quarantine protocols anyway. You just put them in jail when they arrive, which is what you do anyway, because you're a public jail. But maybe they don't want to arrive. Have you considered that? So I guess that's the problem. Escaping is a crime. So.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's what happens when you don't kick the doctors in time. Right? There is a reason why there is a separate profession, right? Doctors are doctors, politicians are politicians, and there should not be mixed between each other, because otherwise, if you do, you get sanitary fascism. That's what you get. Running a country like you would run a hospital. Yeah, in the hospital, the chief medical director is kind of like the dictator over there, with very few checks and balances on his or her day-to-day decisions. Yeah, but when you apply that to an entire country, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. But on the other hand, one has to say, Australians did not really protest. Their protests were pathetic. Tiny in between and very pathetic. And the vigorous debate against the measures just didn't take place. Neither in the proper sense, right, people debating with each other, nor in a protest sense. No scientific debates in Australia, for the most part.
And so, a word of warning for any Australians that may stumble upon this now or later, or have already done so. I think you know what's next. There will be they may come a country. There may be a political party at some point in the future. It could be the Crown. It could be another one. That will go. They'll go and turn outright into a dictatorship.
Oh yeah.
Regardless of which side of the spectrum it will be, because you've allowed this to happen.
Yep.
It sets a dangerous precedent.
And especially in
Pray it
Australia,
doesn't happen in your lifetime.
especially in Australia, where they have the common law system. So all of these precedents established in court, because again, Australia is the only country in the world where all of the claims against the pandemic measures were rejected in court. It's the only country where this. Even in China, some of the complaints were admitted.
Yeah, well,
Not in Australia.
China, which is a country that pretty much runs a judicial system arbitrarily.
Yeah, but even there, some of the claims against pandemic measures were admitted in court, and the state forced to pay or to repeal some of the measures. Even in China. In New Zealand, not to mention all of Europe, not to mention the US, not to mention Mexico, not to mention Brazil, not everywhere, right? Not in Australia. Ouch. Ouch. Now I know that Australia is joining on my list alongside with North Korea, namely countries that I ain't stepping from there, mate. Yeah. Too bad. I love the Australian accent and the Australians that I got to meet personally. I like them as people, but no, that's not the kind of regime that I want to find myself in, even temporarily. Who knows? I get there and another pandemic hits, and then I can't leave. That's terrible. And you know, we're looking at the map. It's a lot of swimming to do if you want. Probably not. Probably not. Alrighty, that'll be pretty much it for this episode. Gib Shekelim. Because you know,
Gib Shekelim for Moldova.
Gib Shekelim for Moldova, yes. So we've been for about 5 hours, so 5 hours of stories, Gib Shekelim. And the more we get from non-Romanian sources, the more I will consider more videos in English from Moldova, a broader coverage. Not to mention that videos in English will take longer work, because well, there are certain assumptions that are easier to explain to a Romanian audience, but it's slightly harder to explain to an international audience, because Moldova is like the EU in a miniature, but with a lot of Soviet flavors on top of it, and it's very difficult to explain it to an international audience, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, it's doable. So yeah, Gib Shekelim, and with all that being said, thank you all for watching, see you all soon, cheers.